Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Super Animation Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. I'm so sorry Izuku. His mom cried as she latched onto him, his heart breaking further as his fears grew even deeper. 4-year-old Midoriya Izuku was quirkless. He'd never be a hero. It was the only thought in his head as he stared at the video of All Might saving people. How could he ever be like All Might? How could he ever save anyone? The boy had lost track of time, but at some point, his mom had let go of him and left the room. He only just realized it was dark now. He was only snapped from his trance as his mother turned off the computer. I think that's enough, Izuku, she said, gingerly, placing some paper in front of him. Why don't you draw a picture instead? I'm going to go make dinner. I'll make your favorite, okay? The boy looked down at the paper and pencil, scowling. It's not fair. Kacchan has his stupid quirk. Why don't I have a quirk? He's a big meanie. Angrily, he took the pencil and began scribbling. Before he knew it, he had drawn a crude, stick figure version of himself and Bakugo, with his stick figure punching Bakugos in the face. He was so mad that he just wished for nothing more for that picture to be reality. Midoriya Izuku jumped back, startled. The paper he had been drawing on was gone. It was all gone. Instead, the two crude stick figures had come to life and were on his desk. Stick figure Izuku was punching stick figure Katsuki, while the two made little gibberish noises. Equal parts thrilled and terrified, Izuku screamed, "Get in here." The next day at preschool, Midoriya was thrilled to show his classmates his quirk. A small group of children were gathered around a table as little stick figures and vegetables with faces danced along the table speaking in gibberish. That's so neat. A girl with curly green hair and sharp teeth, Tokage Setsuna, cheered from the other side of the table. Can you draw me a T-Rex, Midoriya? Okay. Midoriya cried happily. This was the most anyone at his daycare had talked or played with him. Usually Kacchan ran anyone off, but today the ashen blonde was in the timeout corner for blowing up the class gerbil anyway. Midoriya scribbled the best T-Rex he could for a 4-year-old, and with a poof, a 6-inch monochromatic dinosaur appeared on the table. It let out a squeaky roar and ate one of the stick figures. The doctor says it's called amination. No wait, animation? The whole table of children laughed. It's so vicious, I love it. Tokage laughed. Thanks, Freckles. Midoriya blushed as the cartoonish T-Rex began chasing his other drawings around the table. Why you're welcome, Tokage. My mom said she's going to put me in art classes to help me with my quirk. Then you can draw me better dinosaurs. The girl gushed. The class assistant, a woman with short red hair, walked over to the table and shook her head. Erase that before it breaks something, Midoriya? Okay, he replied as the other children groaned. He poked the T-Rex with the pencil eraser, and it turned back into a sheet of paper. He turned to a little girl who had been watching, next to him, with silver hair. Do you want me to draw you anything, Yanagi? Yanagi Reiko turned and looked at him, her arms tucked to her side like she was a little ghost. Oh, nothing particular comes to mind. The class assistant couldn't be put off at how sophisticated this 4-year-old talked. Midoriya paused. Then, tongue poking out of his mouth slightly as he drew, he scribbled a little ghost. It poofed off the page and floated over to Yanagi. The ghost went, oh. The silver hair girl smiled faintly. That is exquisite, Midoriya. Thank you. The boy blushed. Even if his quirk was a little silly, it was really good at making people smile. I'm glad you like it. Usually the kids at the daycare weren't mean, but he was so unused to being the center of attention. But the best part of it was just how happy everyone was. 6 years later. Give me that stupid notebook, Deku. Bakugo screamed at the boy. Your quirk is hecking stupid. 10-year-old Midoriya, fear rose up in his heart. He grabbed his sketchbook, which was not a notebook, but he drew in a lot of those too, and turned, running as fast as he could away from Bakugo and his friends. As his feet pounded against the pavement, Midoriya realized he was running out of playground to use to escape. It was now or never. He jumped onto the waist-high fence and sprang forward, landing on the school's windowsill. He bounced off of it, upwards, and grabbed the ledge to the second story, pulling himself up. He thought, relieved as he heard Bakugo and yelling angrily from the ground. Get back here, you stupid Deku! Bakugo yelled impotently from down below. Stop climbing things, you wuss! How'd he get so good? He used to always fall, grumbled one of the other boys. Izuku pulled out his notebook and scribbled some water balloons, which he materialized. He stood up and began whipping them down below at Bakugo and his cronies. "Leave me alone, Kacchan." As the water splashed from the balloons, Bakugo growled. It was so much harder to use his quirk when wet. "I'm gonna get you after class, you hecking nerd." Later that night, when he returned home dirty and with singed clothes, his mom was shocked. "Izuku, what happened?" Kacchan was being mean about my quirk again," Izuku admitted, trying to hold back the dam of tears in his eyes. But I climbed up the school and threw water balloons at him. Then they got to me after school." Inko frowned. "I'll have to call your Aunt Mitsuki. And I'm enrolling you in martial arts classes. I'm tired of you having to just climb up things and you coming back home as that boy's target practice." Her face softened. "And the school keeps calling about ending up on the roof. Martial arts sounds fun." Izuku perked up. "I'm going to go draw some kung fu guys." "No bringing things to life, young man. I almost tripped over one of those stick figures yesterday." "Ukake mum," he replied in a sing-song voice. Maybe he'd just animate one and erase it really quick. Maybe two. 4 years later. All Might coughed as he finished his explanation of why he looked, well, skeletal was the nicest word that always came to mind. But he hadn't expected the young man he'd just saved to cling to his pants as he jumped away. "Yeesh, for a fanboy, you sure are dedicated." All Might sighed. "Now, what was it you wanted to ask me?" Midoriya sighed. "Do you think someone like me, with a weak quirk, could ever be a hero?" "Well, there are lots of heroes out there whose quirks seem weak at first glance," All Might admitted. "No one took Best Jeanist very seriously when he first started until they saw just how dangerous that quirk could be when applied creatively." "What's your quirk, young man?" "Oh, let me show you," Midoriya said, excitedly, before opening up the slightly burned notebook All Might had signed earlier. The symbol of peace waited as the boy scribbled on a page furiously, set it down and closed his eyes. In a second the page went, poof, and a small version of All Might appeared. It looked just like the real thing, except in black and white and only about half a meter tall. It was even three-dimensional. "I am here," it said in a squeaky little voice. "Anything I can draw, I can make real," Midoriya replied, trying to sound proud. "It's a little harder to make things 3D, but I can manage it." All Might chuckled as he looked down at the little drawing. "Well, how long do they last?" "Up to a day," Midoriya replied. "Unless I touch them with a pencil eraser." He tapped the mini All Might and it poofed back into a piece of paper. "And once I do that, I can't bring it back. I need to draw something else." All Might rubbed his chin. "To be honest, it's not terribly practical for combat if only because of how long it takes, but I think this could have good rescue potential. With some training it might even be versatile enough to overcome its shortcomings." "It's a fine quirk." "Why, you really think so?" Midoriya cried, excitedly. "Thank you, All Might. I'll keep training." "You need to ask me that?" All Might asked. "You seem so sure of yourself." "There's nothing wrong with your quirk, young man." "Oh, some of my classmates say it's weak," Midoriya replied quietly. He opted not to mention that Bakugo had told him to, literally, swan dive off a roof and hope for a better quirk in the next life. "Well, even the roughest quirks need work," All Might laughed. "Keep at it." "Why is my body moving on its own?" Midoriya's mind screamed to him as he dodged some sludge and threw his backpack into the villain's eye. The sludge villain, the same one he had encountered earlier in the day, and had accidentally freed from All Might's pockets, was attacking Bakugo. And here Midoriya was trying to help his tormentor out by chucking his backpack at the sludge villain. As his backpack hit the villain in the eye, his notebook and pencil fell out. He grabbed it as quickly as he could and began to scribble something. "That hurt, you little, my god," the sludge villain screamed as Izuku shoved a medieval spear into his eye. "You the sheet, where did you get that?" Izuku furiously scribbled a container of liquid nitrogen to try and freeze the villain. From several feet away, All Might watched, shocked to see the same boy he spoke to earlier risking his life. "And here I am doing nothing." "Not today." As Midoriya was about to finish the drawing, sludge splashed all over his notebook. "Crap. Now I got you," the sludge villain cried, with only one eye. "Oh no you don't. For I am here," All Might cried as he landed. "Again. I didn't need your help today, Deku," Bakugo growled before stomping off. "Geez, what was that all about?" Midoriya rolled his eyes. He looked down at his sketchbook and sighed at the mess it was in. "I just bought this one too." He found that the quality of his animations depended on the type of paper he used. If it was just notebook paper, they would be crude, small versions. If he used a sketchbook, his quirk animations were more lifelike in properties. "Here, young man," came a booming voice from the bushes. "I bought you a new one." Midoriya nearly jumped out of his skin as All Might burst forth from the shrubbery near his apartment complex. "Oh my god, Income, holy crap, it's All Might." "Yes, I am He." All Might began, but in a poof of smoke he shrank down into his smaller form, coughing up blood. "Here. Sorry, I pushed myself a bit too hard today. Are you okay?" Midoriya asked. "I can run in and get you a towel." "No, I'm okay." All Might straightened himself up. "I was thinking a lot about what you did today. Why, to be honest, my body just kind of moved on its own." Midoriya admitted. "I guess that was kind of stupid considering what you said about my quirk and combat." On the contrary, All Might chuckled. "It reminded me of what happened to me when I first started training to be a hero. That's why I came looking for you. First, to thank you for inspiring me to push myself to save your, well, bully, I guess." "Why, you don't need to thank me, All Might," Midoriya replied, earnestly. "You've been an inspiration to me my whole life." All Might's face softened. "That's too kind, Midoriya. That brings me to the second thing. What if I were to say, offer you a hand in becoming a hero?" Izuku's jaw dropped. What do you mean?" All Might handed Izuku a piece of paper with an address on it. "I want you to meet me somewhere. You look like a sturdy young man, but you need some formal training. Like martial arts?" "I've been doing that for a few days." "No, this is different. Meet me here tomorrow at 6 a.m. Midoriya nodded, practically shaking with excitement as he took the paper from his idol. "I'll be there, All Might." He took off running back to his apartment, too eager to tell his mother about what had happened. "Young Midoriya, you forgot your new sketchbook." Over the next few months, Midoriya trained with All Might, removing the trash from Dagobah Beach. All Might used the exercise as a guise of strength and conditioning training for the young man, not telling him it was also a test. A test to see if the young man could handle the awesome power of One for All. He never expected the young man to complete the cleanup 2 months before schedule. "Holy freaking super crap, young Midoriya," All Might boomed happily. "You've exceeded all my expectations." Izuku wiped the sweat off of his brow as he shoved the trashed mini-fridge onto All Might's truck. "Why yeah? Well, I guess all the free-running classes and martial arts I've been doing paid off. Even still, look at you now," the symbol of peace chuckled. "You weren't exactly scrawny when we started, but now you're downright swole." Izuku laughed and blushed, suddenly feeling the need to put his shirt back on in embarrassment. Don't know about that. But the entrance exam for UA isn't for 2 more months. What do we do?" "This is perfect though," All Might crowed. "Now you can train with my quirk." "That makes," Midoriya began, not quite digesting the words. "Wait, what?" All Might reverted back to his smaller form in a fit of coughs. "There was another reason I wanted you to do this, young Midoriya. You see, my quirk can be passed on to someone." Before All Might could even blink, Midoriya had pulled out a hero analysis notebook, where he made sketches of pros in action, and was taking notes. "Pass down? Is that even possible? I've never heard of anything so crazy." "Hey, no time for muttering," All Might laughed. "My quirk is called One for All." "No." Midoriya listened intently as All Might explained how One for All worked. He felt like he had to be dreaming. To have 2 quirks? And be trained by his mentor and hero? "Now, if you accept, all you have to do," All Might beefed back up into his heroic form, "is eat this." Midoriya raised an eyebrow at the long blonde strand of hair being held out to him. "You're kidding? I would never kid about this, young Midoriya." All Might chuckled. "You have to ingest some of my DNA to inherit my quirk. And this is by far the least gross way of doing it." Okay." Midoriya quickly took the hair and put it in his mouth, and then washed it down with a long swig of water from his water bottle. Once he was sure it was down, he touched his stomach lightly. "I don't feel anything." All Might coughed and turned back to his normal form. "It takes some time to activate, unfortunately. Meet me back here tomorrow afternoon and we'll try to make use of One for All." "Okay." Middle school was no walk in the park for Midoriya Izuku. It wasn't that no one liked him, he was one of the friendliest and most helpful kids in his class. He was usually the first to volunteer to help anyone study or pitch in on a project. It was just that no one wanted to get close enough to be his friend, because then they were put on Bakugo sheet list. He'd had a few friends in elementary school, though he couldn't remember their names as they moved away about halfway through, and Bakugo made sure that had never happened again. But he was plenty popular in his art and martial arts classes, which is just where Bakugo's influence couldn't reach. Still, all the struggles of the day were no match to the excitement he had in meeting All Might after school. He ran as fast as he could down to the beach, where his mentor and the #1 hero was waiting. "There you are, young Midoriya," All Might laughed. "So, do you feel it? The power coursing through your veins?" "Maybe," Midoriya answered, earnestly. "I thought maybe I just had a gas bubble. My stomach has been kind of gurgly today." "Is that how you felt on the first day?" "Oh, it was so long ago, I don't remember." "Really? How long ago was it?" Midoriya asked, curious to learn more about his hero. All Might cleared his throat. Anyway, we should have you test it out." "Punch towards the ocean." Midoriya raised an eyebrow and faced the water. He half-heartedly swung his right arm in front of him and went, "Huh? No, no, no." All Might groaned. "You've got to feel that power, young Midoriya. Set a fire in your chest. Clench your butt cheeks together. Why didn't you say that the first time?" Midoriya wondered. He tried to summon as much anger as he could and clenched his whole body, including his bum. He swung again with his left arm. Two things happened. The first was an explosion of air bursting from his left hand, cutting through the water, momentarily parting the sea itself. The second was that Midoriya's arm broke from fingers to shoulder. The two men stared at his bruised and limp arm for about 3 seconds before it, and the pain Midoriya registered finally kicked in. Triple A Midoriya howled. "Oh God, what happened?" All Might freaked out. "What do you mean what happened?" Midoriya freaked. "It's your quirk." "It never did that to me." All Might half shouted. "Stay right here, I'm going to call someone." "I'm not going anywhere." Midoriya freaked out. "My arm is shattered." Midoriya sat down on the beach in agony, trying really hard to ignore the shooting pain up and down his arm for what seemed like hours. All Might returned with a very tiny old woman. But Midoriya recognized her instantly. "Recovery girl," he cried as excitedly as he could possibly be with an arm that looked like a purple noodle. The ancient healer took one look at Midoriya's arm, turned, and swatted All Might in the knee. "Tashinori, what were you thinking? This sort of thing never happened to me." All Might cried defensively. It was a bit shocking for Midoriya to see the symbol of peace put in his place by an old woman who was barely waist-high. "I never got injured using my quirk." "All right, hold still, dearie," Recovery Girl sighed, giving Midoriya's arm a smooch that healed it most of the way. Midoriya stared at his arm in amazement as he was able to wiggle his fingers. It still stung, slightly, but it was better than having the whole thing being completely shattered. "Whoa!" Then his eyes drooped and he nearly fell asleep. "Huhuea." "Yes, the effects of my quirk can make you quite tired," Recovery Girl sighed, before she turned and rounded on All Might once more. "And you don't have him use that quirk again until you've thought of a good training regimen. But there's 2 months until the entrance exam." All Might cried, defensively. "Then you better think quickly." The senior citizen huffed, walking off. Good-for-nothing kids these days. As she left, Midoriya and All Might exchanged some rather awkward eye contact. "Well then," All Might sighed. "I think I have a phone call to make. I have someone who may be able to help us. He had trained me, actually." "Someone trained you?" Midoriya asked, excitedly pulling out his notebook and forgetting all the pain he had felt mere minutes ago. "Who was it?" "I've never heard about you being trained." All Might couldn't help but chuckle at the boy's enthusiasm. "Just hold tight until you hear from me again. And try not to break anything." Midoriya nodded and put his notebook away a bit disappointed. "Okay." That night, Izuku couldn't shake the feeling of disappointment as he sat in his room and looked down at his still sensitive left arm. "Guess it's lucky it wasn't my drawing hand," he thought. "Things never seem to go quite right for me," he thought, pulling out his sketchbook to work on some doodles. "First I get made fun of for not having a quirk. Then my quirk isn't cool enough for Kacchan and his jerk friends. Then I'm supposed to get trained by All Might and my stupid body can't even handle his quirk. It's going to take me forever to be a hero." Frustrated, the boy drew a turtle, crudely, a reflection of his feelings about his progress. But as he tapped it to bring it life, something was different. He felt the same release of energy he had as when he tried to punch the ocean earlier today. And instead of a monochromatic, crude turtle sitting on his desk, there was a fully covered, incredibly detailed, really large turtle on his desk. The legs of the desk groaned under the weight, and Midoriya jumped backwards as the animal tried to snap at him. "Whoa!" he yelled out. "Izuku, Honey, is something wrong? His mom cried before opening the door to his room and screaming, "Oich, my god, how did that thing get in here?" Carefully, Izuku tapped the turtle's shell with his eraser, and it changed back into the drawing. Holy crap, he muttered to himself. Can one for all supercharge my own quirk? How did you do that, honey? I just been training my quirk with my trainer, Mom, he answered. It wasn't technically a lie, he figured. I need to tell All Might about this. That next weekend, All Might had Midoriya meet him back on the beach. To the teen's surprise, another senior citizen was with him. Though this was an older gentleman who was dressed like a yellow Mega Man and leaning on a cane, which was a little different. But after the year he had, nothing surprised Midoriya much anymore. All Might, Midoriya said, cheerfully, guess what I learned about One for All? All Might tilted his head quizzically at the boy. What's that? Check this out, the boy replied excitedly. As he did, All Might and the old man exchanged confused looks. He knelt down on the ground and took out his sketchbook and drew the roughest sketch of a dog. He held it up to show them. Great job, I'll hang it on my fridge, the old man huffed sarcastically. No, but that's the thing, Midoriya explained eagerly. If I tried to bring this to life, it would just be a crude little black and white stick figure or something. But if I use One for All, Midoriya tapped on the paper, and with a poof, a large, brown dog appeared, tackling Midoriya to the ground and licking him. Down boy. I should have done a turtle again. The dog barked and circled the three males excitedly. All Might's jaw dropped. He used One for All to do that? That's actually rather incredible that it was able to beef up your quirk like that. Yup, Midoriya said proudly. He jumped in front of the dog and booped its nose with his eraser, turning it back into the crude drawing. All Might looked to the old man. Have you ever heard of One for All being used like that, Gran Torino? The old man, who Midoriya gathered was Gran Torino, rubbed his chin and grinned. I must say, that's news to me. The old man took a step further towards the teen. The name's Gran Torino, son. I used to train this lunk back when he first took on One for All. Midoriya sprang up and bowed politely. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, this one has manners, the elderly man laughed. Well then, Toshinori tells me you've got some martial arts training. Yes, sir. Good. The old man threw his cane aside. This will be fun. That, Izuku coughed as his back hit the ground. Suruktucked? It sure did, Gran Torino groaned. You need to stop thinking of One for All as some sort of special move. It's your quirk. You have to feel it as freely as you have your doodling quirk. Do you only use your hands to make art? All Might raised an eyebrow at the old man. Of course he does, that's how art works. No, of course not, Midoriya sighed as he sat up, making All Might feel incredibly stupid. Gran Torino walked up to the boy and tapped his forehead. Starts up here, doesn't it? Midoriya nodded. All Might's eyes widened. Guess the old man has an appreciation for the arts. Where else does it go? Gran Torino asked. Well, I have to get the idea. And then I have to feel really good about it, Midoriya replied. Like in my heart and my gut. Then I have to really focus. My tongue pokes out a bit and I sit a certain way when I'm really in the zone. It's a whole body effort, right? Right? Midoriya nodded. Then his eyes widened. I have to spread it across my whole body. Just like I'm a piece of art. Don't go getting a big head about it, Gran Torino quipped with a dry laugh. It drew an embarrassed laugh from Midoriya as well. The Mona Lisa, you are not. Now get up and try it out. Over the next few weeks, Midoriya worked out with Gran Torino and All Might after school, and stayed up late practicing his animation quirk. Through a little experimentation he found that while better quality, his creations still only had a hard limit of 24 hours. And just like using what he called color fill, he had control over just how good he wanted his creations to be, depending on how much he concentrated on their animation. So when it was time for the big UA entrance exam, he'd never felt more ready. He left his mom's car that morning, still sketching in one of his notebooks, as he always was. Izuku, honey, watch where you're walking. His mom scolded from the car window. Izuku waved to his mother to acknowledge her, but still kept sketching the building as he approached it. Such beautiful architecture, I at least have to get a rough copy of it. Not watching where he was going, he tripped over a rock and stumbled, his pencil and notebook going flying out of his hands. Before the two items could get too far, they paused in the air, surrounded by a faint, ethereal white glow. Slowly, they floated back down to him. Wait! He mouthed quietly as he took the notebook and pencil from the air, looking left and right. My apologies, I just did not wish for you to lose your work. Midoriya jumped and turned to see a girl with silver hair and blue eyes approaching him, her fingers outstretched as if she was controlling a puppet. She looked vaguely familiar, but he couldn't place where he had seen her before, probably because she had a mask covering the lower part of her face as part of her hero costume. His costume was a little less awesome than hers. He had designed it to be like All Might when he was younger, just in a green color scheme. He had foregone any sort of hood or mask, and instead put a utility belt for plenty of paper and drawing utensils. She's also really pretty, he gulped, before forcing a rigid smile on his face as he tried not to stare at the form-fitting kimono she had on. Thank you. He bowed. Is why your Quirk telekinesis? It was no trouble, the girl replied with a near monotone and flat expression. And yes, something like that. I call it poltergeist, but it functions as telekinesis. Oh, that's amazing. Midoriya gushed, his nerves melting away. When this is over, I'd love to draw it in action. He blushed. Sorry, that's kind of weird. I do not find it odd at all. The girl replied, shaking her head. I'd inquire further, but I believe the test is about to begin. Shall we head inside? All right, of course. Midoriya felt pretty good about the written portion of the test. He had loved to learn about quirks, heroes, and their history so that he could draw it better, but he struggled enough with it to leave some lingering doubt in his mind. The biggest relief in his mind was that he wasn't put in Bakugo's group for the practical test. He was certain that the ashen blonde would have done everything he could to sabotage Midoriya's test, just like he had done his best to sabotage the boy's social life. As he waited for the test to begin, he took out his sketch pad and looked around. I'll need a grappling hook to get to the top of the building. Actually, probably quicker to use color fill. Excuse me. Midoriya looked up to see a boy with blue hair and glasses looking down at him sternly. Yes? This is a test. What makes you think a hero would waste time doodling? The blue-haired boy scolded. If you're going to make a mockery of this institution, I think you would be better off just leaving. Midoriya turned red. And no, it's not that my quirk dash. I believe it is part of his quirk. Came a third voice. Midoriya turned and saw the same girl who had helped him out earlier had snuck up on the two of them. She still had a very neutral expression on her face, which almost seemed unnerving for the tallest teen. The bespectacled young man walked away, but he still had a disapproving look on his face. My apologies, the girl said. I think we are all feeling the pressure of the exam. How have you been faring? Midoriya raised an eyebrow at her. You mean, since this morning? The girl tilted her head at him and raised her visible eyebrow just slightly. Do you not recall, Midoriya? It was his turn to tilt his head back at her. You know my name? We dashed. Before the conversation could go further, Present Mick's voice echoed across the arena. What are you waiting for? Get moving. Midoriya looked down to see the girl had already left, along with a ton of the other participants. Crap. Using color fill at 15%, he was able to quickly use enhanced parkour moves to free run to the top of a skyscraper. With the aerial view, he could see a cluster of robots much further from the various students. Time to go to work. He grinned. Ripping the notebook from his waist, he quickly sketched a hoverboard and a rocket launcher. Within seconds, he was flying 10 feet off the ground and the board, and shot a missile at a cluster of 5 three-pointer robots. Oh yeah, he said to himself, happily. As they all exploded, he swung himself over on top of another building to get a better vantage point. As luck would have it, a few two-pointers were marching along towards two students who weren't faring too well. Perhaps their quirks aren't combat-related. As the robots enclosed the pair, Midoriya drew a giant thwomp and tossed the page over the side of the building before animating it. The giant rectangular block fell from the sky and crushed the robots, saving the two students. They looked up to see Midoriya waving to them. Thank you, one of the girls called. Oh, he rescued those two and took out a few robots, Midnight purred. This one looks promising so far. Yes, few other students have racked up 19 points so quickly, and a few rescue points to boot. All Might chuckled, trying not to show any bias. Even more so, this kid has two quirks? Edge Shot added. Pretty rare. You think he'd stick with the enhanced strength over the art stuff? Midoriya used color fill at 8% to punch the top off a 1-point robot, but shook his fist out as he did. Oh crap, I need to draw myself some better gloves if I want to do that. He drew a few grenades and hopped back on the hoverboard. By his estimation, he had racked up about 40 points or so in the last few minutes. The robots were pretty sturdy, but it didn't take more than a grenade or a shock from a taser to immobilize them. By contrast, taking them out with color fill was a bit harder. if only because he was punching or kicking solid steel. Suddenly, a rush of people began rushing towards him. "Run!" Someone screamed as about 50 students ran past him. In the stampede, he got knocked to the ground and made panicked eye contact with the same blue-haired boy. "What the crap?" He groaned as he stood up. As he looked ahead of him, he immediately realized what the need to panic. Present Mick's words from earlier about a 0-point obstacle to avoid came into view. It was absolutely monstrous in size, towering over any of the other buildings. It was a terror, a kaiju, a creation made only to strike fear into the hearts of mankind, to scare out any who would not be serious about real hero work, a sign to abandon all hope. "Oh man, that thing's so cool, I wish I could draw it," he said in awe, stepping back. He held out his fingers in a frame to try and commit to memory. But as he tried to get a mental image for later, he noticed it was stomping right towards a brown-haired girl who was struggling under some rubble. "Oh crap!" he cried. He quickly took out his sketchbook and drew a comically oversized slingshot, which he poofed onto the ground. As he did, he saw the silver-haired girl from earlier running past him. "Oh hey wait, I need your help." The girl with the silver hair and kimono stopped and looked at him. She glanced from Midoriya to the slingshot, eyebrows raised. "Surely you must be joking. About launching myself at the robot?" "No," Midoriya replied, giving her a grin. "Midoriya, it's too dangerous to dash." "No, this is foolproof," he insisted. "You have the poltergeist quirk, right?" She nodded. "Just use it to pull back on the slingshot and shoot me at the robot," he directed, as if he was giving the girl directions to the grocery store. "You're mad," the girl replied plainly. But it was too late. Midoriya had already put himself in the seat on the slingshot. "Probably. But come on, it's just like Angry Birds. Aim for its chest." The girl just shook her head, but did as asked. Midoriya felt the slingshot stretch backwards and groan under the pressure. "I hope you know what you are doing," the kimono-clad girl said as she let go. Midoriya zoomed through the air towards the robot. Color-filled dropkick. He pushed his limit up to the maximum he could manage without hurting himself, 15%. As his feet planted into the robot, he ignored the stinging pain that shot up his entire lower body and used the recoil to kick off. The robot groaned under the pressure and stumbled backwards. Once he righted himself in the air, Midoriya took out a pre-drawn rocket launcher he had saved in his utility belt for just the occasion and animated it into his hands. "Fire in the hole." The rocket made contact with the robot's head and exploded, causing the robot to collapse altogether. Midoriya grinned at his plan succeeding just the way he visualized it. That was, until gravity kicked in, and his notebook and pencil fell out of his belt. "I should have drawn a parachute," he sighed as he plummeted towards the ground. He turned towards the ground and tried to prepare one for all. He'd probably have to break a limb to create a big enough air pocket to save himself. He braced himself, but about 40 meters from the ground, he began to slow down, and realized he was surrounded by the same white, ethereal glow he had seen earlier. As he was slowly lowered towards the ground, the girl with the silver hair and the kimono walked over to him. "That was quite reckless, Midoriya. You are lucky my quirk can manipulate beings other than myself." Midoriya let out a sigh of relief as his feet hit solid ground, and the buzzer for completing the test sounded across the arena. He bowed to his savior, politely. "Thank you, miss. Any further down and I would have ended up looking like a Picasso or a Pollock?" The girl chuckled. "Well, glad to see you still appreciate art." Midoriya tilted his head. "What do you mean?" She went to say something to him, but Present Mick's voice cut her off. "Will all examinees please exit the battlefield? Please report to Recovery Girl for injuries." The girl with the silver hair sighed, and went to say something to Midoriya, but she was interrupted once more as the girl they had saved, with the brown hair, ran over to them and bowed. "Thank you so much you guys," she said. "I didn't think I would be able to get out of that rubble in time." She stood up and gave them a bright smile. "I'm Uraraka Ochako. Midoriya," he stuttered, a little overwhelmed to be near two cute girls at once. "My name is Yanagi Reiko," the silver hair girl said, flatly. "Pleasure to meet you." When he heard the name, something in Midoriya's brain clicked. "Wait a minute, I know that name," he thought, turning and looking at the silver-haired girl. "Yanagi?" The girl let out a short, quick rueful chuckle and lowered her mask. "Finally. I was wondering whether you would recognize me, Midoriya. Then again, we haven't seen each other since elementary." Midoriya blushed as he got a full look at the girl's face. It was true, they hadn't seen each other for a few years, and he certainly didn't remember her being so pretty. I guess I didn't recognize you with the mask." And your lips didn't look like that when we were kids. Well, you were the only person I've had the pleasure of knowing who always had a pencil and paper with you for your quirk, so perhaps it was easier for myself to spot you, Yanagi admitted. While her voice was still flat and stoic, her features softened slightly. Wow, I thought you guys were like friends or something with how well you work together, Uraraka said happily. She looked around as cleanup crews began cleaning up the destruction. We should get out of here. Agreed, Yanagi said. But before they left, she again floated Midoriya's notebook and pencil down to him, manipulating the objects with her fingers as she used her quirk. You lost these again? Thank you. He cried, taking them graciously and reattaching them to his belt. Your quirk has gotten so much stronger, Yanagi. The slightest pink tinge graced her cheeks as the three walked. Well, one could only hope. I saw her using pieces of broken robots to destroy a whole bunch of them, Uraraka laughed. What was it like as kids? She used to be able to lift one thing at a time, no bigger than a chair, Midoriya replied. I still thought it was the coolest thing ever. I think I still have the picture I drew of you making my mom's armchair float somewhere in my desk. Well, now I can manipulate objects up to as big as a person, though I have a hard limit of about 12 things, Yanagi said quietly. Besides, not only has your quirk changed exponentially, you never mentioned you had a strength-bursting one as well. Yeah, what was with you drop-kicking that robot? Uraraka added eagerly. You were like a green missile. And then you legit shot a missile. You two are like short-range, mid-range and long-range all wrapped up in a green and silver team. The two of them blushed. Midoriya, having been sworn to secrecy about One for All, told his practiced lie, despite how guilty it made him feel. The strength one actually developed late. I'm not as comfortable with it as I am the art stuff. The three chatted about their quirks until they had left the battlefield, where they were advised by Present Mike that they would be mailed the results in a few weeks. After leaving the building, Uraraka split off from the two, leaving Yanagi and Midoriya to catch up as they retreated back to their vehicles. So now you can make lifelike creations from all your drawings? Color and size? Yanagi asked. That's exquisite. I bet Tokage would be thrilled to hear that. That was another name that clicked in Midoriya's head. Tokage, that was the girl with the green hair and lizard tail quirk, right? Where she could pop her limbs off. Yanagi confirmed. Tokage is also attempting to get into you today as well, though she had the good fortune to get in on recommendations. Midoriya's jaw dropped. Yanagi chuckled. Trust me, we were all shocked as well. She got serious about her grades in middle school, and her aunt is one of the pro-hero faculty. I can only imagine that helped tremendously. Oh, I never would have thought, Midoriya laughed. She was kind of a goof from what I remember. She still is, unfortunately, Reiko sighed. And her penchant for nicknames still goes strong. I'm either Ghosty or Casper or some such nonsense. Midoriya laughed. Part of him still felt nervous around her, but a bit of a weight dropped off his shoulders when he realized this was one of the few friends his quirk had won him as a kid. Before he could respond, he heard his mother shout from her car, "Oh my goodness, is that little Reiko?" "Oh God, Mum, no," Midoriya whispered as he cringed. Seeing the reaction, Yanagi smiled, ever so slightly, and turned to see the older Midoriya waving from her car. "Hello, Mrs. Midoriya," the ghostly one greeted, tone shifting ever so slightly to convey politeness as she bowed. Izuku let out a deep sigh as Inko got out of the car. "You were barely up to my stomach the last time I saw you." The mother cried. "It's been ages. Were you taking the hero exam as well?" Reiko confirmed with a nod. "I was able to aid your son in a most daring rescue. Now you're just doing it on purpose?" Izuku grumped. Reiko shot him a look with a glint in her eye that confirmed, indeed, she was. "That's wonderful," Inko cried, delighted. "You should come join us for dinner, dear. I'm sure you're starving." "That would be lovely, though unfortunately my father had plans to take me out this evening," Yanagi declined. "Perhaps I should exchange contact information with Midoriya so we can arrange another time." Midoriya turned to look at the girl, shocked. "Oh, why is it sure?" Quickly, the two traded phones and put their numbers in each other's phones. Afterwards, Yanagi politely bowed and said, "I hope we both pass the exam, Midoriya." "Why me too?" he answered, trying not to freak out that he now had a girl's phone number that wasn't his mom's. As she walked away, Midoriya tried extra hard not to check her out in front of his mom, only partially succeeding. As he got into the car, he tried not to acknowledge the smug look his mom was giving him. "Grandchildren," was all his mom said. "I'm 15 and well, not now, but you know dash." Can we go home, please? He asked, burying his face in his hands. I am also starving. Me, your precious son, who would also enjoy eating dinner. Inko laughed. Fine, fine. On the drive home, Yanagi took out her cell phone and began to text one of her oldest friends. Me, greetings Tokage. How did you fare in the recommendation exams? Raptor. You know, you can be less formal in text. Raptor. But good. Aunt Namuri says I'm a shoo-in. How about you? Me, I am semi-confident in my practical performance. I have some doubts on the written. Did you want to come by later and discuss it over some scary movies? Me, and again, Jurassic Park does not qualify as a scary movie. Raptor. Wow. Big rude. You ask me to come over and then you break my heart. Fifth. I thought we were friends. Raptor. But yeah, I'll swing by later. Over the next 2 weeks, All Might had to avoid contacting Midoriya, so that others would not suspect anything about the symbol of peace having a protege. While Midoriya understood, the anxiety of waiting was driving him nuts. He could barely even draw anything, which was a first for him ever since his quirk manifested. So 2 weeks later, when a hollow disc arrived in the mail, he barricaded himself in his room immediately to watch it. Setting it on his desk, he clicked it open with bated breath. I am here. The All Might holographic cried, in virtual form with some good news. As soon as the words, good news, hit Midoriya's ears, he grinned ear to ear as he took in the news. He had scored third highest in battle points, and first in a hidden factor called rescue points. So beginning this spring, you will be enrolled in the Hero Course Class 1B. And just so you know, there was a lot of fighting about who was going to claim you in their class. Midoriya felt himself blush. More than one teacher wanted him in his class? That was awesome. He watched it once more to make sure he wasn't dreaming, and as soon as it finished again he rushed from his room, where his mom was waiting, and immediately hugged her. I got in. You got in. I got in. My baby got in. Crying ensued from the both of them. Inko recovered first before wiping her eyes. Well then we'll need to make your favorite for dinner. Katsudon. Yes. Izuku fist pumped. Oh, and I need to get some designs to UA's support course. Inko watched as the boy ran back to his desk and began sketching his modifications. It was an odd feeling for Inko. She had been watching that boy draw at that desk for almost his whole life. After his quirk manifested, he sometimes spent the whole day doing it. She'd never have dreamed it would have gotten him into his dream school, but her chest swelled with pride as she watched him. So, as your new homeroom teacher, it gives me great happiness to accept you to Class 1BS Hero Course, the holographic Vlad King recording said as it sat on Yanagi's desk. Nice. Tokage said from Yanagi's bed where she was sitting. That's the same one I got? Oh, I thought maybe the recommendation students would have gotten something a bit more elegant. Yanagi said back. You know, Casper, with the monotone I can't tell if you're being sarcastic and giving meshit about the recommendations thing, or if you're being serious. Satunsa groaned. And I consider this ability my greatest gift, Yanagi replied with only a faint smirk. Her phone vibrated and she levitated it from her pocket with her quirk. She sighed as she read it. Looks like Dad is working late tonight. Says we can order a pizza, but nothing too crazy. Payday is still a few days off. Tokage's expression fell. Well, want me to see if you can crash me and my parents' dinner plans? You know that if my father is working into the night, your parents likely are too, Yanagi deadpanned. I can ask, Casper, Tokage replied, already texting. Not minutes later, she got a buzz back that confirmed, indeed, the two teens were on their own. It had been about 5 or 6 years since both Tokage and Yanagi's families had moved to the Saitama prefecture. Yanagi's father and Tokage's parents were partners in the same support tech firm, and when the company expanded, they had been placed in charge of the new facility. Funnily enough, while the girls were close before the move, they had become nigh inseparable after the move. When they started up life in a new area and a new school, they found a familiar face was more welcome than they remembered. Ever since then, the girls were together almost every day after school. Once, Tokage had introduced Yanagi to someone as her albino half-sister, and their friendship suffered a nasty blow, but that was water under the bridge. So are you going to bleach your hair once more before school starts? Yanagi asked. No, Tokage sighed, scrolling through pizza options. To be honest, I think I want to leave that gyre stuff behind, you know? Just felt. I dunno. Kinda shallow. I'm practically a woman now. Yes, that plethora of dinosaur stuffed animals that adorn your bed just bellows adulthood, Yanagi quipped, drawing an eye roll from her friend. But I think you look exquisite with your natural hair. That green is so rare, and a very lovely color. Tokage blushed slightly. For all her bluster, genuine compliments made her squirm. Thanks, I guess? Something clicked in Yanagi's mind when she saw someone with green hair blushing. Oh, speaking of, guess who was in the exam with me? Midoriya jumped as his phone buzzed. He grabbed it, expecting it to be All Might again. He was to have one last sparring session tomorrow with Gran Torino before he went to the school, but that message had come about an hour ago. When he looked at his phone screen, his throat went dry. One unread message, Yanagi Reiko. He'd never really texted with a girl before, but when he opened the message and it read, "Greetings, Midoriya," he knew that this was a bit different than normal. She speaks kind of verbose sometimes. She must text that way too. Me? Hey Yanagi. Yanagi, I received confirmation that I shall be attending UA. I had not heard from you, so I wanted to see if you had been successful as well. Me? Yeah, I got in too. Sorry, I didn't even think to text you. What class are you in? Yanagi, it is no trouble, I should have reached out as well. Tokage and I will be in class 1B under the hero Vlad King. Yanagi, Tokage says hi, by the way. She is eager to reacquaint with you. Me, I'm in the same class as well. And I say hi back. It will be nice to know someone, going to hero school will be intimidating. Yanagi, that is delightful. I must be truly lucky to start with two friends at my side. Midoriya smiled to himself. He didn't really hang out with anyone. None of the people in his martial arts classes or art classes were in the same grade as him, so he never felt right asking to hang out with them. So the fact that Yanagi was willing to call him a friend? After not seeing him in 5 or 6 years. It made going to a new school all that much more exciting. Me, you said it. What are the odds? Good job today, kid. I almost worked up a sweat. Gran Torino grinned as he grabbed his cane off the ground. Almost. Even working at 8% power, All Might added. That's enough for a novice-level strength enhancement quirk. You'll fit right in. Yeah, but he's going in with 2 quirks, Gran Torino huffed. You're going to have a target on your back? Oh, Midoriya said, face falling slightly. Is that what you meant about the teachers fighting over me? Well, that, but also, everyone's going to look to outshine you, All Might clarified. The teacher for 1A tried to group you in, but then he would have had the top 3 scorers from the exam. Your new homeroom teacher threw a stink about it, and principal shuffled you around the last minute. The point is, the staff knows to expect a lot from you, so you'll have to live up to that performance. Midoriya's face turned determined and he nodded. Got it. I can do that for sure. Alright, well, I think I've been away from home for too long. Gran Torino began. Wait. Midoriya blurted out. See, can I get a picture so I can draw you? I like to draw every pro I've seen in person. Gran Torino rolled his eyes. You better not go asking girls that, or they'll think you're a big pervert. Midoriya blushed. It was a day he dreamed would never happen. I mean, he'd always hoped his quirk would be good enough, but a lifetime of having it put down really made it seem like a pipe dream. But here he was, outside of you, red shoes strapped in, backpack on his back, and sketchbook under his arm. Broccoli? Broccoli, is that you? Huh. He turned around to see a girl his age running towards him. When he saw the shaggy green hair shaking as she ran, and the sharp teeth, he recognized her. He smiled. Good morning, Tokage. He couldn't help but yelp as the girl jumped into him with a flying hug. He'd always remembered her as kind of a goofball, and they were indeed friends as kids, but he wasn't expecting to be greeted so informally. Holy crap, it's been forever, Broccoli. I'd recognize that mop top anywhere, she said, jumping back. But as she did, her hands detached and stayed on his arms. Oh, I was about to say you haven't changed, but it looks like you took a few trips to the gun show, huh? Midoriya blushed. He squirmed as Tokage's hands began feeling up and down his biceps. G-gun show? I might have to start calling you Muscles. She snickered. She detached her head, which made him jump. Why, you can detach your head now? He said. You could never do that. What are you doing? By now, the floating head of Tokage Setsuna had traveled a full circle around Midoriya twice. She popped her head and hands back to her body and laughed. Boy, puberty was nice to you, huh? Mama likes. She noticeably glanced him up and down once more. Midoriya blankly stared at her for a minute as he tried to process those words. He'd heard all of those words before, sure, but not in that order or directed at him in the form of a compliment. In fact, he couldn't remember a time in his life a girl that wasn't his mom ever said something nice about how he looked. What? Tokage just cackled as Yanagi, who had taken the same train as Tokage of course, walked up to them. Good morrow, Midoriya. I apologize if Tokage has already made you uncomfortable with her wisecracks. It's fine. He gulped. We should get in so we aren't late. The three of them walked into the building, thankful that the first-year students had their classes on the first floor. So it seems like both of your quirks have really changed, Midoriya said, breaking the ice the only way he was probably comfortable, discussing quirks. Yeah, I'm up to 25 pieces now. Tokage grinned, showing off her mouth full of jagged teeth. Aunt Namuri was so impressed with that and my middle school grades that she gave me a recommendation, and it has not gone to her head in the slightest, Yanagi deadpanned. Midoriya stifled a laugh as Tokage detached her head once more and floated it up to the ceiling. Doesn't hurt to have your head in the clouds sometimes, Casper. She bumped into one of the light fixtures and added in now. Midoriya laughed. Again. Well, I guess some things haven't changed. Midoriya Izuku, like many third graders, thought recess was the best part of the school day. Not that he didn't get good grades or enjoy his subjects, but it gave him a much-needed break to stretch his legs with the other kids. He especially loved it in the early summer, because they let the children eat lunch outside too. As he sat down next to Yanagi in the grass, the two opened their lunch bags and dumped out the contents. Want to trade my raisins for your apple? Midoriya asked right away. I find these terms acceptable, Yanagi replied quietly, and used her quirk to move the items to and fro, one at a time. That's so stinking cool, Midoriya said in awe. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder and turned to look. No one was there. Ah, got you again. Tokage snickered as she sat down next to Yanagi and recalled her floating left hand. Guess I gotta hand it to you, Midoriya snickered, drawing a laugh from Tokage and a groan from Yanagi. Regardless of the terrible puns you two plague me with, I fear all the basketballs have been taken for recess already, Yanagi said as she bit into her sandwich. Deplorable. Peanut butter and jelly again? I can draw us a ball to play with? Midoriya volunteered. Or some jump ropes or something? Our hero, Reiko replied, making Midoriya blush. Orange, you glad he's our friend, Casper? Tokage said, nudging Yanagi. Get it? 'Cause basketballs are orange? Yanagi glared at the lizard-like girl. That hardly needed explaining. As the three caught up, they were interrupted by the sound of a small explosion and a scream from a classroom they were passing, Class 1A. Wow, shit, I nerd, said a screaming blur of blonde hair. How did you even get into this school, you effing Deku? At the word, Deku, Midoriya locked up nervously, and he was suddenly staring down an angry Bakugo who had grabbed him by the collar. Kacchan? He replied, nervously. I passed the exam. With Yojitoi quirk. You must have cheated. Bakugo screamed in his face. Midoriya blinked and wiped the spit from the screaming blonde off his face. Before he could even stammer out a response, Bakugo's body was surrounded by the ever-familiar ethereal white glow of Yanagi's quirk. She floated Bakugo back to the door of Class 1A. Midoriya performed quite admirably, Yanagi replied. Her usually flat tone held just a hint of finality, but for Tokage, she knew that was as close to angry outburst as the girl usually got it. Yeah man, what's it to you? Tokage snorted. You sure haven't changed. Bakugo looked at the two girls with visible confusion. I don't even effing know who you extras are. Tokage opened her mouth to argue back, but Midoriya gently grabbed her arm and pulled her towards Class 1B. See, come on guys, should you get to 1B before we're late. Bakugo, get in here, cried the familiar voice of the blue-haired teen from the entrance exam. Hurriedly, Midoriya led the other two away from class, trying not to flinch as a shout of, "This isn't over, Deku," came from their sister class. Geez, Tokage grumbled as they went inside their new classroom. Didn't miss that guy. The three ended up being the last ones to enter. As the other 17 students looked up at the trio, Midoriya couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Meeting new people was never his strong suit. But it wasn't more than a second before a girl with long red hair walked up to them, extending a hand. Hey, I'm Kendo Itsuka. Looks like that's all of us. Tokage, the most social of the three, extended her own arm, literally, by detaching it, and shook the hand of Kendo. Hey Red, I'm Tokage Setsuna. I'll need that back. She popped her arm back on, to the bewilderment of the red-haired girl. The cutie with the green hair is Midoriya Izuku, and the pretty ghost here is Yanagi Reiko. Both Midoriya and Yanagi looked to the side, blushing. Kendo laughed. You guys must know each other? We went to elementary school tea together, Midoriya replied, quietly. Oh cool. Kendo said. Small world, huh? Alright, take your seats, came a gruff voice from the front of the room. The students all looked up to see a rather large and intimidating man in a red hero suit at the teacher's desk. Quickly, all the teens found desks. Good, the man said. My name is Kensekijiro, but I was known as the hero Vlad King. Since I've taken to teaching, my ranking isn't very high, so I'm not too offended if none of you have heard of me. An audible sigh of relief went up around the room, to the teacher's slight annoyance. We have some time before the welcoming ceremony, and later this afternoon we'll take something called a quirk apprehension test, so in the meantime, let's go around and introduce ourselves and our quirks. Midoriya's face lit up and he opened a fresh page in his notebook. New quirks to draw. The teens all went around, introducing themselves and their quirks. Midoriya was ecstatic and listened in detail, taking a little bit of delight when one of them was able to demonstrate their quirks, like Kendo or Shiozaki. He got so wrapped up in his sketches. Oh, how do I illustrate Hananuki's quirk? Midoriya Izuku? Oh, I wonder what Shishida's beast form looks like? Midoriya Izuku had lost track of whose turn it was. Kaibara's quirk is hard to really draw, just looks like I messed up the joints. Midoriya. Yes. He answered, jumping as he looked down. Some snickers went up around the class. What, pray tell, are you writing that is so important that you weren't paying attention? Vlad King said. Oh, sorry, it's for my quirk. He replied, standing up. And my name is Midoriya Izuku. And my quirk is called animation. Anything I draw I can bring to life for 24 hours, and I really get excited to draw new quirks. Is that what you've been working on this whole time? Kinoko asked. Why yes, Midoriya admitted. He tapped his drawing of Kendo, and a small version of her appeared on his desk, growing and shrinking her monochromatic fists. You guys have really cool quirks, I kind of just got carried away. That's so cool. Kendo smiled. He's been like this since we were little kids, Tokage added. Alright, settle down, Vlad King told the class, though he had a grin himself. I understand your enthusiasm, but try not to get carried away, Midoriya. According to your file, you have 2 quirks. The class again turned and looked at him, but this time Midoriya could feel a more judgmental gaze from the group. Why, sir? He gulped. It's a strength enhancement quirk. I developed that one late. Oh yeah, you're the guy who totally drop-kicked the 0-pointer? Tetsu cried out. Yanagi helped, Midoriya replied, rubbing the back of his head. Yanagi shrank down into her seat, slightly. Well, the teacher said, clapping his hands together. That's a double-edged sword. 2 very different quirks means you'll have twice as many strengths, but it's also twice as many areas to train. Now, I think it's time we make our way to the opening assembly. As all the students got up, Tokage whispered, you just avoided getting on the day 1 sheet list, Broccoli. Yanagi stood between the two. Fear not, there is still time for you to make the list, Tokage. I'll try and keep it to only being on your sheet list, Casper, Tokage grinned. Midoriya snickered. I'd like to stay off anyone's sheet list, you guys, come on. This feels just like 3rd grade all over again. The students of Class 1B were surprised that Class 1A hadn't showed up to the welcoming assembly. Principal Nizu continued on without any thought or concern to the matter, so it must not have been that big of a deal. Still, Vlad King seemed annoyed that his counterpart for the hero course wasn't present. The assembly was pretty nice, all things considered. Presentations and speakers addressed the support, general and business courses too, which were all top of line. It was impressive, considering Aldra had never exactly been a palace of amenities, in Midoriya's opinion. After the assembly and some introductions to their classes from Ectoplasm and Present Mike, Izuku had a chance to geek out about meeting famous pro-hero Lunch Rush. He stayed behind in the line just a tad too long asking the hero questions, so when he took his tray and turned towards a cafeteria that could only be called vast, he felt a twinge of panic. Crap, do I have to sit alone again? Well, until a disembodied hand landed on his shoulder. He instantly recognized it as Tokage's as it began pointing him towards a table. A wave of relief washed over him as he saw her waving him over with the rest of her arm. He sat down at the table to see just about all of Class 1B already there. Surprised you could tear yourself away from your new best friend, Tokage snickered. I can't believe you asked Lunch Rush what the secret to his egg drop soup was. I needed some answers for my... Midoriya began, realizing she was kidding halfway through the sentence. Drawings? Tokage laughed. You must have so many sketchbooks at home. You were like that as a wee one. Do you draw every hero you've seen, Sir Midoriya? Shishida asked. He was seated across the table from Midoriya, next to Kendo. I try to, he answered. I never thought my quirk would be all that great for heroics, so I kind of got obsessed with heroes and their quirks. Wanted to capture them all. He's a total fanboy. Tokage said, throwing an arm over him. But he's really good. I'm okay. The boy added, shyly, but I can't wait to see your quirk in action during the test, Shishida. It can be rather undignified, but I'd like to think it's quite formidable, the furry lad replied with a smile. Midoriya listened as his classmates talked about their quirks and their personalities. But from a few tables over he could see Bakugo shooting him a death glare. He tried to put it out of his mind, but as he looked around the cafeteria he saw there was another student giving him a death glare, a boy with red and white hair, and a scar over one of his eyes. Yanagi noticed as well. Have you done something to draw that boy's ire, Midoriya? I don't think so, he replied. It does look like he's glaring at me though. He shifted his focus back to his table. He didn't seem to have any enemies in his class, which was the most important thing. And he was able to forget the dirty looks once they all went outside for the quirk assessment test. So, I'm sure you all remember the physical fitness exams you took growing up. Vlad King instructed on what looked like a softball field. The students had all gathered in their gym uniforms, as instructed. A groan went up across the class. But this is a hero school, so we're going to do something like that with quirks? The groan turned into a collective cheer. All right. This will give a good sense of your abilities and strengths. This isn't for grades, I just want to get a measure on where everyone needs to improve. So make sure you do your best. He took out a baseball and a speed radar. Kendu, can you assist me with the first event? The class watched as Vlad demonstrated that he wanted them to stand in a circle and just throw the ball as hard as they could. With her enhanced strength and giant hands, Kendu managed to get 527.2 meters, drawing gasps of admiration from her classmates. Midoriya watched as Yanagi took it to the outer limits of her quirk, which was only about 100 meters. Tokage separated her hand, flew it out with the ball another 400 meters and then threw it, falling just short of Kendu's goal. Kaibara had the highest score of 659, but he had spun his arms so rapidly the ball went backwards when he released it. Vlad still counted it though. Shishida fell just behind in his beast form at 654. Some of the other students didn't have as much luck, of course. Kinoko's mushrooms were of no help, so she just threw it. Juzo was in the same boat. Midoriya, can you try once with both quirks? Vlad asked. The Grianet squirmed. All the attention to his dual nature made him feel very put upon. Still he nodded and decided to go with color fill. Since he wasn't in combat he pushed himself all the way up to 15%. With as hard as he mustered, he threw it a good 325 meters. Not bad at all. Is that as hard as your strength enhancement goes? The teacher questioned. Well, no, he admitted, nervously. That's about 15%. If I go higher I actually break my arms. Murmurs went up around the class, and Tokage and Yanagi exchanged a concerned glance. Vlad raised his eyebrows. Well, that doesn't sound like it was fun to figure out. I assume you had to build up some resistance? Midoriya nodded. Well, we'll have to see what we can do to boost that. Now let's try with animation. Try and beat that number. Midoriya nodded and grabbed his notebook and pencil. Tapping his chin a few times, inspiration struck. His classmates watched, curiously as he quickly drew and animated a shoulder-mounted grenade launcher. Stuffing the baseball in, he aimed and shot across the field. 398 meters. Vlad King replied. I didn't think you could put a baseball into a grenade launcher. You probably can't. Midoriya replied, scratching his cheek. But if I have a vague understanding of what would need to change with my drawings, my quirk adapts it. So it's just, this is a drawing of a grenade launcher that shoots baseballs. I see. All right, on to the long jumps. While Class 1B was out on the field, Monoma Nito of Class 1A watched them from his seat behind Bakugo. He chuckled to himself as Present Mike went over their syllabus for this term's English lesson. Don't they just look so inferior, Bakugo? Shut up, Blondie, Bakugo replied without turning around. Midoriya looked up at the scoreboard. He was placed in third, right behind Shishida and Kaibara, using scoring highly with both quirks. Unfortunately, there wasn't much he could do for a lot of the tests with animation. The ramp and rocket-powered skateboard he drew for the long jump backfired by taking off without him and flying off into the parking lot. Yanagi had scored far lower than him, if only because, despite her quirk's power, she couldn't manipulate herself. Though she did earn some brownie points for retrieving Midoriya's rocket board. Alright, last, we have a 100-meter dash. Vlad King said. Shishida, Since you're ranked first, you go ahead and get us started. The sophisticated boy nodded, put his glasses in his pocket, and took to the starting line. As he erupted into beast form and galloped the full 100 meters, the class cheered. I'm never going to get used to that, Kaibara shuddered. Good form, Vlad called. Next up. Midoriya watched as each student went, impressed. Yanagi grabbed a large rock and levitated it while she hugged it, making pretty good time. Tokage just split herself in half, using her legs to run and her upper half to float, racing herself. The legs won. All right, Midoriya, Vlad called. Let's see what you can do faster. Use your strength enhancement there, and draw me something to get back. You got it, Midoriya said. He walked up to the starting line and crouched down, charging color fill. Ow ow, Tokage hollered from the sidelines. A few of the other classmates snickered, but Ibra muttered something about sinning. Yanagi merely slapped her own forehead and shook her head. Who asked for cake? Hey, Vlad barked. Tokage, one more comment about Midoriya's rear end and you'll be sent to the principal's office. Midoriya was glad no one could see how red his face was as he took off running. Luckily, it just pushed him to run harder as he sprinted across the finish line. Just short of Shishida's time, Midoriya, Vlad called. Let's see what your drawings can do. Midoriya caught his breath and turned, looking at the eager faces of his classmates. His gaze lingered over Tokage for a second, and he got an idea. She'd been teasing him all day, maybe he could tease back in some way. He poured his inspiration onto the page and animated it, revealing a muzzled raptor with a saddle on its back. What? Tokage screamed, as the rest of class cheered. Midoriya hopped on the saddle and kicked the raptor's sides. Ya Fizbo! The raptor, aptly named Fizbo, growled and took off running as Midoriya held the reins. As soon as it crossed the finish line, he tapped its head with the eraser and landed on his feet. My claws were sharper than that raptor's, Kamakiri scoffed as the rest of the class cheered and hollered. Vlad scratched at this chin. I have questions. Why was the raptor tame? Oh, I drew it tame, Midoriya explained. Vlad was rendered speechless. It had a saddle, Midoriya continued, nervously. So, I had specified that it was tame. It made sense when I drew it? So it's intent-based? The teacher questioned. Yeah, I think so. Midoriya replied, scratching the back of his neck. And, you named it Fizbo? Vlad deadpanned. Well, Yoshi seemed too obvious. Well, that was the best time, Vlad said, looking at the stopwatch. Though I've never seen anyone use an animal to do the dash. Anyway, let me tally up the scores. As Midoriya retreated back to the class. He gulped as Tokage rushed up to him and cupped his cheeks, making his face heat up as she got way too close for comfort. Freckles. You can make dinosaurs. Like real ones? This has been a good exercise, Vlad King said, looking over his notes. Some of you have quirks that aren't suited for this, but it gives me some ideas. You're all dismissed for the day. Hit the showers and head home. Midoriya sighed and headed back towards the locker room. He could be happy with second place. As he walked, Tokage slung her arm around his shoulder again. Give it to me straight, Broccoli. Are you going to ditch Casper and I for the big leagues? Midoriya gulped at the repeated close contact. Childhood friend or not, now that puberty had graced all these teenagers with hormones, it felt a bit different. YUSS scored F50 Tokage, I don't think I outclassed YU. I appreciate you haven't let stardom get to your head, she replied, nudging him in the ribs. It drew a chuckle from him. I would fare to say I was outclassed, if we're speaking in earnest, Yanagi sighed from the other side of Tokage. Perhaps one day I'll be able to manipulate myself with my quirk, but today was just not meant for me. You two performed quite well, however. Why your quirk is amazing, Midoriya assured her. Why you'll be able to show it off next tea time, I'm sure. Hopefully so. She replied. Thank you, Midoriya. Mom, I'm home, Izuku cried as he got through the door. Inko had been waiting anxiously for the last hour to hear about her son's first day at the prestigious hero school. There had been a lot of guilt building in her mind over the last few weeks, if she was completely honest with herself. She had never thought his quirk was suited for such dangerous work, so when he actually managed to get into UA, she felt like she was eating crow on some of her old conversations with her son. 6 years prior. Inko sighed when she heard the door to the apartment slam shut, and the sound of her 9-year-old son run into his room. She was pretty sure she hard sniffling too. There were 2 ways Izuku normally came home. Either happy and excited to tell his mother about his day, or, well, essentially what had just happened. She walked over to his door and gave it a gentle knock. Izuku, sweetie, was that you? Leave me alone, was the familiar answer that came through the door. A bad day for sure, Inko realized with a sigh. It seemed Izuku had more and more of those ever since his little friends Reiko and Setsuna had moved. With no one else to hang out with, he gravitated back towards Katsuki and his group, much to Inko's dismay. Would you like a cookie? She asked, hoping she could bribe him with sweets. Well, I'll just eat them all myself. No, I want a cookie. Inko smiled and went to retrieve the cookies from the kitchen. Putting one on a plate, she walked into the room to see another familiar sight. Her son sitting on his bed with his knees pulled up to his chest. He had already changed into his t-shirt and shorts, so Inko set down his cookie and walked over to his clothes hamper. "Oh wait," Izuku cried. It was too late. Inko had picked up his dirty uniform and sighed to see another uniform shirt was burnt. She let out a large sigh and turned to her son. "Did you and Katsuki have another fight?" Little Izuku said nothing, just turned away from his mother. "Tell me what happened, or I'll take away the All Might game," his mother replied, sternly. With a groan and flopped down onto the bed, Izuku gave up. Kacchan said my quirk would never be good enough to be a hero like All Might. So when I tried to draw something to prove him wrong, he blew up my sketchbook. Again, Inko said, trying to keep the aggravation out of her voice. She had already wasted more than enough money on art supplies for her son. It was bad enough he went through paper like a madman, but did Katsuki really have to destroy so much of it? Izuku nodded, fighting back the tears in his eyes. Inko sat down and ruffled her son's hair. "I'm sorry. You want me to call Aunt Mitsuki again?" Izuku shook his head and rolled over, facing the wall. "I'm gonna be a way better hero than him, someday. Right, Mom?" Inko let out a sigh. "It's not all about heroics, Izuku. There's a lot you can do with your quirk, okay?" She saw her son let out a small quiver. Either from sadness or annoyance, she wasn't sure. "I'm going to get started on dinner. Do your homework, okay?" Present day. "Is that you, Izuku?" His mother yelled from the kitchen, pretending she hadn't been waiting for him at the living room table. "How was your first day?" "It was awesome," he exclaimed, excitedly, putting his backpack down next to an armchair and sitting across from her. "My classmates have such cool quirks. And guess who's in my class?" Once on their train ride home, Yanagi did what she always did, scour the creepypasta websites for any new material. Tokage did what always did as well, lean over her shoulder and give her a hard time. "Any good spookums today, Casper?" Tokage teased as she grabbed her own phone. She frowned slightly as she read her new, unread message. "Ah crap. My parents aren't going to be home tonight. Can I come hang with you?" "To be honest, I'm more surprised the days you don't come right to my house," Yanagi replied with a monotone. "Woo Casper, if I didn't know any better, I would think you hated my company," Tokage said, throwing her hand over her forehead in faux hurt. "With every fiber of my being," was Yanagi's dry quip back. The two girls both snickered and went back to their phones for the rest of the train ride. "That sounds great," Inko beamed. "It makes me so happy to hear your old friends are in your class too. Maybe you could invite them over like you used to?" Izuku's face fell, slightly. "Sure, Mom," he said, half-heartedly. "Don't know if I want you embarrassing me in front of them now that they're hot." "Wait, what?" He felt his face heat up at the realization. No wonder he hadn't felt all the way comfortable with them. Tokage's words of, "Puberty was nice to you," echoed in his head. "You all right, dear?" Inko asked. "You look a little red." "Why yes, sorry. Anyway, I'll talk to them about maybe doing that once we've settled into classes and stuff. I'm not sure where they both live anyway," he said hurriedly. "Casper, let me borrow a shirt," Tokage yawned as they entered the front door of the apartment Reiko shared with her father. "I shall do no such thing," Reiko replied with a sigh. "I've been doing laundry twice as much as usual with how often you borrow my clothes. Next time just bring a shirt in your backpack." Tokage raised an eyebrow. "Please?" "I refuse. I am putting my foot down, Setsuna." "All right, you asked for it," Setsuna chuckled. She took her shirt off and threw it on the couch, leaving nothing but a dark purple bra. Reiko immediately turned red and looked away. "Cover yourself, harlot." Tokage laughed. "Geez, come on Reiko, we've been friends for years and have had like a million sleepovers. Don't tell me for the horror lord is afraid of boobs." "That's," Reiko began, unable to find her tongue. "Put those away, you degenerate. They're going to haunt you, Casper." Tokage laughed, walking closer to the poltergeist user. She grabbed her chest in each hand and shook it at her friend. "Bosoms. I'm getting you a shirt," Yanagi stammered, walking to her room. Party pooper. Tokage called, plopping down on the couch and grabbing the remote. Yanagi shut her door telepathically, deciding to take a breather to try and quell the hammering in her chest. She'd notice her heart rate really crank up today during 2 times. The first was when Midoriya had been doing sit-ups and she had to hold his feet down. She had noticed the way the gym uniforms had clung to certain parts of his body. She had found herself staring at these rather private areas farther than what she considered acceptable. The second was standing behind Tokage when she was in position for the sprint. Again, she found her eyes locked on Tokage's backside for, well, longer than acceptable. With Tokage's brazen actions, that made a 3rd time that day. Yanagi was familiar with lust. But as she had learned from horror movies, it normally just led to trouble. And feeling it towards her only 2 friends at UA seemed particularly troublesome. "Hey Spooky, what are we ordering for dinner?" Tokage yelled from the couch. "Dad says I can buy." Yanagi sighed. "Well, I suppose this shall keep my school life interesting." Today was the day. If yesterday was a big day as the first day of school, day 2 was when the real heroics began. And since Class 1B had hero training in the morning, everyone arrived on pins and needles. When Vlad left the room, there was a noticeable buzz across the students, because they knew who was going to be teaching them. "What do you guys think he's like?" Tsuburaba asked, turning from his seat up front. Ever since he'd found out that Midnight was one of their teachers, he'd taken to picking the front seat. "I bet's got as much boom, bang, pw as in the stories." Fukudashi's speech bubble read. "What do you think?" Awase asked, turning to Kodai. She hummed with a shrug. But even she looked a little fidgety. Midoriya said nothing, of course, as to not advertise their mentor-student relationship, but even he was excited. After cleaning up the beach, most of the actual training had been done by Gran Torino, so seeing All Might's teaching style was going to be an experience. Especially considering he would be teaching the whole class. "Good morning, Class 1B, came a familiar booming voice from the hallway. "I am." All Might opened the door, coming through the door like a normal person. About half the class slapped their foreheads and laughed. "Ah, he's graced us with a retro costume," Kuwaro chuckled. "How amusing. Look at all of you," All Might said proudly. "The next batch of hero hopefuls for today's society. I hope you all got enough sleep and ate your Wheaties today, because we're diving right into some practical training." A cheer went up among the students. Even Kodai smiled, which was a rare feat indeed. Now for the best part of new heroics training. All Might beamed. "Time to suit up. Meet me at ground beta." Compartments opened in the wall, with all the students' hero costumes sliding out. Eagerly, the students all flew out of their seats to their respective compartments. Midoriya was particularly excited. He'd gotten an email last night from the support course, assuring his updated suit would be ready for their morning training, with all the updates he'd requested plus a few more things that would help him with his quirks. Grabbing the garb, he ran to the boys' locker room, eager to try it on. A note accompanied the suit, which he read before he tried it on. "2 quirks, huh? Well, that made this baby a fun one. I kept the green and black color scheme you wanted, but I added some steel soles for your shoes since you said you try to avoid punching. Instead of having all your paper on your belt, I put it on a roll on your left arm, and it perforates on the top. There's also a collapsible tray to pull down and draw on so you always have a sturdy surface. The left glove is padded for strength, and the right glove is an artist's glove that will compress and help prevent carpal tunnel. There are paper refills and pencils in your belt. The roll is pretty easy to change. We'll email you the instructions later tonight. Keep the requests coming. Hatsume." Midoriya smiled at the note and tucked it into his belt once everything was put on, and experimented with the tray on his left arm. The paper was enclosed on his left forearm, making it look bulky, but it was at least protected. He walked out to ground beta, as All Might had instructed, to see most of his classmates were already there. "Guess my costume has more parts. Gotta be quicker." "Hey there, Freckles," came Tokage's voice from behind him. "Is this hero training or cooking school? Because you look like a snack." He blushed but turned towards the girl. "Think," he started, but his tongue got caught in his throat when he got a look at her. If he had trouble keeping his eyes to himself with Yanagi's costume, Tokage's was something else altogether. It was a completely skin-tight bodysuit that was designed to look like scales, but left little to his imagination. Holy crap. Unfortunately, his gaze did not go unnoticed by his childhood friend. She posed slightly, putting a hand on her hip and playing with her hair. "What's the matter, Freckles? Incredibly cute dinosaur girl got your tongue?" Sorry," he stammered out, face fully crimson. And looking away. She cackled. I'm going to have a lot of fun this year with you, Freckles. Yanagi walked over, already rolling her visible eye. Pay her no mind, Midoriya. I see you have updated your suit since the exam. Why yeah, Midoriya replied, turning his attention to her. But considering how elegant she looked in her own costume, it didn't really set him at ease. I have found a few things that could use some work. She walked over and looked at his left arm. What's that? Trying to quell his hormones and embarrassment, which were both raging pretty hard at the moment, he explained. It holds paper so that it's easier for me to utilize my quirk on the move or while standing. He pulled out the tray and showed them. How charming, Yanagi replied, her mask shifting slightly betraying her faint smile. That will help you greatly, I'm sure. All right, students. We shall pick teams for a hero versus villains exercise. All Might announced from the front of the herd. They shall be Team A, Midoriya Izuku and Shishida Jiroda. Team B, Kuwaro Shirhai and Kodai Yui. Team C, Tokage Setsuna and Kendo Itsuka. Team D, Tetsu and Komori Kinoko. Team E, Tsunatori Pony and Kaibara Sin. Team F, Yanagi Reiko and Rin Hiryu. Team G, Kamikiri Taguru and Bondo Kojiro. Team H, Awaze Yosetsu and Shoda Nairenjiki. Team I, Fukudashi Manga and Shiozaki Ibara. Team J, Hananuki Juzo and Tsuburaba Kozai. All Might explain the exercise to them. One team would be the villains, tasked with guarding and hiding a bomb throughout the 5-story building. The hero team would have to either secure the bomb or secure the villains. Alright, the first match? All Might pondered. Team A shall be the villains and Team C be the heroes? Instinctively, Midoriya looked to Tokage, who responded by giving him a wink and blowing him a kiss. Turning red, he went and found Shishida instead to strategize. Sir Midoriya, an honor to be battling with you, Shishida greeted politely. We have a 10-minute head start, so we should think of our combined strengths. Midoriya nodded and looked at the building and tapped a pencil against his chin. I agree. I think I have an idea, if you'd like to hear it. Certainly. As the two boys made their way into the building, Tokage walked over to Kendo. She felt pretty good about their chances. All of them had scored in the top 5 for the quirk assessment yesterday, but Midoriya was easily flustered. She could get under his skin. Hey, glad we're working together, Kendo said with a grin. I think our quirks balance each other out. Oh, for sure, Red, Tokage said with a grin. So, here's what I'm thinking. I'll levitate my head up each floor before we go in, looking for the bomb. Then we won't have to search and we can stick together. How much longer do we have? Midoriya asked as he furiously scribbled another drawing. Only another minute, sir, Shishida replied. As I thought, there wasn't quite enough time. Midoriya shook his head. We just have to run out the clock. Are you okay splitting up and buying me some time? Shishida nodded. Of course. I'm more of a brawler, and if I can take one of them out early, it's all the better for us. By the way, think there's any way for us to use that? He nodded up towards the PA speaker in the corner. Each room on each floor had one, so that All Might could make announcements during the exercise. Midoriya walked over and looked up to see there was an input port. His eyes widened and he began drawing a boombox. Shishida, you're a genius? Oh well, I wouldn't say that, Sir Midoriya. The exercise has begun. The heroes are on the move. All Might's voice reverberated across the whole building. Shishida and Midoriya nodded to each other. Good luck, Sir Midoriya, Shishida said as he turned. You too, Midoriya called out, not looking up from his drawing. And hey, play up the villain role. Performance is an art, too. A sure thing. Outside the building, Tokage's floating head quickly retreated to her body, where Kendo was waiting. There on the 4th floor, Tokage said, beaming. Easy. All right, let's get a move on. Kendo said eagerly. Show these villains how it's done. Things started falling apart the second they got into the building, however. They hadn't gone 3 steps in the building before there was a screech from the P, and incredibly loud music began pouring from the sound system. Ugh. Kendo yelled, covering her ears. Sensory abuse. Of course. What? Tokage yelled. Here's a little lesson in trickery. This is going down in history. If you want to be a villain number 1, you have to chase a superhero on the run. The PA speaker screamed out at max volume. I said, Kendo began, but shook her head. She ran over to the speaker and jumped up, punching it with her enlarged fist and smashing it to pieces. The music grew fainter, although the multiple speakers in each part of the floor meant they could still hear it in the distance. Sensory abuse. Well, won't help him now, Tokage said, Come on, we know where we're going anyway. The two took off through the hallway. When they saw a speaker, Tokage would shoot her own fists out from her arms and pull the wires at the back of the speakers. Finding the stairs at the back of the floor, they made their way up the stairwell, which was the only part of the building without speakers. While this was a reprieve for them, it also made it so that Shishida, who was guarding the stairwell, could hear their footsteps. The sophisticated Beastman sighed outside of the door to the fourth floor. Well, I suppose it's time to get into character. As the girls rounded the corner to the third floor, they were intercepted by Shishida diving down the steps at them in full beast mode. None shall pass. Tokage, who was in front, yelped and split into as many small pieces as she could and scattered so that Shishida went right through her. This gave enough time for Kendo to fully enlarge her fists and catch Shishida as he dove. But even with enhanced strength her big hands gave her, the two crashed through the door to the third floor. Kendo pushed back against Shishida as she held his elbow joints, making it hard for him to move his own arms. Still, he had enhanced strength all over and was continuously pushing her back. Hang on, Red! Tokage shouted. She sent her hands over to where the two were grappling and gave Shishida the biggest wedges she could muster. Shishida howled in pain at the dirty tactic, and it gave Kendo enough time to out-wrestle Shishida and throw him against the wall. The beast man gave her no time to enjoy it, however, as he sprang back up and rammed into Kendo with a headbutt to her chest and face that knocked the wind right out of her. As she fell to the ground, she immediately swatted the beast away with a giant hand. Shishida rolled across the floor, springing up onto all fours with a growl. As he did, Tokage hit him with a special move she had been cooking up. Raptor Saw. Spinning about 10 pieces of herself that were extra bony in a circle, she began rapidly smacking them against Shishida's snout, drawing pained cries from the boy as the rapid-fire attack pushed him backwards. Shishida jumped backwards to get some space, but Kendo was waiting, clocking him in the face with a 1-2 punch combo. He sprawled back on the ground, a little bit slower to get up this time. Stay down, Kendo cried, jumping towards him for a double axe handle attack. Shishida barely managed to roll to the side as the giant fists crashed down onto the floor, making the whole building shake. Never! 5 minutes remaining. All Might's voice rang out over the music on the intercoms. Tokage closed in on Shishida to keep hitting him with Raptor Saw, but he swiped a large clawed hand at her, knocked her foot and hand to the wall. She yelped and backed all of her pieces off, seeing them looking pretty worse for wear. Crap. Shishida dove for Tokage again, but Kendo intercepted him, wrestling with him one more time. Struck by inspiration, Tokage flew her torso down and levitated it behind Shishida's legs, and put her hands by the floor with the roll of capture tape. Come on, Red, big push. With all her might, Kendo shoved the beast man back. He tripped over Tokage's torso, and while he was falling the lizard-like girl used the capture tape in her floating hands to tie him up. Shishida Jiroda has been captured. 3.5 minutes remain. Crap, Tokage hissed as she pulled herself back together. One of her hands and one of her feet was still bleeding from the beatdown Shishida had put on her, and Kendo still had a bruise on her cheek from his headbutt earlier. Remind me not to piss you off, furball. Apologies for any injuries, Shishida said, as he shrank down back to normal. Come on, we have to get to the next floor, Kendo panted. The two girls took off back towards the stairwell, Tokage splitting up and levitating herself so that she wasn't limping on a bad foot. Throwing the door open to the fourth floor, they weren't sure what to expect, but never in their wildest dreams would they have expected what Midoriya had prepared for them. It was easy to see why he picked the fourth floor. Unlike the first floor, which was maze-like, the fourth floor was just one large, open space, and the stairs were the only opening. Midoriya had placed the bomb at the back of the room, as one would expect, but the rest of the room was set up like some sort of booby-trapped video game level. Spike traps had been placed along most of the floor, erupting long needles across different tiles in random intervals. Axes were swinging from side to side on pendulums throughout the room, all of them at different speeds. Flamethrowers were mounted to the walls so that they couldn't just hug the walls to avoid the axes either. At the far end of the room, in front of the bomb, Midoriya sat slouched in an ornate red throne with gold trim. Once they arrived, however, he stood to stare them down, but not before turning off the boombox he had made to compromise the PA system. Freckles, what the foo dash, Tokage began, but she was cut off by Midoriya's belting evil laughter from across the room. Bwah! He cackled, trying to make his voice deeper. This is who the heroes sent to stop me. A ginger and her pet lizard? He held up his hands over his face in mock fear. Oh, I'm really scared. Kendo's eyes widened. Oh no. Now he's gonna get it. Enraged by the taunt, she charged forward and hit the tripwire Midoriya had rigged to the door. A metal cage that had been hitched to the ceiling fell and trapped her. Tokage managed to split herself into pieces and float through the openings. Crap, let me get you out. No time, Kendo hissed as she punched at the bars, which began to dent under her strength. Get the bomb, I'll catch up. 2-minute warning. All Might's voice cried out over the room, his voice competing with the roar of the flamethrowers. Your traps won't stop me, you villain, Tokage said, deciding to play into her character if Midoriya was. Even if you were cute. Because I can just fly through your traps. Midoriya blushed, but kept his facade going. You can't get past me that easily. Sure I can. Tokage laughed as she weaved through the first axe. Midoriya took aim with his left hand. If he stayed still and pushed his power up to 15%, he knew he could use an air blast maneuver. As Tokage made it past the second axe, he took aim at her cluster of body parts she had split into and yelled. Think again. Airbrush. A blast of air pushed most of her parts back, narrowly missing the swinging pendulum. Oh, so you've got a few tricks up your sleeve, you devious cur. Tokage snarled as she righted herself in the air. Of course. You see, back in Gimmelstump, I grew up on the streets after both of my parents couldn't be bothered to attend my own birth, Midoriya cried. Leaving me alone on the vaguely Eastern European streets, I was raised by a family of roaming ocelots, where I learned to fight. Tokage rolled her eyes. You just wholesale stole your villainous backstory from Phineas and Ferb. Crap, I forgot we used to watch that together, Midoriya thought. How dare you mock me? Curse you, Tokage. He let loose another airbrush blast. 7 years ago. Inko Midoriya looked out from the kitchen into the living room where Izuku was playing with Setsuna. Okay, I'll be villain this time, Izuku said. Just, let me draw some minions. No fair, I don't get minions when I'm a villain. Setsuna said with a pout. Yeah. But you make all your fingers tickle me, so that's even. Izuku argued. Inko chuckled. She loved listening to them play hero and villain, but she wished she had a yard for them to play in. There was only so much noise a single mother could take. After a few minutes, the gibberish of Midoriya's paper soldiers could be heard, and Inko heard her son yell, Curse you, Setsuna. How dare you get into my lair? Get them soldiers. You won't get me with that, you villain. Setsuna sneered. The two kids giggled for a few minutes as they ran circles around the living room. Then all of a sudden, Setsuna yelped out, Oh, paper cut. Inko turned to check on them, but she could hear Izuku already quick to drop the game. Oh gosh. Are you okay, Setsuna? Do you need a band-aid? No, I regenerate, member? The girl answered. Inko sighed in relief. Tokage was ready this time, spreading her body parts out as much as she could. Not falling for that one twice. She rapidly sent her pieces forward, weaving in and out of the spike traps, and moving too fast for him to focus on at once. Switching strategies, Midoriya pulled out a sheet of paper and began to furiously draw. Well then you'll have to fall for my secret weapon. Tokage zipped over his, prioritizing getting the bomb over catching him. 1 minute remaining. As her hands began closing in on the bomb, she was stopped as Midoriya finished his secret weapon, a giant reinforced bug net. He zipped around using color fill, swiping her parts right out of the air as she got close. That's the lamest weapon I've ever seen, Freckles. Tokage grunted while her head was inside the net, being swung around by the villain. Says the person who is 65% captured. Midoriya laughed. Meanwhile, Kendo had finally managed to punch herself out of the cage Midoriya had made. Okay, so how do I? She looked up, and using impeccable timing, grabbed the nearest pendulum axe by the handle as it swung by her. It groaned as she snapped it from the ceiling. She swung the axes at one of the spike traps, and she noticed a weird sound as the blades broke. Huh, she thought, turning the giant axe to examine it. She gently touched the flat side of the blade. This is rubber. She checked the broken spike trap too. These aren't even real. Eagerly, she charged across the rubber spike field, only getting bruised as the spikes crashed into her thighs. She charged towards where Tokage was swatting at Midoriya with her remaining pieces. Good, he's distracted. Leaping through her partner's body parts, Kendo put all of her strength into a punch at Midoriya. Midoriya only had just enough time to cross his arms in front of him to defend. He tried to use one for all to dampen the blow, but he was still thrown backwards into the throne he had made as he was smacked by a giant fist. Tokage's parts flew out of the net and she reformed herself at the bomb to grab it. It was a good try, Freckles, but you can't stop us. No buzzer sounded. From his knocked-over throne, Midoriya began laughing. "Why is he laughing?" Kendo asked. "Fools." Midoriya cried as he sprang up, ready to fight. But before anyone else could move, the buzzer sounded. "Time's up. Villain team wins." All Might's voice cried. "What?" Tokage yelled. "How?" Midoriya walked over to where she was standing by the bomb and poked it with his pencil. It poofed back into a drawing of a bomb. "That was a decoy." Tokage's jaw dropped. "What?" Kendo shook her head with a groan and looked across the trap-filled room. "I can't believe I didn't think about that. So where's the real bomb?" "Oh, up on the next floor," Midoriya replied, walking around and poking all of his traps with his eraser and picking up the drawings. "I predicted Tokage would go up floor by floor, so if I made all these traps here you guys would come running." He looked over the rest of the room and frowned. "Wow, I kind of went overboard." "Damn it, Red, he saw right through me," Tokage sighed. "Sorry." Kendo shook her head. "Hey, we all got a good fight out of it. No hard feelings. Here Midoriya, let me help you get some of these. Just unanimate them, or whatever you call it, and I'll get the papers. It'll go quicker." "Thanks, Kendo," Midoriya said, giving her a bright smile. "You're a big help." Tokage pulled herself together, feeling a bit odd. She wasn't used to losing, but she had to admit, Midoriya had out-gambit her. And that fight was really fun. "I'll go ahead and grab the bomb prop, guys. We need to grab Shishida on the way down." She disjointed her hurt foot and floated up to the 5th floor while Kendo and Midoriya cleaned up the multitude of traps. True to his word, the real bomb prop was right up on the next floor, waiting for them. It was actually really light. Styrofoam or something, I guess. As she took it down the stairs, she met with Midoriya and Kendo at the landing to the 4th floor. "Do you want me to get that?" Kendo asked, concerned. "Your foot looks kinda rough and you've been floating for a while." "Yeah, once I can rejoin all my parts, they'll regenerate faster," Tokage sighed. "I am pretty gassed." Kendo took the prop from Tokage, who eagerly popped her limbs back to walk down the stairs. Midoriya couldn't help but notice she was limping slightly. Hey, I can help you." Tokage grinned, relishing in the opportunity to make her friend squirm. She threw an arm around his shoulder and leaned on him as they slowly made their way down the stairs to get Shishida. "Well, aren't you just my hero?" Midoriya blushed. If that's why I made rubber traps." "You didn't want to hurt anyone." Tokage's grin turned into a genuine smile, and she couldn't help but notice the flutter in her chest. "You just don't have a mean bone in your body, do you, Freckles?" "And no, I guess not," he said, taking the stairs one at a time and helping her down. "Is that bad?" "Nah," Tokage assured him. "I hope that never changes." "Alright, so, who can tell me the pros and cons of our two-team strategies?" All Might said to the class as Midoriya, Kendo, Tokage, and Shishida rejoined Class 1B. There was a bit of silence amongst the class before Hananuki spoke up. "Well, I would say Shishida and Midoriya definitely used the knowledge of this being a timed practice to their advantage. I mean, a big part of their victory was just running out the clock. Which I mean, if it was a real bomb, I guess you could. Yeah, if there was more time left on the clock, I think Tokage and Kendo's teamwork would have overcome the boys," Kaibara added. For two who had not teamed together before, Tokage and Kendo played to each other's strengths much better, Kinoko chimed in. Not that Midoriya and Shishida's strategy was bad or anything. Smart kids, All Might chuckled to himself. Good points, all around. "Alright, next match?" Midoriya sighed and sat down on a nearby bench, ready to observe his classmates' battles and kick back for the rest of the class. "Team J will be the heroes trying to stop Team D," All Might announced. "Oh, good match up there," Tokage said as she plopped down next to Midoriya. "You going to draw this?" "I would, but," Midoriya shook his hand out. "My wrist is already cramping. I think I need to give it a break." "How's your foot?" "It healed halfway down the stairs," Tokage admitted, not a shred of guilt on her face. "I kinda just liked having a hunk let me lean on him." Midoriya turned crimson as Yanagi sat down on the other side of him. "Shall I spray her with a hose?" Yanagi asked, dryly. I believe the cold water would rein in her runaway libido. Midoriya giggled and rubbed the back of his neck while Tokage rolled her eyes. "If that won't be necessary, Yanagi," he said. Tokage stuck her tongue out. "Well, if you say so," the silver-haired teen replied. "I just wanted to commend you both on your performances. You looked as though you two had been doing this for years." "Ah, thanks Casper," Tokage said with her toothy grin. "I'm sure you'll blow us out of the water, Yanagi." Midoriya replied with a grin of his own. "I always thought your quirk was one of the coolest." Yanagi's cheeks flushed pink. Why you flatter me? Midoriya shook his head. No, I mean it. Remember when you used to fly me around the room on my chair? Yanagi chuckled just slightly. Yes. I thought you'd never be my friend again when your head was hit by the ceiling fan. The three watched as Juzo managed to catch both Tetsu and Kinoko with his mud ability. Kinoko tried to get him with her spores, but his reach was further than hers. All Might called the match with both of them captured. I can see why he got in on recommendations too, Yanagi said, referring to Juzo. Altering the terrain altogether is a viable strategy against even the most mobile opposition. Yeah, he outscored me on the recommendation exams too, Tokage admitted. He's not to be messed with. Imagine if you had drawn all those traps for his team, and then he just sank like half of them. Midoriya grimaced as the 4 students who had just completed the exercise returned to the training grounds. After discussing their strategies as well, All Might announced, Team F will be the heroes for the next exercise against Team I. Good luck, Yanagi, Midoriya said, giving her his usual bright and energetic smile. Yeah, knock 'em dead ghosty, Tokage grinned. Nodding. Yanagi joined Hiryu, and watched as Shiozaki and Fukudashi entered the building. Midoriya watched as the two strategized with their quirks. They both seem like they have long-range quirks, Midoriya said, rubbing his chin. Whereas the other two can use their quirks for all sorts of ranges. I wonder how they'll compensate. Tokage leaned back on the bench. Yanagi's got it. Quirk assessment aside, I'm pretty sure she's one of the most powerful people in the class. He nodded. Yeah, full-fledged telekinesis is a rare quirk. I don't know what I'd have to draw to trap her. Draw more of those little ghosts like you did when we were kids. She loved those. He snorted with a laugh. Don't think that'd help me here. As the 10 minutes for the villain team expired, Tokage and Midoriya watched eagerly as Hiryu and Yanagi entered the building. They were met with an obstacle pretty quickly as Shiozaki's vines had been used to block the stairway door. However, Hiryu's sharpened scales from his Dragon Shroud quirk seemed to cut right through. It appeared to give Yanagi an idea as she tugged on his sleeve and whispered something to him. He nodded, and the two continued on up the stairwell, which had been flooded with vines. Shiozaki and Fukudashi were staked at the second floor, ready to ambush them. But then, Yanagi took a plethora of Hiryu's scales, and used her quirk to rotate them around both herself and Hiryu in a dome shape. The scales became an impenetrable, razor-sharp force field. It tore through the vine barricade and all of Fukudashi's speech attacks. Once she was in close enough range, Yanagi flung the scales to pin both Shiozaki and Fukudashi to the walls by their hero costumes. Hiryu rushed over with the capture tape to secure Fukudashi down further, while Yanagi did that to Shiozaki. Damn, Tokage said with a low whistle. Didn't think they'd get them that quickly. Wow, that was some good thinking, Midoriya said, excitedly. That was so cool. Yanagi and Hiryu helped their classmates out of their restraints, and the 4 retreated back down to the rest of the class. After another quick talk from All Might, Yanagi rejoined Tokage and Midoriya. But had barely hit the seat of the bench before Midoriya exploded with the question, I thought you could only manipulate 12 things at once? Oh, Yanagi replied, blushing, when the items are minuscule enough I can handle more or group them together. That was amazing. You're so strong now. Midoriya gushed, accidentally scooting closer to her in his excitement. I've never seen you in action before, you're so awesome. He's so close. Yanagi thought as her face turned crimson. Amenidates, Midoriya. Easy there, Freckles, Tokage snickered. But yeah, that was pretty cool, Casper. You guys steamrolled. It seemed like a simple but effective strategy, Yanagi muttered, embarrassed. It took Midoriya a second to realize that she couldn't meet his gaze because he was inches from her face. He backed up, blushing. It was really cool. I'd draw it if my hand wasn't cramping. You guys should start a school stuttering club, Tokage snickered, drawing annoyed glares from the other two. Anyway, All Might just said Team E is taking on Team G. Who do you got money on? Oh, that's a good question, Midoriya thought, embarrassment melting away as his mind raced. The 3 watched the last 2 matches, exchanging ideas on what sort of alternative strategies could have been used with everyone's quirks. By the time all 10 teams had gone, everyone was ready for lunchtime. As everyone left to hit the showers, All Might called out, Midoriya, a word? Midoriya nodded and hung back until all of his classmates had left. No sooner had the last one, a ways, turned the corner into the locker room, All Might reverted to his smaller, skeletal form. Phew, that took more out of me than I thought, All Might wheezed. Need to save some gas in the tank for 1A to do this later? Are you alright? Midoriya asked. Yes, I just wanted to talk to you about your performance today, see how you were handling one for all. He grinned. I was glad to see you using both quirks. I think, according to Class 1's teacher, we won't be as lucky with the other student with 2 quirks. Yeah, it didn't give me any trouble, Midoriya assured him. The gloves the support department made helped a ton. He tiled his head, out of curiosity. Who has 2 quirks in Class 1A? Well, I suppose it won't hurt to say. Just don't go spreading rumors. Endeavor's son, Todoroki Shudo, is in Class 1A, All Might explained. Whoa, that's awesome. Midoriya cried. Endeavor doesn't say much about his family life. I didn't know he had a kid. A few, actually, All Might explained. The problem, according to Eraserhead, that's the Class 1A homeroom teacher, is that he refuses to use his father's quirk. He only uses the ice abilities he inherited from his mother's side. Huh? Well, that's weird, Midoriya blinked. You'd think a combination like that would be unstoppable. Indeed, All Might nodded. He's also the reason you were put in Class 1B. What do you mean? Eraserhead wanted both of you in his class. But Vlad threw a fit, said Aizawa couldn't take both of the dual quirk student candidates. I think Vlad feels a bit of a rivalry with the other class, truth be told. So at the last minute, the principal agreed with Vlad and switched you into Class 1B. I'm kind of glad he did, Midoriya admitted. All Might chuckled. Yes, I saw you getting friendly with 2 of the girls in the class, young Midoriya. Midoriya blushed. It's not like that. W just went to elementary school together. All Might held up his hands defensively. I'm not trying to pry. Go on now, I don't want you to miss lunch. Thanks, All Might. After lunch had concluded, Vlad King made an announcement to the class. Tomorrow, the class would be choosing a class representative and vice representative. I didn't want to spring this on you all last minute, the teacher explained. You've all only known each other for a little while, so take some time today and in the morning to discuss it. However, the decision will be due tomorrow by the end of the day, no exceptions. Immediately, almost everyone in the class volunteered to be class representative, all except for the resident shy students, Midoriya, Kodai, Bondo, and Yanagi. I shall lead our class into a glorious and righteous path under our Lord, Shiozaki said with her hands clasped, as a ray of light shone through the window down onto her. Nah, that's FNG lame, Awaze grumbled. Let me do it, I got what it takes to make sure we all stick together. More arguing went up amongst the class before Kendo spoke up. Look, if so many of us want to do it, maybe we should have some sort of informal debate tomorrow? Present arguments as to why we'd be the best to do it? That's probably a good idea, Red, Tokage agreed, leaning back in her chair. I can construct a meaningful, well-thought-out argument as to why I should be in charge of this ragtag bunch of misfits. At the jab, the class began speaking over each other again until Vlad King cleared his throat again. Save it for tomorrow. Ectoplasm will be here any minute, so maybe focus on math. The class groaned in unison. Well, at least they agree on that. The teacher thought with an eye roll. So how come you 2 don't want to be class rep? Tokage asked as her, Midoriya, and Yanagi left the building. I'm not great with big crowds or being the center of attention, Midoriya admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. Extra responsibilities like that would cut into my hobbies, Yanagi added. I'm rather surprised you would want that title, and all that comes with it, Tokage. Casper, your hobbies include looking up memes and binging horror movies. Besides, I'm not so lazy that I don't want an accolade under my belt, Tokage rolled her eyes. Does that mean I can count on your vote? Hardly, Yanagi sniped. It wouldn't be fair for me not to listen to everyone. Else tomorrow. Nepotism will not help you in this instance. Betrayal. Tokage cried, shaking her fist. Can you believe her, Broccoli? You wouldn't hurt me like that, would you? Midoriya gulped nervously. Truth be told, he agreed with Yanagi. I better run before I miss my train. He broke out into a jog, leaving the 2 girls behind to turn towards their stop. Oi! Tokage called out to his retreating back. At least Casper could say it to my face, Freckles. You're lucky you're cute. Midoriya tripped, got up, and kept going. Tokage laughed. Guess I'll have to just convince you 2 the old-fashioned way, she griped. Best of luck to you, Tokage, Yanagi replied with a smirk. The next morning in class, Midoriya couldn't help but think that informal was one way of describing the debate, and that was generous at best. Vlad King decided to step out of the room, claiming he had left something in the teacher's lounge, but that was half an hour ago. Kendo had abandoned her own argument to play moderator for the other 15 students that wanted to contest their point. And that is why I'm thinking that my experiences as an international country would me for the best president. Pony concluded with a bright smile and broken Japanese. Very good, Kendo said. That was I think we got the point. Okay, so Tsuburaba, what's your policy on bathroom breaks? I mean if you gotta go, you let it flow, the air barrier teen said with a shrug. That's dumb, Kamakiri scoffed. You gonna let half the class leave at the same time too? Let it flow? I said no interruptions. Kendo growled. Kamakiri raises a good point. Only one person at a time? One of each gender. Tsuburaba shrugged. Sure. This is less exciting than I thought it would be, Midoriya whispered as he leaned over towards Yanagi's desk. You mean you did not find the discussion note sharing riveting? Yanagi replied, with just a hint of sarcasm in her tone. I was enthralled. Truly this is how I imagined you. Midoriya had to hold in his laughter. But thankfully, no one noticed as an alarm began ringing out among the class. We're all gonna effing die. Awaze screamed immediately. Shiozaki dropped to her knees and began to pray. You guys are really dramatic, we probably just need to calmly make for the exit, Tokage sighed. Single file line, whatever. Everyone stood up and got behind Tokage, but once they got to the classroom door, they found the hallways had turned into a literal stampede. Well, I don't think we're getting out there, Tokage muttered. Make a break for it, Tetsu screamed. Before anyone could, Kendo blocked the doorway with her hand and shut the door. You guys, there's literally a sign with instructions on the back of the door. She gestured to the sign. I knew that. Awaze grumbled. For this type of alarm, it says to just hide under your desks until it's done, and barricade the door. Kendo read. Easy enough. Yanagi, can you use Vlad's desk to block the door? The silver-haired girl nodded, and did just that. Ow, we do this all the time at home for school shooter drills, Pony said in English as she went under her desk. Midoriya and Tokage, who both spoke English, exchanged worried glances. Well, that's terrifying, Tokage muttered. They all felt a little odd, huddled under their desks as they heard the commotion from outside. After a minute or two, Kendo looked around. Okay, so Kamakiri, what's your stance on bathroom breaks? Preferably not to have them under a desk, Tokage chimed in before the razor-sharp user could speak. Everyone chuckled a bit at that. Before long, the sound of shouting over a megaphone was heard. Midoriya could have sworn he'd heard the voice before, saying that it was a false alarm and a member of the press had gotten onto the campus. Well, I guess that's a relief, Kendo sighed. Yanagi? Of course, the poltergeist user agreed, moving the Vlad King's desk back to where it belonged. Not a minute later, their teacher came bursting into the classroom with a panicked look on his face. His eyes darted around to each desk, mentally counting to make sure each of his students was there. Oh, thank goodness, you guys are all here? Well then, it looks like it was a near-unanimous pick, Vlad King read off the votes at the end of the day. Kendo had received 18 votes from the class, and Tokage had received a meager 2 votes, making them class president and vice president, respectively. I didn't even vote for me. Tokage snickered. Who would vote for me? Yanagi and Midoriya exchanged glances. Of course they had voted for their friend, but they weren't going to say anything. Alright, well, since it's been such a hectic day, you're all dismissed, Vlad said. Except, of course, the class reps, as you'll be meeting with the student council to discuss your responsibilities. Tokage groaned, letting her head pop off and roll onto her desk. I regret my decisions. Casper, Freckles, smuggle me out in your backpacks? Nonsense, Yanagi shook her head. As our vice representative, you must attend to your duties. We have the utmost faith in you, Tokage. Midoriya smiled. Yeah, you'll be great. This is worse than your betrayal yesterday, Tokage grumbled as she got up and left with Kendo. I shall remember this. Midoriya gulped, nervously as he walked into class that morning. It had been about 2 weeks into the term, and while he was getting to know his classmates and enjoying their company, he had been putting something off. His mother's words from last night echoed in his head, you invite those 2 over for dinner or I'm selling those all-might trading cards. He sighed. It was now or never. He took his seat between Tokage and Yanagi, as he usually did, and braced. Before he could, Kendo stood up by the teacher's desk. Hey guys, just wanted to share some good news. Before class starts, tomorrow, we'll be doing some rescue training offsite at the USJ facility with 13. The class cheered. Even Kodai smiled faintly, which was a goddamn miracle as far as some of them were concerned. 13? Doesn't get much better than her as far as rescue heroes go. Kinoko said, cheerfully. Right? Kendo grinned. Since it's off-site, Class 1A is going today, and will be going tomorrow. Kendo sat back down, and there was excited chatter going up over the whole classroom. That is exquisite, Yanagi said, smiling. 4 rescue-oriented heroes, 13 is considered top-notch. Yeah, and on a Friday? Tokage grinned. What could beat that? Now or never, Midoriya thought. Well, actually, my mom wanted to know if you guys wanted to come over for dinner tomorrow. For whatever reason, he expected to see looks of disgust or disdain from the two, but instead he yelped as Tokage jumped and sat on his desk completely, absolutely beaming down at him. Wait, really? Why yes? Midoriya replied. I believe my father said he'd be working through the weekend when I saw him last night, so I don't see why not, Yanagi replied. Just like old times? Yeah, I haven't seen your mom in ages. Tokage replied, excitedly. I can't wait, that'll be great. She snickered. Maybe Ghosty can hit your head on the ceiling fan again. Midoriya blushed. I think she specifically asked that we don't do that. They all snickered, and Tokage hopped off Midoriya's desk as Vlad King entered the room. The morning should have gone smooth from there, of course. It was shaping up to be a decent day, as Vlad announced towards the end of the morning they would do some rescue practice in Ground Alpha, an industrial area. But then metal panels collapsed over the windows, and the alarm sounded again. Vlad looked around concerned, but before he could do anything else, his phone began to buzz. Hello? Wait, what? Sir, is everything all right? Shishida asked. Vlad frowned. Oh, I'm afraid not. All of you stay in here and don't move until I return. He looked to Kendo. You're in charge. Kendo just nodded, confused, as Vlad King stormed out of the room. Wonder what that was all about, Kurwaro muttered. It wasn't until the end of the day that Vlad returned and the class learned the extent of what happened. An organization called the League of Villains had attacked Class 1A at the USJ to draw out All Might. In the attack, 3 students, Azui Tiu, Mineta Minoru, and Minoma Neda, were seriously injured and hospitalized as a result. The other students had gotten out of the situation with minor injuries, thanks to the timely arrival of the UA staff. Still, understandably, the trip to the USJ for Class 1B the next had been cancelled, and they were dismissed for the day. As the students of Class 1B hit the halls, they noticed there was a rather melancholy air amongst the whole school. Of course, this made sense with 3 of their youngest students were maimed. Nothing was made better by the mob of reporters that were waiting to question the students as soon as they left the school. Midoriya squinted as what seemed like hundreds of flashing lights obscured his vision, and microphones were thrust towards his, and his classmates' face. Were you one of the students at the USJ attack today? Was Toxic Chainsaw among the attackers? Was this all a big publicity stunt? Do you still feel safe at this school? Is All Might all right after that brawl? Only the last question fazed Midoriya. He had heard all of the staff had been involved in the rescue. Crap, is All Might okay? Having been instructed not to talk to the press, the students all pushed past. Once he split off from Tokage and Yanagi, he called All Might only to get no response. Midoriya sighed as he got to the station. Perhaps because of the attack and the publicity, the station was more crowded than normal. He texted his mother, letting her know he would be late getting home. As he did, he overheard 2 people talking. Aren't you glad we didn't bite on that offer, Dobby? Why this phrase stood out to him among the many others that were flying around the subway, he wasn't sure. But he looked up, seeing a girl with blonde hair talking to a man in a hoodie. Midoriya couldn't get a good look at the other man's face, other than a tuft of blackish and purple hair sticking out from the hood. Shut up, Toga, the man said. Ah, come on, I told you the League of Villains were a bunch of big losers, Toga said, nudging the man named Dobby with her elbow. You wanted to take that job today. We should keep looking for, or we'd be locked up like the rest of those thugs. Seriously. Shut up. The man growled. Midoriya tried to get a better look at the 2 of them. They were apparently supposed to be part of the attack today? Or were offered to be part of it. Are they villains? They don't look familiar. As he tried to push further into the crowd, he caught a good look at the girl's face, just before the 2 turned and walked further down the subway station. Once he finally was able to get into the subway car and sat down, he sketched the girl's face as quickly as he could, before it left his memory, only stopping when he got a text from All Might that assured him the symbol of peace was fine. All right, Vlad King sighed, looking at the overcrowded classroom that was currently hosting Class 1A and Class 1B. Since Mr. Aizawa is out for today on account of his injuries, I'll be overseeing a joint rescue training session today in Ground Alpha. our industrial zone. Midoriya stared straight ahead at the blackboard, ignoring the heated glare he was currently receiving from Bakugo. Since there's 37 of us, I'm going to divide you into teams of 6, and one team will have an extra person. The teacher explained. Midoriya held his breath as the teams were selected. He was on Team 4 with Yaoyorozu Momo, Yanagi Reiko, Uraraka Achako, Shiro Hanta, and Bondo Kojiro. Midoriya heaved a sigh of relief. Oh, Bakugo Katsuki, you can go with Team 4, Vlad King said after he made all 6 teams. Midoriya cringed. He took a little bit longer to put on his hero costume that day, and emerged onto the grounds of Training Ground Alpha as one of the last few students. Deku. Hey Deku. Midoriya quirked his eyebrows as he looked for the source of whoever was calling him, pausing over Uraraka from Class 1A. Oh yeah, from the entrance exam. The brunette had already gathered the rest of his teammates. Hey there, Uraraka. Hey Deku. Bakugo said you were the last one we were waiting on. The blonde scoffed but said nothing. Sorry, he apologized, shifting uncomfortably. Does she think that's my name? Alright, Vlad called from the front of the group. He displayed a holographic map from his phone. This is one of the largest training areas on campus. I've highlighted 6 points on the map. At each point there are 3 mannequins in need of retrieving. Each team will have an hour to rescue their 3 mannequins from the distress they are in. But, be warned, these mannequins are fragile and will record any damage upon them. Like with any civilians in real-life situations, you don't want to make anything worse while rescuing them. Any questions? The teacher was met with silence as several of the students shook their heads. Team 1 will take the north point. Team 2 the south. Team 3 the east. Team 4 the west. Team 5 the northwest. Team 6 the southeast. Everyone get into positions and take a few minutes to discuss strategy. I'll sound the buzzer to start. Go on. Move. The students all took off in their expected directions, with Team 4 only abrupting when Bakugo stopped and declared they had arrived. You sure? Shiro asked. Well, we should probably figure out a plan. Follow my lead and don't slow me down is the plan, you extras. Bakugo barked back at him. We should listen to Yaoyorozu, Uraraka argued. She's our class vice president after all. Well, I'm the strongest one here, round face. The other 5 watched as they began to fight. Immediately, Yaoyorozu turned to the others and bowed. Must apologize for their behavior. I'm afraid Bakugo is always like this. Went to elementary school with him, Midoriya replied, jerking his head towards Yanagi who was standing next to him. He's always been like this for as long as I can remember. Well, that's something to know, I guess, the raven-haired student sighed. By the way, I wanted to speak with you. I believe we have similar quirks, if what Uraraka said is true. Yanagi looked over to see a familiar glint hit Midoriya's eye. It was something she recognized from their childhood. Midoriya could go on about quirks, and even devolve into muttering fits. And tune in next week for another exciting episode of the Justice Quirks. The television announcer said. Are you two streaming that old superhero show again? Inko called from her bedroom. Yanagi had spent the night at the request of her father, due to a late night. Inko of course didn't mind. They were only 7 after all. Yes. The 2 voices called from the living room. Midoriya, have you located your action figures? Yanagi asked. We should have them while we view the program, and we can use them to reenact the action sequences. Yeah. Hold on. The boy jumped up and ran to his bedroom with thundering footsteps. In a few seconds he ran back, arms filled to the brim with action figures. They were at the bottom of the toy box. I had to dump it all out and Mom got mad, but I cleaned it up. Clearly worth the effort. Yanagi said, smiling. Who did you want to be? I'm not sure which quirk is your favorite. That might have been the first time she ever noticed Midoriya's eyes light up and his whole demeanor change. Suddenly he was speaking a mile a minute. Well, Ultradude's quirk seems like the best at first glance with the unbreakable skin, but it has lots of other weaknesses like lightning and fire. Not like Breakneck's, the super speed has so many less weaknesses, but he's still susceptible to area of effect attacks. Eagle Bro can fly, which is always a great quirk because it's so maneuverable, but it doesn't really do anything for his combat skills. But it does help him in a fight indirectly because he can dodge. Yanagi propped her chin on her wrists and listened. She could listen to his muttering all day. And that's how my creation works, Momo finished. Yanagi snapped out of her memory to see Midoriya almost slack-jawed, but immediately launching into his analysis. That's fascinating. It's so similar, but so much quicker than my quirk. Midoriya replied, rubbing his chin. And it's permanent? Yes. The Class 1A representative nodded. I just need to know the material compound of what I make. Or, if it's a machine, how it functions. Midoriya's eyes widened. That requires a lot of background knowledge. You must be incredibly smart. The taller girl blushed. WL, and not to brag, but I did get in on recommendations. Is your quirk similar? Midoriya shook his head. No, I just have to be able to imagine how what I animate works. Is that so? I must admit, I'm somewhat jealous if the only limit of yours is your imagination. What do you mean? Well, I can't create anything fictional, Yaoyorozu explained. Because it's not real and therefore I can't know how it's created. Nothing stops you from making werewolves or laser swords or some such. Midoriya's eyes widened and he said nothing. Are you alright? Yaoyorozu asked. Yanagi snickered. I believe he's having an epiphany. How could I have not known that? Midoriya said, grabbing the sides of his head. I've been so caught up my whole life watching action shows and drawing quirks and pros that I've seen and known they exist. I totally forgot and neglected to make things that don't even exist at all. It was so rudimentary. The whole time I could have dashed. His ramblings were cut off as Vlad King's starting buzzer went off. As soon as the buzzer died off, cries for help could be heard coming from one of the buildings, a house. Bakugo took off towards it without so much as a word to the others. Hey, come back, we don't even have a plan. Uraraka yelled, chasing after him. With no other strategy in mind, the other 5 gave chase as well. Once inside the building, a mannequin could be seen, lower body trapped under some rubble, playing pre-recorded cries for help. Easy. Bakugo yelled, rocketing himself towards the rubble. Wait, don't. Yaoyorozu cried, but it was too late. Bakugo had used his quirk to blast the rubble off the top of the pile. As he did, the building groaned and the ceiling overhead of them began to cave in. Immediately, Midoriya activated Color Fill and Dove, catching the support beam that had fallen, just barely able to hold up the collapsing floor. Yanagi had acted too, flinging Bakugo back with her quirk. Holy crap, it's heavy, help! Midoriya cried, trying to stop the roof from caving in completely. Hang on! Uraraka yelled, running forward to start levitating the collapsing floor of his shoulders. Bando, Siro, use your quirks to reinforce the structure. Yaoyorozu barked. The boys nodded, and once the flooring had been levitated back into place, they quickly used their tape and glue to put the ceiling back into place. Once secured, the Class 1A vice representative lashed out at the blonde. That was ill-advised, Bakugo. Using your quirk recklessly in an already unstable building could have destroyed the mannequin altogether. Oi, Rich Beach, I see that. He shouted back. Midoriya straightened himself up and brushed the rubble and dirt off his shoulders. Yanagi, can you get some of the smaller debris off the top? Most certainly, she replied with a nod, and did just that, removing clumps of the smaller debris. Uraraka, can you float some of the larger stuff? Midoriya asked. Got it? The brunette said enthusiastically, running over and levitating the larger rocks off the mannequin. Siro ran over and began to push them away from their victim. Midoriya himself carefully lifted a final rock that was pinning the mannequin's leg down. I'll make a stretcher, Yaoyorozu volunteered, immediately setting to work. As she did, Bando carefully scooped up and secured the mannequin, placing it on the completed stretcher. Bakugo, can you return the mannequin to the safe zone while we locate the other 2? Your quirk is the least suited for dash. Time is of the essence, don't bother explaining common sense bullshit to me, he growled, taking the stretcher handle from her hand. Yaoyorozu looked rather hurt. Right, of course. Okay, that's 1 down, Uraraka fist pumped. How do we find the other 2? I don't hear anything. Maybe we're too far away? Midoriya suggested. He pulled a piece of paper down and scribbled 7 walkie-talkies and some flares, which he animated. Let's split up and we can use these to get in touch when we find something. The flares can mark our locations. Shouldn't we stay in pairs in case there is trouble? Siro asked. Seems like trouble if something like with Bakugo happened again. Good point. Yaoyorozu agreed. Midoriya and Yanagi, why don't you 2 explore the buildings around here? That way you can intercept Bakugo if he returns. Bando and I will head to the north of this quadrant. Uraraka and Siro can head south. Bando nodded in agreement. Got it? Uraraka and Siro saluted in unison, taking off out the door. Yaoyorozu and Bando followed after them. Midoriya and Yanagi left the house right after them, and looked around the surrounding buildings, watching briefly as their teammates scattered. I have my doubts that Ken-sensei would make this easy by grouping all the mannequins together, Yanagi advised, turning towards Midoriya. Perhaps we should get to higher ground to better ascertain the situation? Totally, Midoriya nodded and jerked his thumb towards a 5-story building a few house lengths down the road. How about that one? Yanagi nodded as the two ran over to the building. Unfortunately, the entrance had been blocked off by rubble. Curses. Perhaps we could dash, Yanagi began, but Midoriya cut her off. It's fine, I got this, he said, smiling. Then he knelt down with his back to her. Hop on. Yanagi was glad, in that moment, that his back was turned to her so that he couldn't see how fiercely she was blushing. Are you quite serious, Midoriya? Sure, I can get us up there easily. It's the fastest way, he said. Hesitantly, Yanagi gulped and got onto Midoriya's back, piggyback style. He really is quite muscular now, she thought, with a quiver. As soon as he felt her chest press into his back, he nearly fell over. Ignore the hormones, he gulped. Forcing himself to focus, he activated color fill. Midoriya ran forwarded and jumped onto the first-story windowsill and grabbed onto the window frame on the paned window. Pushing off of it with his enhanced strength, he had no problem propelling himself up to grab the second-story window ledge. As he jumped, he felt Yanagi's nails grip into his chest. Hang on, he said, realizing this was probably weird for her. After pulling himself and Yanagi up, and repeating the process until he was grabbing onto the ledge of the roof, and swung his leg over the side of the ledge. That was exhilarating, Yanagi muttered, trying to calm her heartbeat. Why yeah, sorry about that, Midoriya mumbled. I guess I kinda didn't think about that being weird for you. No, you were correct, that was much faster than anything else, Yanagi said, composing herself and shaking her head. But albino. They turned to see an angry Bakugo rocketing towards them, using his explosions to propel himself through the air. You guys think I can't keep up, what the F dash? No. Midoriya replied, waving his arms defensively as the angry blonde landed between the two of them. We all split up to cover more ground. Here's a walkie-talkie. Bakugo took the device and blew it up. I don't need a walkie-talkie. Before the conversation could go further, Yanagi's device crackled as a flare went up in the distance. Hey, we found a mannequin trapped in a fire. Zero called. Just sent up a flare. On our way, Yanagi replied into her walkie-talkie. We should depart. Tisich, Bakugo scoffed, using his explosions to blast towards the flare without another word. As he did, he pushed past Midoriya, knocking him to the ground. Such insolence, Yanagi sighed. Shall we stick to the rooftops? She stepped forward and offered a hand to her friend. Midoriya accepted her hand and got up, shaking himself off. Sure. He knelt back down. Probably the fastest way. Oh, of course. Yanagi gulped, climbing back onto his back once more. The two quickly caught up to Bakugo as they headed a few blocks southeast. Using a few smaller buildings to jump down, Midoriya and Yanagi landed in front of a burning office building. Uraraka was waiting for them as Zero used his tape to pull down a ladder from the fire escape, which broke. I was able to float up to the 3rd floor and saw the mannequin, but it's surrounded by a ton of collapsed beams. We can't get close. Me either, Bakugo admitted huffily. My sweat goes anywhere near there, and I'm going to bring the whole place down. At least he learns quick, Midoriya sighed. I may have a solution, Yanagi stated, drawing the attention of the other 4. Minutes later, Uraraka had levitated Bakugo up to a part of the 3rd floor without any damage. Using a small explosion, he opened a hole in the part of the building that hadn't been damaged. The debris fell into a harness Zero made with his tape, so as to prevent further property damage. Uraraka then released Bakugo and levitated up Midoriya Yanagi, who herself was controlling about 6 fire extinguishers Midoriya had made around the two of them. Once inside, Yanagi spun the 6 extinguishers around, spraying in a circular direction to put out most of the fires. Midoriya ran forward and quickly retrieved the mannequin, retreating to the opening. Yanagi then dropped the fire extinguishers and levitated Midoriya and the mannequin to the ground. There he placed it on a stretcher where Bakugo took off with it once more. As Yanagi jumped down into Zero's harness, Yaoyorozu and Bando met up with them, with the 3rd mannequin in tow on another stretcher. Sorry we're late, we were busy getting this one out of a sinkhole, and our hands were a little tied, the vice president said between gasping breaths. Bando confirmed with a hum and a nod. No need to apologize, that's the last of them, Zero said, fist pumping. Now we can all get back to the safe zone. A little assistance, please? Midoriya looked up to see that in all the planning, none of them had thought of how to get Yanagi down from the tape harness Zero had made. I got it. You guys go ahead. Alright, see you at the safe zone, Yaoyorozu nodded, leading the others after the direction Bakugo had run to. The tape harness was attached to a 2-story building next to the burning one, but there was no functional fire escape on that building either. Midoriya quickly climbed the side of the building and went to where the makeshift harness was secured. Yanagi had managed to get mostly to the side, so Midoriya offered her a hand over the ledge of the building. Guess we didn't think far enough ahead, huh? No, I suppose not, Yanagi replied as she climbed over some of the debris Bakugo had blown off the building. Still, your idea was great, Midoriya said. You're a really good strategist. Watch your step, that area was sticky. I bet we finished before any of the other teams. She blushed. Do you truly believe so? Of course. Thanks, ICK. She cried, getting her foot caught just where Midoriya had pointed out, just as she took Midoriya's hand for help. Midoriya had pulled, and she fell over the ledge, taking him down with her. The two hit the roof of the building and Midoriya immediately groaned. Ugh, I should have put a helmet on this damn costume. And my apologies. Yanagi cried, trying to get up off his chest. As she scrambled, she placed her hands on his pectorals and pushed herself up. But as she did, their eyes locked and she realized just how close she was to him. Their gazes met in a mixture of nervousness, curiosity, and excitement. Her throat ran dry as her mouth opened, trying to think of something, anything to say. But it was hard to think when she could feel his body under hers. Midoriya was in much the same boat, unable to stop himself from enjoying just how her slender frame felt on top of his. When did she get so cute? Was the only thing he could think as he could feel her breath from under her mask hit his cheek. He found his tongue as he stammered out. Are you okay? Why this? She gulped, finally climbing off of him. Sorry. Midoriya scratched his cheek. We should get back. He turned and knelt down. Hop on. Yanagi complied and hopped on his back for the 3rd time that day. Despite herself, she found herself thinking, I could get used to this. There you guys are. Uraraka fist-pumped as Yanagi and Midoriya returned shortly after their rooftop incident. We finished first. Really? Yanagi asked, surprised. Indeed, Vlad King said as he looked down at a tablet to monitor the other teams from various cameras around the facility. You made good use of having an extra body and getting the hostages you saved out of harm's way. I think the other teams will be wrapping it up soon as well. I should have made this more challenging, but I did have to throw it together last night. That sinkhole was plenty challenging, Yaoyorozu sighed. I would have been a goner without Bando's help. Bando gave a thumbs up and returned a high five from Midoriya. It wasn't much long after that Tokage's team, which consisted of herself, Ashido, Hagakure, Kirishima, Kamakiri, and Hananuki returned, the later 3 all carefully carrying the mannequins, though one was dented, and Tokage seemed to be missing some of her fingers. What happened there? Vlad King asked. I pulled it out of something a bit too hard, Kirishima admitted. And then the landslide that followed crushed some of my digits, Tokage groaned. Well, a few points deducted, but it looks like they're all in one piece, the teacher sighed. Let that be a lesson. To you both? Sorry, Tokage, Kirishima muttered. Nah, it's fine, she said, shaking her head and holding up a hand missing 2 fingers. High 3. After the most awkward high five ever witnessed, Tokage walked over to where Midoriya, Yanagi, and Bando were hanging out. Sounds like your team handled themselves pretty well. She turned to Bando. You keep these 2 troublemakers in line, sticky fingers? Bando gave Tokage a thumbs up. Fantastic, Tokage nodded, and the 4 laughed. You're one to talk, we all still have our fingers, Midoriya said, rubbing the back of his neck. Have you ever regenerated those before? Yeah, it only takes an hour or so, Tokage replied. They watched as the rest of the teams began to roll in with mannequins only slightly damaged. Vlad only really seemed disturbed when Kaminari and Kaibara claimed they found one of their mannequins broken in half when they got to it. Oh, I hope this all taught you something about using your quirks responsibly when there are injured civilians around, Vlad said to the large group. There will be situations where you have to combat villains and be conscious of the environment, both infrastructure and civilians. So be glad we can practice in situations like this. The students all nodded. All right, good job all of you. Class dismissed. All right. Tokage fist pumped. Her 2 missing fingers were halfway grown back. Time to get some grub. What's Mama Midoriya making? Oh, I'm not sure, Midoriya replied as the 3 of them walked towards the locker room. I forgot to ask before I came to school this morning. Deku. The word froze the green-haired in his tracks. He turned to see Bakugo right behind him, glaring a hole into him as their eyes met. Wyas, don't feel like you're better, just because your quirk was more suited to pulling a few mannequins out of a fake building, the blonde seethed. Midoriya cursed himself. He had nothing to be worried about. No reason to be afraid. But it was just like in middle school. Anytime he found himself face to face with the blonde, his heart rate increased and he could feel panic welling up in his chest. I don't. Damn straight you don't, Bakugo seethed. Because out of the two of us, I'm the one who came face to face with a villain yesterday. If you met with that thing I saw yesterday, you and your weak art quirk would be effing dead. You're referring to that thing that looked like a monster, right? Tokage said, standing shoulder to shoulder with Midoriya. He was thankful. Her warm presence was an anchor for how anxiety-ridden and flighty he felt. Nomu? All Might defeated that thing, not you. PSH, Bakugo scoffed. That wasn't the only villain there, and unlike those extras who got hurt, I was able to fight some off. I'm going to be the strongest. Like All Might. He narrowed his eyes and glared harder. Remember that, Deku. You won't be able to rely on these two jackasses forever. He began to walk off, but the second he insulted his friends, Midoriya's expression changed completely. He grit his teeth and clenched his fists, eyes filled with anger. Tokage and Yanagi both recognized the look all too well from their childhood. Midoriya had a hard time standing up for himself against Bakugo. But the second he was defending someone else against Bakugo, he became a completely different person. Even for a 6-year-old, Tokage Setsuno was pretty tough, but it was hard not to tear up a little when a group of boys was throwing rocks at you. She had brought a few dinosaur action figures for her and Yanagi to play with at recess, but it didn't seem to sit well with Bakugo that she didn't want to share with him or his cronies. So here she was, splitting herself into pieces to try and avoid the stones, while Yanagi was trying her best to block the barrage with her own quirk. Unfortunately, there were just too many rocks being thrown by too many boys for them to block them all. These are my toys, Bakugo, I don't have to share. Tokage yelled, holding back her tears. No way those a-holes were going to make her cry. You better share if you know what's good for you. The blonde laughed as he and 3 of his lackeys kept throwing rocks. Knock it off, Kacchan. Faster than anyone realized, Midoriya, who had been in the bathroom up until then, had run from the recess doors, picked up a handful of rocks that Yanagi had dropped, and threw them back at Kacchan, hitting the blonde right under the left eye. Bakugo paused for only a moment to feel the trickle of blood that was on his cheek before screaming, Heck you, Deku, we're going to kick your asses. Midoriya yelped and ran from the 4 boys who began to chase after him. Let's get the teacher, Yanagi squeaked, fear evident in her normally calm voice. The 2 girls went and found the recess teacher, who was quick to pull the 4 boys off of poor Izuku. Of course, by then, he was already bruised over most of his upper body. He coughed and looked over at his friends. Are you guys okay? Izuku asked. The dam broke, and Tokage began to cry. My friends aren't jackasses, Midoriya seethed to Bakugo's retreating back. And it won't matter how strong you are as a hero if you end civilians by being an idiot about your quirk. Hey, Freckles, let it go, Tokage said, grabbing Midoriya's shoulder. What was that? Bakugo grunted, looking over his shoulder with grit teeth. Ahem. Is there a problem here? The teens turned to see Vlad King behind Midoriya with folded arms. Not at all, sensei, Yanagi said with a bow. Just a little disagreement about strategy. Well, nothing that can't be discussed next week, the teacher replied, though his tone betrayed a stern finality. It was a pleasure having you and your classmates in my group today, Bakugo. Have a good weekend. Faye, the blonde snorted, heading off towards the locker room. As soon as the teacher was out of earshot, Tokage let out a sigh. Good cover, Casper. El Machismo here almost got us in trouble. Sorry, Midoriya said, blushing and looking at the ground. Apologies are not necessary, Yanagi shook her head. Bakugo's childish games shouldn't bother us any longer. I know, the boy sighed. He just got so much worse during middle school, it's hard not to get wound up about it. What did he do in middle school? The girls asked in unison, causing them to look at each other in mild amusement. Izuku's eyes widened. Forget I said anything. Let's just go. The 2 girls exchanged concerned glances as Izuku turned his back towards them and trudged towards the locker room. Sounds like Boom Boom gave Freckles a really hard time after we moved away, Tokage said once Midoriya was out of earshot. Should we try and figure out what that's about? Yanagi hummed. In due time, perhaps. We've only just become friends again after so long. No use making him discuss something so hard before he's comfortable. The mood was considerably lighter on the train ride towards Midoriya's apartment. Tokage gave them the full rundown on how her rescue training went. So yeah, the mannequin on the electrical wires was a real beach. I was the only one who could retrieve it with my hands. Just glad we found that one before Kirishima got my damn fingers crushed. The green-haired girl sighed. She held up her hands, and her fingers had almost grown back all the way, but were just a tad too small. My fingies. Yanagi and Midoriya both snickered. Your quirk seems good for so many things, Tokage, Midoriya said, beaming. Stealth, reconnaissance, rescue work, investigative stuff. And that raptor saw move was really cool. Well, maybe, but there's not much I could do against someone like Kirishima or Tetsu. Tokage shrugged. Doesn't matter how many times I hit him if they don't feel a thing. But I think I want to focus on rescue work anyway. That makes sense, he nodded. What about you, Yanagi? Well, I've always been told my quirk is versatile enough for rescue work or combat. Truth be told, I've always felt drawn to combat, Yanagi said. Is it so, Casper? Tokage asked with a grin. But you're such a proper, reserved lady. Yanagi glared through her friend. I couldn't possibly guess where all the aggression comes from then. Midoriya laughed. I think you'd make a great combat hero, Yanagi. It'd be hard for anyone to even get close to you. Maybe we could train together and work on your hand-to-hand skills. Yanagi's face tinged pink. That would be most helpful. Why, Freckles, are you trying it? Tokage leaned in as her hand popped up and crawled its way up his arm onto his shoulder. Hands-on approach with Casper? Midoriya blushed, but after 2 weeks, he had worked up the courage to tease Tokage back. Are you jealous? Tokage's eyes flew wide open and her face paled. What ash? The train screeched to a halt at the stop from Yuzudafa and Midoriya sprang up. Got your hand, he said, clutching the hand Tokage had left on him and running off the train. What? What are we, 5? Tokage yelled after him. Despite that, she was grinning as she began to push her way off the train as well. Yanagi rolled her eyes. Well, it certainly worked just as well on you as it did when we were 5. Midoriya Inko wasted absolutely no time embarrassing her son the second he and his friends got in the door. Tokage Setsuna, is that you? In the flesh. Inko ran up and bear-hugged the girl, taking even Tokage by surprise. I can't believe how big you've gotten. I ate my Wheaties and took my vitamins, just like you guys told me to, Tokage said, proudly, as Inko set her down. How've you been, ma'am? She jerked her thumb back towards Izuku. I'm sure this troublemaker kept you busy? Is she my friend or my mom's? Izuku muttered under his breath, drawing a stifled giggle from Yanagi. Inko heard it as well, and she swatted her hand against her son's chest. Yes, clearly this one has kept me on my toes. I'm lucky my hair isn't gray. How are you, Yanagi? Let me get a good look at you now that you aren't in your hero costume. Yanagi blushed slightly. I'm doing well. Thank you for inviting us back into your home. Inko laughed. Of course. Sometimes I miss hearing you 3 running around when Izuku's off at school. I was so happy to hear my baby's friends were in his class. Midoriya's face turned scarlet but he kept his mouth shut. Even when Tokage grinned back at him wickedly. Lucky for us too, Tokage snickered. He's like one of the strongest in our class according to that quirk assessment test our teacher had us do. Inko turned to her son, looking stern. What? You never told me that. Must have slipped my mind, Izuku replied, glaring daggers at Tokage, who just grinned harder. Well, we can talk about that more later, Inko chuckled. I'm working on some katsudon, so you 3 go do whatever it is you wanted to do. She retreated from the trio into the kitchen, giving the teens free rein of the modest abode. Come on, Freckles, Tokage said, immediately. I want to go see how your room has changed. Admittedly, I was curious about that as well, Yanagi added, with just a hint of a smile across her pale face. Midoriya turned red once more. For some reason, in all his apprehension at his mom embarrassing him today, it hadn't crossed his mind that the 2 girls he'd grown up with, who he now considered really hot, would see his room. But there was no out, and he didn't think his room was that bad or anything, so he just nodded. A sure thing. Of course, once they were in there was another story. Midoriya realized he had left some dirty clothes on the floor after missing his hamper, and he had various art supplies scattered across the room. Sorry, he muttered, going around the room and picking stuff up. I didn't have time to straighten up this morning. This is much better than Tokage's room, I assure you, Yanagi said. I can advise you it's a regular trash mountain. Tokage didn't seem to even notice as she looked around the room. Holy hell, Freckles, you been busy, huh? Maybe I should start calling you Da Vinci or something. Huh? Midoriya said, looking around. To him, His room looked the same as always. You couldn't see most of his actual walls. Nearly every part of his walls had some drawing or painting he had made taped, or thumbtacked, or sticky tacked up on the wall. It was most clustered together by his desk, but as he had grown up, it had spread to the whole room. It had even come to a point in middle school he took down his All Might posters to make more room. Yanagi joined Tokage in gawking at the display all over the room. Yes, this isn't quite how I remembered it. What do you mean? Midoriya asked. Freckles, you only had drawings in that corner when we were little? Tokage giggled, pointing at his desk. She ran over to the wall across from his desk. You can tell you just spread these out as you got older. You can see how your style gets like. I dunno, better? Midoriya looked around. His room had always looked like this, to his memory. I mean, sure he remembered putting more pictures up as the days went on, but he had forgotten there was a time most of his walls were bare. The room was otherwise pretty plain, with a bed in a corner, some weights over in the other corner, and a game console at the end opposite his bed. More refined, I'd say. Yanagi added. More detailed and in-depth. These later works opposite of the desk are almost lifelike. Tokage turned and looked at the cluster of drawings by the door to the hallway Yanagi was looking at. Yeah, she's right. You've got all the top 10 heroes. Oh, and Lady too. Why yeah, I was there at her debut. Midoriya said. It was such a cool quirk, I had to draw her when I got home. I'll say you did. Tokage snickered at the pose. You must be a butt guy. Midoriya turned crimson. I think that's just how she posed. Tokage and Yanagi laughed. I'm just teasing you, man. Tokage replied. But for real, these are so lifelike. They're not that great, Midoriya muttered. Midoriya, if these were in color, I would think they were photographs, Yanagi replied. You're incredibly talented. Midoriya turned scarlet and scratched his cheek. Thank you. I guess I'm my own worst critic. Have you ever thought of doing commissions? Yanagi asked. You know, advertising your drawings online and charging a fee to draw something someone requests? Tokage snickered. I never thought about it, Midoriya admitted sheepishly. I guess I could try it. Izuku, can you help me for a minute? Inko called from the kitchen. Sure thing. Be right back, guys. As soon as Izuku had left the room, Tokage began opening the drawers of his desk. What are you doing? Yanagi asked. Snooping, obviously, Tokage said with a smirk. Come on, don't you want to see what sort of dirty secrets our cute freckled friend is hiding? I most certainly do not, Yanagi scoffed. And even if I did, why would you think he'd keep anything unsavory in his drawers? It would all be on his computer. Good thinking, Tokage said, opening his laptop. Of course he's got a password. Probably some variation of All Might, right? Yanagi used her quirk to snap the laptop shut, nearly taking off Tokage's fingers again. Cease this debauchery, Setsuna. Man, you're such a party pooper, Tokage laughed. Oh hey. Look. As the laptop shut, she saw a framed photo that had been propped up but fallen some time ago. It was a photo of the three of them, Midoriya's arm over each of their shoulders and a smile on all of their faces. But the smiles were noticeably off. Saddened. That was the photo we took the day before we moved, Yanagi said, nodding. I think mine is buried in my room somewhere. Oh man, I forgot we took that, Tokage said. She looked over where the photo was on the desk. While most of the drawings were action scenes of pro heroes, the photos above that photo were noticeably sadder. Thunderstorms, broken down buildings, a drawing of Midoriya caught in the rain. I wonder how Freckles held up after we moved? From what he said about Bakugo earlier, perhaps not well, Yanagi replied with a shrug. We had a rough time as well, but I was thankful I at least had you. Didn't know you cared, Casper. You make me regret speaking, sometimes. Food is ready, girls. Inko called from the kitchen, making the two of them jump. The two of them left Izuku's room, and their nostrils were hit with the most welcoming smell of Inko's cooking. Izuku had helped her set the table and get the food on plates. As he saw the two of them, he couldn't help but smirk. Did my password stop your snooping? Tokage quirked an eyebrow at him. Since when are you smug, Mop Top? I stopped her before she could try, Yanagi interjected, dryly. That's why you're my favorite, Izuku joked. Wow. Ooh. Tokage said, mock offended with a hand over her chest. I'm trying to tell your mother that this smells just as good as I remember, and here you guys are, breaking my heart? All right, you three, settle down, Inko chuckled. Before it gets cold. It wasn't long before the sound of silverware clanging against the plates and chewing could be heard. Before the meal, Inko had worried she made too much, but seeing the three teenagers scarf down a few helpings of her cooking had her sigh in relief that she made just enough. "It's been so long since I've had a good home-cooked meal," Tokage said, wiping her mouth. "Oh, do your parents still work late?" Inko asked, frowning. "Unfortunately, yes," Yanagi nodded. "Tokage often comes to my house after school to help me with my homework, and we end up getting takeout a few times a week." "Well, I know they work awful hard," Inko sighed. "You two are always more than welcome to come home with Izuku and hang out here." "We wouldn't wish to be a bother," Reiko replied. "You two aren't a bother in the least," the mother answered, waving her hand. "It'll be nice to have people over." Izuku usually goes straight to his room for homework, drawing, or video games. "It's been so long I thought those dumbbells were his only friends." Despite his embarrassment, Midoriya was able to quip back. "They have names, Mom, geez." The girls snickered. "Well, I might take you up on that. Your cooking's the greatest." Tokage beamed. "Here, I'll get the dishes." "Allow me to assist," Yanagi said, standing up. "Are you guys sure I can get it?" Izuku said, standing up with his own plate. "Nonsense," Yanagi shook her head and levitated his plate out of his hands. "Though you can assist if you are so inclined." Sure," Izuku replied, scratching his cheek. The three of them retreated to the kitchen, giving Inko a chance to relax. As Yanagi and Tokage washed the dishes, which was really easy given their quirks allowed them to do multiple at once, Midoriya dried them and put them away. "Hey Mop Top," Tokage's voice came from the sink, making him turn. "What, Isuke?" he cried as Tokage's disembodied hand flung soap and water at his face. The three of them laughed. Once the dishes were completed, they all gathered on the couch. "Remember when we watched that stupid Justice Quirks show?" Tokage laughed. "Yeah, I had all the action figures," Izuku nodded. "And I'd draw all the dumb monsters of the week to reenact the episodes?" There was a pause among the three of them. "We should put it on," Yanagi suggested meekly. Midoriya and Tokage shrugged to each other, and Midoriya put on the oldest iteration of it, Massive Morphin Justice Quirks. Immediately, the television erupted with the villain's declaration. "Ah, after 10 billion years I'm free. Time to destroy the Earth." The three soon dissolved into a fit of giggles at the cheesy show of their youth. "Oh my god, the special effects are so bad." Tokage chuckled. "Yes, you can see all the explosions are just fireworks on the ground, and the characters are just leaping into the air." Yanagi shook her head. "Why does every fight scene have the shot of Justice Green doing 3 front flips over the camera?" Midoriya wondered aloud. "I swear it's the same shot at least 3 times an episode. They must need filler." The three of them watched a few more episodes, making fun of the series and reveling in the nostalgia until Inko checked her phone. "If you two girls are going to catch the last train to Saitama, you better get going. Izuku, why don't you walk them to the station?" "Oh crap, is it that late already?" Tokage said, checking her own phone. "My sister is going to give me so much shit." Izuku had nearly forgotten Tokage had an older sister, Sakura. "Sorry. Here, let's get going." Hurriedly, the three teens left the apartment, Inko assuring them that her door was always open. "Your mom is just as lovely as I remember," Yanagi said once they had made their way out of the building into the crisp evening air. "No wonder we spent so much time here as kids." "Yeah, your mom is the coolest." Tokage agreed. Izuku smiled. You don't tell her I said this, but yeah." Before they got to the station, Tokage stopped them. "Hey, now that we're together again, let's take a picture." "Huh." Midoriya hummed, tilting his head to the side. "Yes, the last time we took a picture was when we moved," Yanagi smiled. "That's a wonderful idea." Izuku nodded, and Tokage took out her phone, holding it above the three of them. She threw her arm around Midoriya. "Come on Midoriya, bring it in. Get your arm over Ghosty and me." Embarrassed, Midoriya put his arm around each girl as Tokage got them all in the frame. Still, he found it wasn't hard to smile as Tokage snapped the selfie of the three of them. "That's a keeper," the green hair girl said with a giant grin. "Me and my 2 favorite people." Midoriya's smile widened. "Why, send me a copy of that, okay?" "Of course," Tokage grinned. "See you Monday, Freckles." "Have a good weekend, Midoriya," Yanagi added. "All right, you too," Midoriya replied sheepishly. "And, text me when you get home, okay? Just so I know you made it." The two nodded and walked off down the stairs, and Midoriya turned and made the short walk back to his apartment. His mom had put on one of her favorite dramas on in his absence and looked up as he walked in. "There you are," she said. "I hope your friends had a good time." "They did," he said, smiling. "Thanks for dinner. I know they really liked it." "Oh good. I mean it, we should have them over more often. Yeah. I think I'm going to go draw something. Izuku replied. His mom laughed. Of course. Holler if you want a snack, son. Alright. Retreating to his room, Midoriya sat at his desk and drew the only thing he could think of. Yanagi and Tokage. Well then, as I'm sure some of you know, Vlad King said, Monday morning, in 2 weeks' time will be the annual UA Sports Festival. The class cheered. Anyone who went to UA or followed heroics watched the sports festival, of course. It was one of the biggest televised events in Japan, and helped play a big part in why UA was one of the most popular hero schools in the Eastern Hemisphere. Yes, I know it's exciting, the teacher chuckled. It will be a good time to attract attention to yourselves for internship and work-study offers down the road. Now before then you'll dash. Without further notice, Midnight kicked the door in, making everyone jump. Picking hero names. She looked at Vlad King. Did I make my cue? You were about 2 sentences too early, the blood hero deadpanned. Oh, well, can I try again? Midnight asked. What? No. Vlad answered, but it was too late. Midnight had left and shut the door. Her silhouette could be seen behind the window. Vlad sighed. You'll be doing something just as important. Something that will follow you your whole hero careers. Everyone looked at the door. Nothing happened. Something that will follow you your whole hero careers. Vlad repeated. Picking hero names. Midnight shouted, kicking in the door again. Vlad left without a word, clear frustration on his face, as Midnight began explaining the importance of hero names. It got across your whole vibe as a hero. What you were about, if you were approachable, if you wanted to be intimidating. Midoriya listened to each of his classmates' hero names, and opened the notebook he had used on day 1 in Class 1B. He added their hero names to their pictures. Emily, he whispered to himself as Yanagi read off her hero name. She didn't really offer an explanation, but Midoriya knew it was because her favorite horror movie was The Exorcism of Emily Rose, and her favorite book was Anya's Ghost. She'd wanted that hero name for as long as he knew her. Lizardy, he said as Tokage gave her explanation. Because I'm not a lizard or anything, she laughed. Or a dinosaur. I wish I was a dinosaur. But yeah, I'm just lizard. Midoriya was last to be called, and he looked down at the small whiteboard he had been presented and smiled up to his class. So, I actually was never sure what I wanted my hero name to be. But then over the weekend one of my friends called me something and I've kinda been playing with it. He flipped his whiteboard around and it said, Vinci, the art hero. Oh, like the Ninja Turtle, Leonardo. Tetsu yelled out. That's dope. Tokage turned crimson and smiled down to her lap. Stupid freckles. Making me all jittery. Good names, all around, Midnight said, jovially. Now, with 2 weeks until the sports festival, we'll be opening up Gym Gamma for everyone to train. But it gets rather packed, so you may want to reserve times. Dismissed. This was misjudgment on my part. Yanagi wheezed as her back hit the ground. Midoriya helped her up, offering her a sympathetic smile. It's okay, you're doing way better than when we first started. Kendo had managed to snag some time and space for all of Class 1B to train the week before the sports festival. How she managed to even get an hour each afternoon was baffling, as the reservations were filled the day Vlad had made the announcement. Still, most of the class was taking advantage of it, trying to cram in as much practice as they could get before the sports festival. Midoriya and Tokage agreed to take the time to help Yanagi brush up on her hand-to-hand skills. I suppose, Yanagi grumbled. But I doubt a week of martial arts and cheap tactics training from the 2 of you will do much for me. That's even if I make it to the fighting part of the festival. It's better than nothing, Tokage shrugged from the bench where she had been resting. If someone manages to get in close, a thumb to the eye or one of Freckles' fancy judo moves is better than just panicking. Here, I'm going to charge you with this fist, Midoriya advised. Try and use the flip I showed you. Yanagi nodded. The 2 took positions. Midoriya charged at her. She grabbed his arm and tried to flip him overhead, but she ended up just falling and pulling Midoriya down onto her back. Tokage howled with laughter. Looks like you guys, well, something, came the voice of their class president. The 3 turned to see Kendo had entered the gym in her own gym uniform. While certain classmates had only opted to come some of the days, Kendo was there every day, like clockwork, to work on her own skills. Hey Prez, Tokage beamed. Just helping Casper work on her close-range stuff. It's a work in progress. Well, nothing wrong with that, the redhead replied. I actually just got done talking to the others about our strategy for the beginning of the sports festival. Our strategy? Yanagi repeated as she brushed herself off. Yeah, you know how the sports festival always starts with something that narrows the class down to like 40 people? Kendo asked. The other three nodded. Yeah, so instead of all of us rushing to be first, we all talked about maybe grouping together to make sure all 20 of us are in the top 40. Like instead of rushing off to be first, just hanging back behind the top 10 or something and working together. Kendo explained. The whole school and media are talking about Class 1A fending off that attack on the USJ, but if we all can make it really far in the sports festival, we can get some of that buzz too, you know? Midoriya rubbed his chin. I don't see why not. We all have a lot of really cool quirks that work well in tandem, right? And it's the tournament that really generates a lot of buzz, Tokage added. Get our names out there? I find this agreeable. Yanagi sighed, not that I expect to make it past the opening round anyway. Not with that attitude. Tokage grinned, ruffling Yanagi's hair. 2 weeks later. The strategy was agreed upon by all of Class 1B. Still, Midoriya couldn't help but be nervous as he and his classmates lined up for the opening relay race of the sports festival. The festivities were opened when Bakugo, who had scored the highest on the entrance exam, gave a speech. Well, if you could call it that. He pretty much called everyone a loser and said he'd win. It got everyone pretty fired up, but Kendo was sure to remind the whole class of their plan. A race didn't seem too bad. Midoriya couldn't help but think of drawing something for himself, but he berated himself for it. Besides, if he stopped to draw something at the beginning of a race, they might lose time they would never make up. He was stuck with a small notepad and pencil, what he could hit in his gym uniform pockets. The starting gun sounded, and immediately a wave of cold was felt from his left. He turned just in time to activate color fill and jump out of the way of a glacier that had seemingly formed from under. The feat of one of the students of Class 1A. From the joint rescue training they had done, he recognized the boy as Todoroki Shudo, son of Endeavor. The good news from that is the ice had frozen a good chunk of general studies and support course students. That was close, but come on. Tokage hissed in his ear as she pulled him towards the rest of Class 1B who was running down the track. The two of them quickly caught up as their class and a horde of other students turned the first corner, coming face to face with a bunch of zero-pointer robots. We can probably zip through their legs if we're... He began to think, but then he noticed that all of his classmates had stopped, and the 10 or so people from Class 1A who weren't frozen were getting ahead of them. Guys, what are you dash? They're effing huge. Awaze exclaimed. Before anyone else could say anything, there was a deafening boom as Yaoyorozu produced a rocket launcher and shot one of the zero-pointers, knocking it down. As Midoriya looked over, he could have sworn she was smirking at him. Oh, it's on. Whipping out his notepad, he drew a naval cannon to the confusion of his classmates, animated it, and pulled the cord. The cannonball shot from the cannon with a deafening bang, and tore through the midsection of a zero-pointer. Come on, let's get moving. Midoriya cried, determined not to let the girl with the similar quirk get ahead of him. Since when is he so competitive? Shiozaki questioned as the rest of the class ran past the zero-pointers. After firing the cannonball, Yanagi used her quirk to hurl the cannon itself through the last robot in their path. By now, some of the students that had gotten frozen managed to break out of the ice, so a sense of urgency had come across Class 1B, especially as they came to the next challenge, a canyon with a few stone pillars across it. Yanagi, how many of us could you levitate across? Kendo asked. 5, and likely only halfway, Yanagi frowned. That's out of range. Guys, I totally got this. Tsuburaba replied. I can just make a bridge with my air barriers. Then Bondo can put glue behind us so people can't follow us. It was a solid plan, and certainly proved to be pretty quick. Tsuburaba ran, blowing air barriers quickly as everyone followed behind, Bondo sabotaging it from the rear. They turned and saw a bunch of angry students trying to crawl across a wire some support student had used. Up in the teacher's box in the stadium, all the teachers who weren't announcing with present mic and Eraserhead were watching the race on a television. Looks like your class went for a team effort early on, Ectoplasm said, clicking his tongue. I wonder how the people watching feel. It almost feels like a cheap tactic. Vlad King scoffed. Cheap? More villain incidents are resolved quicker and cheaper when more heroes are around to quell damage. Teamwork is a fine tactic, but it's not going to do them any favors for gathering individual attention, Ectoplasm argued. In the real world, teamwork is fine, but they need to make a name for themselves here. All Might was seated behind them, and mulled the conversation over. He knew Gran Torino was watching from home too. Try as he might to be impartial as a teacher, he was hoping for Midoriya to really make a name for himself here. A few of the students from Class 1A had let their 15 minutes of fame go to their heads. Come on, young Midoriya. Alright. One obstacle left, guys. Tokage's disembodied head hollered as she turned it towards the rest of the class. We're behind the too far. Pony shouted, mixing up the words in her panic. She wasn't exactly wrong. As the class reached the minefield, Todoroki had made an ice path, and several students were scrambling across the bridge. Wait, Midoriya yelled. I have an idea. Ahead of Class 1B, Todoroki and Bakugo were neck and neck. Towards the end of the minefield, Todoroki using his ice to freeze them, and Bakugo using explosions to fly over the field. But both of them nearly stumbled when they heard a roar behind them. They both craned their necks behind them to see a massive black dragon flying over the minefield, its scaled wings beating gusts of wind that pushed Bakugo to the ground and subsequently blew him up. As it flew, the dragon breathed fire onto the ice path, sabotaging all the students who were using it to chase Todoroki and Bakugo down. On top of the dragon, Class 1B was hanging on for dear life as it flew over the minefield. Midoriya sat at the front of the dragon, grinning ear to ear. I can make a stinking dragon. Suck it, laws of reality. As he yelled, Yanagi, who was behind him, held onto him further, a bit terrified of flying. Onwards, Volvagia. Wow, see, that's a good way to get attention, Ectoplasm chuckled. That's your student with 2 quirks, right Vlad? Powerloader asked. The teacher for Class 1B nodded. I've never seen him draw something quite like that yet. He usually sticks to medieval weapons or explosives or something. All Might smiled. That was a step in the right direction. The dragon flew into the stadium, where it landed with a roar to the deafening applause of the stadium, until it began thrashing around in a panic due to all the noise. Hurriedly, Midoriya erased it as it reared its head to breathe fire onto the crowd, who had begun to scream. As it turned back into a drawing with a poof, the rest of the students fell to the ground. Christ, Midoriya, a Waze hissed as he rubbed his tailbone. Why wouldn't you just draw like a big-ass flying carpet? But that's just a rectangle, Midoriya argued, furrowing his brow. Where's the fun in that? Anyone could draw. He looked around at the frustrated looks of his classmates, and then at the dragon he had sketched, the paper in his hands. I guess I should have just gone for functionality. That was the point, Ken sighed. But it doesn't matter. We won, I guess. Midoriya scratched the back of his head, embarrassed. Tokage grabbed his shoulder and grinned as he looked back at her. Don't take it so hard, Freckles. I thought it was pretty cool. It was almost like a dinosaur. Thanks, Tokage. And it's a come from behind victory for all of Class 1B. Present Mike screamed his announcement. I don't think we've ever had a 20-way tie for first place in the history of the sports festival. You don't usually see teamwork in a winner-takes-all sort of contest, Aizawa said evenly. I'm surprised they stuck together. The rest of the contestants began charging into the arena, the first among them being Todoroki from Class 1A, who was immediately followed by Deku. An enraged Bakugo Katsuki rushed up to Class 1B, eyes dead set on Midoriya, but he was stopped, once again, by Yanagi's quirk before he could get close to the green-haired boy. Being stopped didn't seem to faze Bakugo in the least, as he continued screaming. You'll pay for what YUI quirk did to me. Kendo stepped between Midoriya and Bakugo, blocking the artist from the blonde's line of vision. Shocker, it's almost like we were in a competition. The president of Class 1B snarked. Ida, can you get him? Ida, who had run in not long after Bakugo, nodded and bowed. My sincerest apologies for my classmate's behavior. He grabbed Bakugo's collar and dragged him off, much to the protest of the explosive student. Midnight took to a podium as the final students poured in, and the rest of Class 1A, minus the injured parties from the USJ, qualified into the top 40, and a few support and general course students made it as well. What a showing for our opening event. Let's give a big hand to all our students, and those who will be moving on to the next round. Cheers went up around the arena, but Midoriya couldn't help but notice that the rated R heroine left the podium to talk on her walkie-talkie. He was able to catch a bit of what she was saying. Can't do that cavalry battle. Too many in first place. Yanagi, who was next to him, heard it too. I think our actions have hindered the events the school had planned. I wonder what task we'll have next. I dunno, Midoriya shrugged. Something to narrow us down to 16 students. I wonder how you can eliminate 24 people in short order. They wouldn't have to wait long. Midnight got off her walkie-talkie and retook the podium. Well then, who's ready for round 2? The crowd cheered again. Midnight beamed. Good. Because this batch needs to get smaller still. And to whittle the lot of them, we'll be doing one of my favorites. Quirk Dodgeball. Yes. Tokage fist-pumped as the rest of the arena cheered. Myself and the other teachers will monitor the arena as we drop dodgeballs all over the field. Midnight announced. The last 16 students standing will move on to the final tournament. Will some students team up? Will someone rise to the top? You all have 10 minutes to strategize. Students began running all over the place, proposing alliances. Class 1B turned to Kendo. What should we do, Prez? Tetsu asked. Kendo smiled and shook her head. Well, only 16 of us can get in. Sorry guys, but we can't stick together for this one. Shiozaki, Tsunatori, come with me. The class objected as the president and the two girls she had asked for walked away, and began splintering off. Midoriya stared down at his sketchpad. Surely he could think of something to help with dodgeball. But before he could really think, Tokage leaned down into his field of vision. Hey, so what's our plan, Mop Top? He blinked up at her, surprised that she and Yanagi were still there. Oh, you wanted to team up with me? Yanagi tilted her head. But of course. Why would we not? Midoriya's surprised look hadn't fallen off his face. He knew that those two considered him their friend, but, oh, I thought you two were going to go off without me. Tokage gave him a wide-eyed look of confusion. What? Win this without our hunky arm candy? That knocked the confused look off his face, replacing it with a blush. Arm candy? Our skills complement each other, Yanagi added, blushing herself. We're strongest together, regardless of how attractive you are. Her face turned crimson as she realized what she had said, causing Tokage to cackle as Midoriya looked to his feet. Okay then, Romeo and Juliet, what's the strategy? Tokage said between laughs. Midoriya looked at the ground, trying to forget how embarrassed the exchange made him, when it came to him. I may have an idea, he said, sketching something down on his notepad. All right, Midnight announced, everyone get ready. Clusters of students all gathered, spaced out enough to have some scope of the rest of the combatants, but close enough to be in throwing distance. All except a boy from the General Studies course with purple hair, who had amassed a wall of people around him. Midoriya, Yanagi, and Tokage all nodded to each other. Go! As red, rubbery dodgeballs fell from the heavens from who knows where, Midoriya slapped his sketch down on the ground as it poofed to life. The three of them were surrounded in the modified tank he had drawn, all except for Tokage's hands. She and Yanagi sat in the top, in a dome made of bulletproof glass. Whoa, look at these crazy strategies. Present Mike shouted. Todoroki Shudo has barricaded himself in an ice palace like he was some sort of cursed Disney princess, and 3 of the students in Class 1B had taken shelter in some sort of video game tank. And then there's Bakugo, Aizawa sighed. Going on an all-out assault? Bwah! Bakugo shouted, using his explosions to propel the dodgeballs across the whole stadium, hitting right against Shishida's face. Jolly bad show, Shishida grumbled as he reverted back to his usual self. Kamakiri didn't fare well with his quirk either. He ended up just popping a ball and getting eliminated by Ida. As Yanagi, Tokage, and Midoriya drove around their tank, the dodgeballs from their opponents harmlessly bouncing off the vehicle, Tokage used her hands to snatch dodgeballs from the ground and throw them at unsuspecting opponents, and Yanagi used her quirk to load dodgeballs into the cannon on the tank. Fire! Yanagi commanded. Midoriya fired the tank's cannon as commanded, laughing all the while. The dodgeball came rocketing out of the tank and smashed into the stomach of Shuji from Class 1A. Direct hit. Yanagi cried. Yowza! That's some firepower coming out that tank. Present Mike yelled. It's a tank, Aizawa sighed. What would you expect? Stop hiding, Tokage turned to see Bakugo rocketing towards the tank, ready with a dodgeball in hand. She threw her own dodgeball with her disembodied hands, but the blonde used an explosion to deflect the ball. But using the distraction, Tokage used her other free hand to smack the ball out of Bakugo's other hand. Damn it, Pieces! He shouted. Did he just call me Pieces? Tokage blanched. Gross. Rather ironic, coming from a chronic nicknamer such as yourself, Yanagi quipped. At least he didn't call you useless or something, Midoriya shouted from below them. Quite. Fire! Yanagi cried as she loaded another dodgeball into the tank's cannon. BW. Midoriya cried as he fired the cannon, watching from his scope as the red rubber ball blasted Aoyama from Class 1A in the face, knocking him out. Whoops. Was that too much? Wow, that might be the most aggressive quirk dodgeball elimination since All Might hit the Knox County Smash on Endeavor back 30-some-odd years ago. Present Mike hollered into the microphone. Can you check the record books, Eraser? No, Aizawa replied immediately. Yowza, that might be another big hit to my self-esteem. Only 3 eliminations left. Bakugo had not let up, Dodgeball or not. Tokage had to stop grabbing Dodgeball and focus on wrestling the blonde away from the tank. Get a damn life, boom baka. Tokage shouted as she grabbed Bakugo by his elbows and pulled his hands away from the tank's glass dome. You can't hide from me. The blonde seethed. He let loose a blast that diverted a dodgeball that one of the support corps students had thrown at him. I'm not leaving until I make you pay. Can you give me a hand, you two? Tokage grunted. He's like some bird sheet on the windshield that won't come off. On it, Yanagi said, turning from the controls and holding her hand out towards Bakugo. But at the moment she did, he used his explosions to create a smoke screen, blocking him from her sight. He's worked out that I can't use poltergeist on him unless he's in my field of view. Suddenly, the cannon on the front of the tank groaned. We're being compromised? Midoriya shouted. He opened the hatch on the inside of the tank, coming face to face with Bakugo's face and arms stretching into the barrel as he tried to claw his way inside. There you a dash, Bakugo shouted, but Midoriya slammed the door shut before the blonde could finish and try to unleash an explosion through the cannon. Fire, Midoriya deadpanned, hitting the button on the cannon and shooting Bakugo out of the tank. Deku! He screamed as he flew over the battlefield. Whoa, what the hell? Hagakure yelled, pointing up at Bakugo. Unfortunately, between her talking and holding a dodgeball, it gave Yaoyorozu the chance to hit her with a dodgeball. Midnight blew her whistle. That's it. The final elimination. The crowd erupted in cheers at the satisfying amounts of slapstick that had occurred. Hagakure whipped the ball she was holding at the ground. Dang it. Let's give it up for our final 16 contestants. Midnight shouted to the crowd, Shinso Hitoshi, Shizuki Ibra, Yaoyorozu Momo, Iida Tenya, Kendo Itsuka, Midoriya Izuku, Urarako Ochako, Todoroki Shudo, Ashido Mina, Tokoyami Fumikage, Bakugo Katsuki, Yanagi Reiko, Shiro Hanta, Kirishima Ijirio, Tokage Setsuna, and Kaminari Denki. We did it! Togake cheered, fist-pumping her hands right outside of the glass dome. Midoriya cheered and tapped the tank with his eraser, the 3 of them landing on their feet. He blushed and laughed as Tokage kept the celebration going by wrapping both Yanagi and Midoriya in a giant hug. We're going to the tournament! She screamed as she jumped up and down. Why yes, Yanagi replied, smiling somewhat uncomfortably. But this is where it gets the most difficult. Let us have our goddamn moment, Casper. Tokage replied, beaming. Gee, good job, guys, Midoriya laughed. We make a great team. Tokage jumped back, bouncing on the balls of her feet. That doesn't mean I'm going to take it easy on you if we fight in the tournament. Her teeth glinted in the sun, looking particularly mischievous. Midoriya gulped. Well, of course. I wouldn't either. Agreed, Yanagi nodded. A hush went over the students as Midnight took the podium again. Alright folks, after a short intermission, we're going to get right into the matches. They will be as follows. Final matches. Midoriya Izuku vs Yaoyorozu Momo. Iida Tenya vs Kendo Itsuka. Yanagi Reiko vs Urarako Ochako. Todoroki Shudo vs Shiro Hanta. Tokage Setsuna vs Ashido Mina. Kirishima Ijiri vs Tokoyami Fumikage. Bakugo Katsuki vs Shizuki Ibra. Shinso Hitoshi vs Kaminari Denki. Midoriya's eyes scanned the battlefield until his gaze locked onto the tall, raven-haired student from Class 1A. She smirked at Midoriya, and it lit an odd fire in his chest. Now was his chance to outdo her. As Midnight led the combatants to the waiting rooms, he took out his pad and paper. Inspiration had struck. Tokage plopped down in Class 1B's section next to Yanagi. Everyone except Midoriya and Kendo had taken to their arena seats to watch, since they had some time before their matches. Alright, I can't wait to see this one. Indeed, Yanagi nodded. Yaoyorozu and Midoriya have such similar quirks. It will be interesting to see who employs their quirk in a superior way. Yeah, but Mop Top has his strength enhancement too. He doesn't seem to bust that one out much, but it makes him a wild card, Tokage replied. Behind them, Ibra whispered a quick prayer for their classmate, while Kaibara, Awaze, and Tsuburaba began taking bets with the rest of their classmates. Alright ladies, dudes, and gentlethumbs, Present Mike announced. Who's ready for a rumble? The stadium exploded into cheers once more. Well then, our first contestant is the lady whose quirk makes her a real walking arsenal. It's Yaoyorozu Momo from Class 1A. The vice president of their rival class walked out into the arena, somewhat timidly, as Class 1A cheered from a few sections over. Boo hiss. Tokage yelled jokingly. Yanagi slapped her arm. She's really quite a lovely person, cease this debauchery, Yanagi grumbled. It's a competition, Casper, and I want our broccoli boy to win. Tokage replied, sticking her tongue out. Yanagi said nothing, but crossed her fingers in her lap. Well, of course I do as well. And for her opponent, his only limit is his imagination. The Picasso of Class 1B, Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya walked into the sunlight and felt his knees tremble as the cheers met his ears. He climbed the stairs into the battle ring and took his pencil and notepad from his pockets. As he stared down his rival, he could tell she already had a plan in mind. I'll need a second. No matter how fast I draw, she'll be quicker. All right, give me a good clean fight. Midnight said, looking between the two. Now go. Yaoyorozu wasted no time producing a rocket launcher from her stomach and fired it towards Midoriya as the crowd went wild. Midoriya responded by drawing a messy thwomp and throwing it in front of him. It materialized just in time, standing about as tall as a garage, absorbing the explosion and kicking up a cloud all over the arena. I knew it. Midoriya grinned, already halfway done with his next sketch. On the other side of the battlefield, Yaoyorozu cursed as she produced a broadsword and shield from her stomach and began charging through the smoke. Thought I had him with speed? She dashed around the thwomp, expecting to be met with some sort of counterattack. But Midoriya wasn't there. Charizard, flamethrower. Yaoyorozu whipped around and looked up to see Midoriya on the back of the aforementioned Charizard, which had whipped its head back to attack. The girl barely had time to raise her shield to block the stream of fire. Still, the flames licked around the shield, making the sweat prickle all over her brow. What an explosive opening to the sports festival. Present Mike shouted. So far these two have stalemated each other with some crazy creations. At Midoriya's command, Charizard circled around the raven-haired student to find an opening. Don't let up on the flamethrower, he said, furiously scribbling as he tried to keep his balance on the dragon. Yaoyorozu dropped her sword and focused on blocking the fire with her shield, already ignoring a few burns on her torso where her shield hadn't provided adequate cover. Gotta take him down quick. She plopped a grenade out of her stomach and lobbed it over the top of her shield towards the dragon Pokemon. Midoriya looked up just in time to see it. Crap, sorry Charizard. He kicked off the dragon's back and jumped on top of the thwomp just as the grenade hit his Pokemon. The explosion was too much for it, and it reverted back into a piece of paper. Well, that's new, Midoriya thought, wide-eyed. Never had a drawing of a living thing get ended, I guess, though. He looked down at the piece of paper in his hand and realized he'd left his notepad on the back of the Pokemon, and it was burnt to a crisp. Oh crap. It's like a battle of idealism and cynicism. Present Mike shouted excitedly. Guess who I know who you're cheering for, you crusty grump. Aizawa grumbled. Gotta make this count, Midoriya thought, animating his last drawing while on top of the thwomp. Yaoyorozu rolled out of the way as Midoriya jumped down, attacking her with a master sword. She grabbed her own broadsword and sprang to her feet. I hope you're prepared. I've been trained in sword mastery since I was a girl. Midoriya said nothing and charged forward as the crowd cheered. Their blades clashed as they attacked each other, sparks flying in each of their faces as steel kissed steel. But true to her word, Momo knew how to handle a blade far better than Midoriya, who'd only experienced them in video games. As she blocked his blade with her shield, she swiped at his shoulder to disarm him. And he turned into a piece of paper. What? The real Midoriya, who had jumped down the backside of the thwomp, took the opening. Activating color fill at 15%, he dashed over behind Yaoyorozu, grabbed her by the hem of her pants and scruff of her shirt, and threw her over the side of the battlefield onto the grass with all of his strength. Ring out! Midnight yelled. That's the match. The crowd cheered. What a twist of fate, Present Mike yelled, using a paper copy of himself as a diversion for a sneak attack. Immediately, Midoriya grabbed his pencil to erase the thwomp and hopped into the grass to offer Yaoyorozu a hand up. She sighed and took it, offering a smile despite herself. And a display of sportsmanship to top it off. What a great way to kick off what's sure to be a great tournament. The two walked off towards the hallway back to the waiting rooms as the crowd cheered for the two of them. Midoriya was surprised that the taller girl laughed as soon as they were out of view from the crowd. She snickered. I never expected a Pokemon. Midoriya laughed too. I wanted to keep you on your toes. Well, I guess you succeeded, she shook her head. You know, I'm really glad I got to fight you. Yeah? Midoriya asked, as the two stopped and looked at each other. Me too. I guess I wanted to see how our quirks stack up against each other. Well then, this is far from over. She replied with a faint smirk. There'll be other times for me to get you back. Well, I'm not going to make it easy on you. Midoriya replied with a grin. Besides, I think you might have made this tournament a lot harder from here on out. Her smirk fell. What do you mean? My notepad, he sighed, got burnt up by your grenade. And I can't go get another one. Well, that's not my intention, thought to be honest. That should have been my strategy from the start, I suppose. The girl rubbed her chin. And it's not like there is another surface you could use. Does your quirk only really work on paper? Midoriya began, but then he froze. And his eyes widened. Are you alright? Momo asked. He merely nodded as a memory he hadn't thought of in a long time resurfaced. Mom, Kacchan popped my beach ball, the 5-year-old sniffed as he ran up to his mother. She was laying across a towel, sunbathing and reading a book as her son was swimming at the beach. She sat up. I'm sorry, Izuku. But there isn't exactly a store around here. Can you make one? Izuku shook his head. He squatted down and drew a circle in the sand and tried to use his quirk. The ball animated, but it was brown and grainy and still felt like sand. My quirk doesn't work as good on things that aren't paper. It doesn't, he replied. I haven't tried to use anything since paper since getting one for all. Why is she smarter about my quirk than I am? Hey, do you have a Sharpie I can borrow? She produced one. Sure, here you are. Well, I wish you best of luck in the rest of the tournament, Midoriya. Thanks, he bowed. I appreciate that. That was awesome. Tokage yelled as she leaned back in her chair. So cool. Yanagi nodded. Indeed, Midoriya employed clever use of his quirks. That was truly a thrill to watch. All that much more difficult for Kendo to top it. Kinoko chimed in from a few seats down. I wish I got to fight him, Kamikiri spat. I'd tear them all limb from limb. Like you tore that dodgeball? Kaibar joked. As Cementos finished rebuilding the battlefield after the minor damage the Thwomp had given it, Present Mike announced, All right cool cats, it's time for a political battle FO supremacy. First up, he's built for speed and he's got the pipes to prove it. It's the president of Class 1, Ida Tenya. He has the super speed quirk, correct? Yanagi asked as the taller boy walked out. I believe he will provide an excellent challenge for Kendo. Yeah, this is a real speed versus power dynamic, Tokage nodded. Should be good. You'll have to fill me in later, Yanagi said, standing. I'm going to the waiting room to prepare for my match. Tokage nodded and looked to her friend. Hey, Reiko. Reiko blushed slightly. It was rare for Tokage to use someone's name, let alone their first. Wise, you're going to kick ass. Seriously, Tokage answered, her smile much softer than usual. I believe in you. Yanagi blushed and smiled faintly. Thank you, Setsuna. I feel the same. If you should be gone for your match before I get back. Thanks, Ghosty. And her spirit is as fiery as her hair. Give a big hand for Kendo Itsuka, president of Class 1B, because she has some big hands for the competition. Present Mike announced as Yanagi retreated down the stairs. Midoriya pocketed the marker and pulled his sleeve back down before exiting the bathroom. He felt pretty good about his strategy going forward. As he began walking back towards the Class 1B seats, he saw Todoroki Shudo walking towards him. Without thinking, he offered the boy a friendly nod. Hey! Midoriya turned around to see the boy with two-toned hair stopped and stared at him. Whyus? You're Midoriya. You have 2 quirks, right? Oh, yeah. Izuku squirmed. Like you, Redash? I'm going to destroy you. Midoriya stepped back as though the words had been a punch to the face. They weren't spoken in a threatening way, not like Bakugo would have done. It was more of a declaration, a statement of what the taller boy believed to be a fact. Huh. You're the other person in our year with 2 quirks. Therefore, I'm going to destroy you. Todoroki replied, simply. I'm going to use my ice to annihilate you. Nothing personal. Midoriya blinked. Any particular reason you're telling me this? I'm going to prove to my father that I don't need his worthless power to be the #1 hero, Todoroki replied, practically through grit teeth. His shift in demeanor startled the greenette. He'd gone from monotone to pissed in 0 to 60. And you're the best way to demonstrate it. Oh right, his dad is Endeavor, Midoriya thought, frowning. Well, whatever issues you have with your dad aren't going to get fixed fighting me. I'm coming at you with both quirks. And that's even if you make it to me. My friend Yanagi isn't someone to underestimate, and you would have to fight her first? The taller boy scoffed. You two can comfort each other after your losses. That's all. As Todoroki walked off, Midoriya shook his head. What's that guy's problem? I would hazard a guess that he has some rather deep-rooted baggage concerning his father. Midoriya turned around to see that the answer had come from Yanagi, who was behind a corner listening to the conversation. She looked paler than usual. Oh, sorry Yanagi, I didn't realize you were there. She shook her head. I was heading towards the waiting room when I overheard the conversation. You handled it wonderfully, I might add. Though I fear you have far too much confidence in me. He quirked his head to the side. I don't think so. What do you mean? As much I want to be a combat-oriented hero, I confess I have no experience in the matter. Yanagi admitted. I'm tense about this whole thing. I honestly never expected to get this far. I guess that makes one of us. Midoriya rubbed the back of his neck. I always thought you were the strongest of the three of us. Her visible eye widened. Surely you don't mean that. Your abilities outshine mine. I mean, even if that's true, you could just yank the pencil and paper out of my hand. Izuku laughed. And then just throw me around? I suppose that is in my power, Yanagi muttered. Without thinking, Midoriya reached over and grabbed her hand, drawing a small yelp from the girl. You're going to a great hero, Yanagi. No matter what happens today. I believe in you. But I think you could kick some serious butt here. Her face was burning at this point, after hearing those words from both Tokage and Midoriya in quick succession. Thank you. Izuku. At hearing his first name, and realizing how warm her hands felt, a blush crept onto Izuku's face too as he realized the gravity of the situation. They were holding hands, alone, and she had used his first name. Why yeah. And no problem. Now fight. Came Midnight's voice from the stadium, interrupting the two. Oh, Midoriya said, jumping. I should go watch this to see who I fight next. I'll be rooting for you, Reiko. He ran back towards the stadium, not realizing Reiko was staring after him, a rare smile on her face. Thank you, Izuku? Setsuna? As soon as the word, fight, left Midnight's mouth, Ida activated his Recipro boost to charge Kendo in an attempt to push her from the ring. Kendo folded her giant fists in front of her as a shield that Ida crashed into, unable to budge her. Swinging her hands open, he was knocked backwards, but stayed on his feet. Both Class 1A and B cheered at the stalemate to encourage their respective presidents. As they did, Midoriya plopped down next to Tokage in the stands. Good fight, Mop Top, Tokage said, not taking her eyes off the action. It'll be tough for Red and Four Eyes to beat. On the field, Ida had charged back at Kendo, who responded by slapping a giant open palm down on the ground. The speedster was just able to turn and head away from the impact and began to circle around. Looks like he can't turn on a dime, or if he can, not easily, Midoriya observed. As Ida charged again, Kendo used a horizontal hook, hoping that the extended range would help her snag the speedster. But Ida had anticipated the change in tactics and jumped over her, trying to spin into an axe kick. Kendo was only just barely able to cover her head with her other hand, and tried to fling Ida off of her, but he jumped off before she could. Damn, Ida thought, I was hoping I'd be able to save my secret move for later, but I'm afraid I won't be able to. Recipro Turbo. Kendo was taken aback by Ida moving faster than she could process, only seeing the blur of his movement. She went to make a shield with her hands again. But Ida was so fast he managed to duck under her hands before she had finished growing them all the way. Before she could even process what had happened, Ida had grabbed the back of her shirt and was pulling her across the battlefield. Before she could even act, Ida had thrown her over the barrier for a ring-out victory. Ring out. Midnight called. Kendo Itsuka has left the battlefield. The crowd roared for the short but exciting match. Gah, Kendo growled, punching the ground in frustration. Where did that come from? My apologies, Ida replied, offering her a hand up. That was a secret maneuver I had been working on. You were so formidable I had to use it earlier than I wanted to. Small victories, I guess, Kendo sighed. Thanks, I suppose. From the stands, the students from Class 1B groaned. God damn it, this really effed up my bracket? Aways yelled. Aw man, Four Eyes got lucky, Tokage grumbled. How are you going to fight that one, Freckles? Midoriya took a Sharpie out from his pocket and rolled up his left sleeve. I have an idea. Tokage looked at a few lines that were on Midoriya's sleeve and tilted her head. What's all that? He turned away from her. Hey, no peeking. We may have to fight each other later. Tokage went to object, but Present Mix's announcement distracted her before she could. For our next match, we have a ghostly beauty whose skills are only matched by her creepiness. It's Yanagi Reiko. Well, that description is just all over the place, Midoriya laughed. I'm going to tell Casper you don't think she's beautiful. Tokage snickered. Of course I think she's beautiful. He objected just a tad too loudly. I meant the other. Shut up. The rest of the class chuckled at him, and he buried his head in his hands as Tokage pat his back. Don't worry, I'll keep that between you and me, Freckles. And her opponent is a girl who laughs at gravity. But she's no space case. It's Uraraka Ochako. As the two girls took the field, Midoriya and Tokage couldn't help but notice that Uraraka looked ready for a fight. She had a look of competitiveness on her face as she stretched out. Yanagi, on the other hand, stood still with her hands crooked to her side, as she usually did. All right girls, keep it clean. Midnight instructed. It's a good day for a swell bout. Now wallop. Uraraka charged towards Yanagi. Nothing personal. But as Uraraka closed in, Yanagi's stance changed. She shifted her left leg and arm back and outstretched her right arm. Crooking her fingers like a puppet master, Uraraka's body began surrounded by the same glow Midoriya had come used to seeing, and she left the ground. My apologies, but I'm afraid your quirk was just mismatched with mine, Yanagi replied. Turning her body with a dramatic flourish, she placed Uraraka forcibly in the grass outside of the ring. Ring out. Midnight called as the crowd cheered. Wow, that's the quickest match yet. Present Mike shouted into his microphone. That girl's telekinesis could be seriously up. Yes. Midoriya and Tokage shouted, jumping out of their seats as the rest of Class 1B cheered. Yanagi retook her usual pose and hurriedly exited the stage, not exactly used to being in the spotlight. And now, after this match we'll be at the halfway point for the first round. Present Mike announced. I know a lot of you have been waiting for this one. Up first, we have the son of the number 2 hero, a dual-quirked master of the hot and cold, Todoroki Shudo. Midoriya watched as the boy he had been confronted by earlier in the day walked out onto the battlefield. Whether it was a side effect of his quirk or not, a chill went up around the arena. The crowd got noticeably louder. Apparently Present Mike had been right. And this king of swing can get through any sticky situation. Shiro Hanta will be stepping up to the plate. Midoriya, of course, recognized Shiro from the joint rescue training their classes had done. Gotta say, Shiro has a really cool and useful quirk, but I don't see how it would help him in this one. Agreed, said Kendo, who had just come up the stairs. You had a really good match, Red, Tokage said, grinning back at Kendo. I guess, the redhead sighed. Hard to feel good about it. They all turned to the ring where Midnight yelled, Go. It was over before it began. Todoroki stomped his left foot down, and a glacier exploded forth, trapping Shiro before he could even move. Only his face was left uncovered. Midnight looked at the large-elbowed boy. Do you yield? Shiro squirmed a bit. He yields. Midnight announced. The match is over. Yowza. Present Mike yelled over the ecstatic crowd. I take back what I said about the last match. That was maybe a new record. That's why he came to this school on recommendations, Aizawa added. Right on. We're going to take a short intermission to get Shiro off the ice, and then we'll come right back to these thrilling matches. Yanagi had stopped by a television to watch the match between Todoroki and Shiro on her way back to the stands. They were posted in the halls periodically for anyone running to the bathroom or in a waiting room. Her eyes widened as she watched the split-second victory. How on earth am I supposed to combat that? She muttered to herself. During the intermission, Tokage had left to get ready, her seat filled not longer after by Yanagi. Neither her or Midoriya were terribly familiar with Ishido Mina from Class 1A, so they were eager to see how Tokage fared against a quirk they knew next to nothing about. The jumbo screen by the announcer's box displayed the 4 matches still to go in the first round. Tokage Setsuna vs Ishido Mina. Kirishima Igiri vs Tokoyami Fumikichi. Bakugo Katsuki vs Shizuki Ibara. Shinso Hitoshi vs Kaminari Denki. And while Izuku was still pumped to see his other friend in action, part of him couldn't help but feel apprehensive that he'd have to watch Bakugo take on his classmate. Once the ice had finally been cleared from the ring, Present Mike was quick to move the event forward. Alright, back to the action. Next to the ring is a lizard-like girl who's always ready to throw hands, Vice President of Class 1B, Tokage Setsuna. Tokage came out to the ring, blowing kisses for the crowd and fist-pumping, drawing some laughs and cheers from the already hyped audience. Guess being one of the other recommended students comes with some buzz about your name, Yanagi said with a faint chuckle. And her opponent's quirk always grants her the right solution for the problem. It's the acidic heroine Ishido Mina of Class 1A. The crowd, and the section for 1 cheered loudly as the pink-skinned girl skipped her way out to the ring. A solution, Midoriya chuckled. I get it. All right girls, let's see a good fight. Midnight said, looking back and forth between the two. Fight. As soon as she had the all clear, Ashido began using acid from her feet to skate towards Tokage, who just stood there with an amused grin on her face. Come on, don't make this too easy for me. Mina chuckled. She skated past and kicked a wave of acid at Tokage, who lazily hopped backwards out of the way. Maybe a little too lazily. The green-haired girl let out a blood-curdling scream. You melted my arm, you psychopath. Mina skid to a halt and freaked out as she turned around. Truly, Tokage's left arm was completely gone. Wait, what? Oh my god, that wasn't supposed to dash. Psyche! Tokage yelled as her left arm came rocketing around from behind Mina and punched her across the cheek. You little! Mina hissed, throwing a wave of acid at the arm from her fingertips. Tokage's arm floated just out of reach of the waves, while Tokage herself jumped backwards while laughing and sent her right arm to join the fray. While Mina was so distracted by the left arm, Tokage's right swooped in and uppercut the pink girl right in the stomach. Oof. F in the chat. Tokage laughed as she formed her arms above Mina into an axe handle, but Mina created an acid slide and got out of the way just in time. Fool me once, shame on me, fool me, not fooling me again. Mina cried as she surfed back around for another attack. This time, however, Tokage split into 3 more pieces, torso, head, and legs, and scattered into the air out of Mina's reach altogether. The wave of acid the pink heroine shot sizzled on the ground impotently at where the dinosaur fan had just been. Tokage's head began floating just ahead of Mina and out of her reach. That was a pretty good shot, Pinky. If I wasn't as fast as a velociraptor, you might have gotten me. Mina stopped on the cement and, to Tokage's surprise, spun out into a breakdancing move while squirting acid out of her arms and feet. Maybe you should make like the raptors and be extinct. Tokage just barely spun her head out of the way as acid went flinging past her. Whoa. You wanna trash talk dinosaurs? Then you're gonna get your ass kicked? Tokage's legs separated from her pubic bone and flew out from her pants. Her left leg booted Mina right in the butt, throwing her forward into a roundhouse from her right leg. Mina hit the ground on her hands and knees and flung acid around herself in an attempt to push Tokage away and create some separation. While it worked, Tokage's arms and legs flew around and positioned themselves above the girl. Raptor barrage! Tokage shouted. Her arms and legs began to rain down on Mina, alternating strikes from the 4 appendages as they pounded down on the back of her head and neck, until the pink girl collapsed altogether. Midnight blew her whistle. That's it. Ashido Mina is unable to continue. She added, just so only Tokage could hear, I'd expect no less from my own niece. Thanks Aunt Namuri, Tokage beamed as the crowd roared for her. What a showing! Present Mike yelled. Tokage with a decisive victory, and it only cost her an arm and a leg. Midoriya and Yanagi cheered, ignoring the atrocious commentary their English teacher was giving the crowd. That was so awesome! Midoriya yelled. Her quirk is so cool. I think it's kinda creepy, Subiraba muttered to himself. I've never really seen Tokage in a one-on-one fight before today, Yanagi mused. I imagine she was skilled, but she handled herself far more aptly than I could have guessed. As Tokage left the field, and Cementos carried the unconscious Mina from the arena, Present Mike was quick to keep the action rolling. Next up, we have a clash of styles from 2 1A boys. The first is a rock-hardened brawler. Give it up for Kirishima Ijiro. The stadium cheered as the spiky redhead came out to the arena, waving nervously. He didn't seem to know how to greet the crowd. Yanagi and Midoriya could relate. And his opponent strikes from the depths of shadows, and the fear in your heart, Tokoyami Fumikage. The boy with the bird head walked forth from the opposing corridor, staring ahead. He seemed to pay no mind to the cheering crowd. The Inta seemed to pique the interest of Kuwaro, who leaned forward. This should be interesting. Fight! Midnight announced. Kirishima hardened himself and charged forward, but he wasn't a few steps away before Dark Shadow had zoomed over to him, swiping with what appeared to be clawed wings. Kirishima crossed his arms in front of to defend, the clawed wings of the specter chipping away at the redhead. He tried to take a swing at Dark Shadow, but his punch just phased right through it. Dark Shadow cackled and smacked Kirishima in the back of the head. I've heard of shadowboxing, but that was just pathetic. Oh, that looks like a tough quirk to beat, Midoriya said, rubbing his chin. He reached for his notepad and grimaced when he remembered it got destroyed. I wish I had room in these pants for more paper. It was about that time that Tokage reached the box, and she sat in the free seat on the other side of Midoriya. Who you guys got? My money is on Rocky, but only because his quirk seems similar to Tetsu's. What I mean? Tetsu cried from a few seats over. My steel quirk is way cooler than that. His skin doesn't even change into rocks or anything. Back on the field, Kirishima had ducked a swipe from Dark Shadow and was charging right for Tokoyami. The bird-faced boy's eyes widened slightly, but he backed up and recommended Dark Shadow, who swooped up behind Kirishima and put him in a full Nelson hold. How come you can grab me but I can't hit you? Kirishima grumbled as he struggled. 'Cause I don't want you to. Dark Shadow cackled. The dark creature flipped Kirishima backwards into a full Nelson suplex, driving Kirishima's head into the pavement. Wow, looks like Kirishima just can't close in on Tokoyami for a beatdown. Talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place. Kirishima struggled to get up, but Dark Shadow didn't let go, suplexing the redhead every time he climbed to his feet. Suplex City Beach? Dark Shadow laughed again, finishing the last one by throwing Kirishima from the ring. Kirishima is out of the ring. Midnight announced. Tokoyami is the winner. The crowd cheered, and while Tokoyami stood, stoically, Dark Shadow clasped his hands together and began posing for the crowd. Wow, his quirk seems to have a mind of its own, Tokage laughed. Midoriya clicked his tongue. Most research on quirks like that indicates, usually, it's just a reflection of some of the user's hidden or repressed thoughts. That would make sense. An inner persona struggling to break free would be very vocal, I imagine. Yanagi nodded. Tokage shrugged. So Goth Boy secretly wishes he was some sort of UFC guy? I could see it. Midoriya and Yanagi laughed. Something like that, Midoriya said. Up next, we have another real clash of styles. Present Mike announced. Our next fighter kicks off anything in his life with a bang. It's the explosive Bakugo Katsuki from Class 1A. The crowd came alive with noise, some cheers, and some boos for how obnoxious his attitude had been earlier in the match. And his opponent. She is beauty, she is grace, she will vine whip you in the face. She's Ibra Shiozaki from Class 1B. Ibra walked out and clasped her hands together. I feel the Lord's divine mercy on me today. As if on cue, a ray of light shone down on her from the clouds. Midoriya gulped. Oh? Yanagi echoed. Just, their quirks don't match up well, Midoriya said. I'm sure she's got something up her sleeve, Tokage shrugged. She's smart. She stood up and cheered. Show this jerk who's boss, garden party. Garden party? Yanagi said as Tokage sat back down, that's a poor moniker, even for you. I don't remember asking, Tokage replied, dryly. On the field, Midnight looked between the two, not really noticing the almost evil look on Bakugo's face as he hunched over in a primal state. Okay kids, good clean fight. Now go. Bakugo let loose a scream of rage as he zoomed in for Ibra. She yelped, but sent a flurry of vines to grab and restrain Bakugo from her hair. Even as one lashed him across the cheek, he didn't slow down. He used his explosions on the vines, and they shriveled up and burnt, recoiling from him as he approached. He spun through the air, explosions and fire forming a barrier around him. Ibra's vines couldn't even get close. Before she could even gather her thoughts, he was in front of her, latching a palm to her face. The crowd gasped as he let loose another explosion at point-blank range. All except Midoriya. He just flinched. To any outsider, it would be a pretty sad sight. A 10-year-old boy crying on the rooftop with his knees up to his chest. It had been a week since Tokage and Yanagi had moved away, and he hadn't felt this alone in a few years. The three of them used to eat up on the school roof all the time. Not that they were supposed to, but ever since Midoriya figured out how to climb up there, he and Tokage would go up there, and usually he would draw a ladder for Yanagi to climb up to join them. Now, he just came up there to be alone. He tried a few times to reach out to the other kids, but Bakugo made sure none of them got too close. He'd say things like, don't talk to that hecking Deku, he thinks his quirk is better than mine, and threaten them with explosions. As he sat up there alone, he tried to muster up some anger at the blonde boy. But try as he might, Midoriya couldn't. He just missed his friends too much. There you hecking are. Midoriya froze up and turned, seeing Bakugo standing at the edge of the roof with a wild grin. How'd you even get up here, Kacchan? Midoriya spat, rubbing his eyes furiously to hide that he'd been crying. Small explosions burst from Katsuki's hands. With my quirk, dumb, he said, glowing with pride. I don't need some stupid Prince of Persia wall running. Good for you, Midoriya grumbled. Go away. No, Bakugo said, chuckling. I need to pay you back for the water balloons. Even though his back was to Bakugo, the blonde knew Izuku's eyes were widening. As the green-haired boy reached for his notebook, the blonde lunged and pinned the green-haired boy beneath him in a swift motion. Get off! Izuku cried, turning his head to glare angrily at the blonde. But as he did, a palm pressed onto his cheek, and he cried out as it began to sizzle. Who's going to save you now, Deku? Ibra cried out in pain as she was flung onto her back, and not a second later, Bakugo had pounced on top of her, palm on her face once more. Yield before I blow your FA face, OFF. I yield. She cried out, panic clearly in her voice. Ibara Shiozaki yields. Midnight yelled over a chorus of boos. This match is over. What a display of brute force. Present Mike cried. An unrelenting Bakugo takes a quick victory. In the real world, a quick victory with the least amount of damage is the best kind, Aizawa replied. I hope any pro heroes booing him right now are willing to terminate their licenses. Giving villains quarter is the best way to get themselves ended. The booing in the crowd died down, and some of the spectators who were already on Bakugo's side laughed. Tokage sneered at Eraserhead's analogy. In other words, their teacher sees nothing wrong with Blondie's cunt-ass attitude. This isn't a villain fight, it's a friendly tournament. Correct, Yanagi added. I understand his point. In a villainous encounter, these actions would be justified. But we shouldn't be trying to murder our comrades in arms. Both of them turned to Midoriya, who had been silent since the match began, and recoiled in alarm as they noticed he was breathing rather quickly, fists clenched in his lap. His knuckles were white. Are you all right, Izuku? Yanagi asked, gently placing a hand over one of his fists. Tokage turned and looked down at the field, only to notice Bakugo was glaring up at Midoriya with a sadistic smile on his face. There was no way Midoriya hadn't noticed it either. But as Bakugo left the field and Midoriya noticed Yanagi holding his hand, the color returned to his face and she shook himself. Why yeah, Midoriya replied in a tone that was none too convincing. Just worried about Ibra. It wasn't a complete lie, either. As the girl climbed to her feet with the assistance of Cementos, she seemed to be on spaghetti legs. The teacher helped her to Recovery Girl to treat her for the facial burns as Present Mike announced the last match of the opening round. Well then, the last match will get to see the shocking debut of Class 1's electric-type bad boy, Kaminari Denki. Class 1A cheered as the blonde with the black streak in his hair made his way out to the field, a cocky swagger in his stride as he posed and made finger guns at the crowd. And his opponent will be the sole member of the General Studies course, Shinsu Hitoshi. There were cheers as the purple-haired student made his way out to the ring, though not nearly as loud as any of the other students. Wow, you usually don't see too many Gen Ed people get this far, Tokage said, nudging Midoriya in the side. Right? Huh. Midoriya said. He shook himself. He was still a little jittery over what he had just witnessed in Bakugo's match. Oh, right. He was the guy who had a wall of people around him for Dodgeball, right? Yes, Yanagi nodded. People kept encircling him, but they weren't moving. I assume he has some sort of quirk that paralyzes people in a certain radius or something of that matter. The three leaned in as Midnight said. Go! Shinso immediately yelled across the battlefield. I bet you think your quirk is so great. Hell yeah man, Kaminari began, but then his eyes went blank. That's what I figured, Shinso rolled his eyes. Now would you kindly walk off the stage? Kaminari turned and walked out of bounds. Huh. Midnight muttered. Oh Kaminari Denki has forfeit. The round goes to Shinsu Hitoshi. The General Studies student smirked and walked backstage. As he did, Kaminari blinked a few times and looked around. Did I win? Do I get the babes now? What on earth was that? Tokage laughed. That's a pretty anticlimactic way to end the round. I think it's brainwashing, Midoriya said, tapping his chin. The girls both turned to look at him. Are you certain? That's quite an odd quirk. Yanagi muttered. Yeah, it must be voice-activated, Midoriya hypothesized. Otherwise there's no other reason Kaminari would just walk out like that. Well, if anyone else figures that out, they just have to keep their mouth shut against him, Tokage shrugged. Easy enough. Even I can be quiet for a few minutes. I highly contest that statement, Yanagi replied, drawing a snicker from Midoriya. Shush, Casper, Tokage rolled her eyes. All right, we'll be back in just a few with our next round. Present Mike announced. Which means it's time for Midoriya, Izuku and Ida Tenya to head to their waiting rooms. Midoriya gulped and stood up, peeling back his left arm's sleeve just slightly to check on his arm. "You okay there, Mop Top?" Tokage asked. He nodded and gave them a nervous smile. "Wish me luck, guys." "You shan't be needing it," Reiko replied, shaking her head. "We have the utmost faith that you'll succeed." He blushed. "Thanks, guys." As he walked down the stairs, he grimaced. "Wish I was that confident about it." He looked up at the jumbo screen, which showed the new brackets for the matches. Midoriya Izuku vs Tenya Ida. Yanagi Reiko vs Todoroki Shudo. Tokage Setsuna vs Tokoyami Fumigage. Bakugo Katsuki vs Shinso Hitoshi. Midoriya left the waiting room a few minutes before he was called for the fight. He was too nervous to sit still. But he hardly ever expected to see Endeavor in the halls. "You there? I was looking for you." Midoriya looked to his left and right before pointing at his own chest. "Me?" "Of course," the number 2 hero sneered. Under normal circumstances, Izuku would be freaking out at the prospect of talking to the second highest-rated pro hero in all of Japan. But the look on Endeavor's face and the bite in his tone just added to the anxiety he was feeling. "Don't hold anything back against my boy," Endeavor said, a smirk on his face. "He needs a little push to stop holding back and embrace my power. And you seem like you might actually be strong enough to do that." The teen flinched at the backhanded compliment. "Want me to beat him up?" "Oh, I have no doubt my Shudo will win," Endeavor chuckled. "But he needs to stop relying on his mother's ice power and use both. He's behaving like a spoiled, petulant child and refusing what he has inherited from me." Izuku's eyebrow twitched in frustration. "Look, I'm not holding back anything from anyone in these matches. But that has nothing to do with you. And whatever issues you and your son have, well, I'm a teenager, not a family therapist." Endeavor scoffed. "What are you trying to say? That you and your son have been a-holes to me today," the teen replied with a shrug. "No offense, but your family drama isn't something I'm qualified to handle. I punch things or I draw things. Sometimes both." Endeavor went to retort, but Present Mick's voice echoed throughout the arena. "All right, who's ready for some action?" "Anyway, I got to get out here," Midoriya replied, bowing politely. "Excuse me." But then he stopped and looked over his shoulder. "Besides, I don't think Yanagi is going to be a cakewalk for your son either." He walked forward into the blazing sunlight, a fire reignited in his stomach. "He's the lean green drawing machine from Class 1B. Please welcome back Midoriya Izuku." Midoriya blanched at the terrible nickname Present Mike had given him. It certainly had done nothing to quell his nerves. "I've only got one shot at this working, otherwise I'm going to just have to try and outpower him." Didn't work well for Kendo. "And don't blink and you'll miss him. He's the class president of 1A and Speed Demon of Heroics, Ida Tenya." "Wow, that wasn't as bad as mine," Izuku thought, bitterly. He looked across from him at the blue-haired boy from the rival class. It briefly struck him that he was the guy who scolded him during the entrance exam. He didn't look mean per se, but he certainly was all business here. "All right, boys, let's give them a good show," Midnight said. Midoriya grabbed his left sleeve. "Go!" Recipro burst. 15% color fill. Midoriya pulled up his sleeve at enhanced speed and eyed the drawing he put on his left arm in Sharpe. Hope Yaoyorozu was right. It took a lot more mental energy than it had with paper, but Midoriya was able to successfully animate the blow dart he had drawn on his left arm, bring it to his mouth, and shoot the dart into Ida's neck. He just barely had time to roll out of the way of Ida's spinning axe kick as the blue-haired boy flew past him. "I don't think he even noticed," Midoriya thought as the taller teen spun back and charged towards Midoriya. He eyed the dart sticking out of Ida's neck. "Just need to wait for it to metabolize." The thought barely left Midoriya's head before Ida was before him again, and Midoriya had to duck an engine-powered roundhouse kick aimed at his head. He sprang up and booted the Class 1A president in the small of the back, creating some distance between the two of them. As Ida caught his balance, Midoriya used an airbrush burst from his left hand to push Ida closer to the ring out. He then immediately shook out his left hand. "Crap, that really hurts without my gloves." The air gust pushed Ida back, but he stayed in bounds. His eyes lit ablaze. Recipro turb dash. Midoriya blinked as the blue-haired boy suddenly collapsed face-first on the pavement. He looked over at Midnight, who also looked confused. Even a baffled murmur rose over the entire stadium. He walked over and nudged Ida with his foot. Ida didn't move. Midoriya rubbed the back of his neck as he turned to Midnight. "I shot him with a tranquilizer dart. I think all the running made it kick in faster." She nodded. "I'll say, Ida Tenya is unconscious." Midoriya Izuku is the winner. Wow, let's get an instant replay on that tranquilizer in slow motion. Present mic announced as they replayed Midoriya's opening move on the jumbo screen. Talk about sneaky, having a drawing on his arm to begin with. A logical strategy, Aizawa conceded. Ito was so focused on the fight he must not have noticed. Midoriya sighed and left the stadium as the crowd cheered. He was relieved. I'll have to thank Momo for the idea later. Once in the hallway, saw Yanagi, waiting for her own announcement. Unlike her first match, she looked determined. Very imaginative work, Izuku, she replied, not taking her eyes off the field. Not that I would expect anything less from you. Thanks, he said, giving her a small smile. You okay? Just trying to stay in the zone, as some say, Reiko nodded. I've formed a strategy, but I'm quite frankly unsure. Izuku grabbed her shoulder. If you thought it up, I'm sure it will be great. I'll stay here and watch if you want. A pink tinge brushed her cheeks. I would very much like that. For our next match, this ghostly girl can rearrange your furniture and your face. Welcome back Yanagi Reiko of Class 1B. Both Midoriya and Yanagi snickered. He's not very good at this, Midoriya said. Yanagi nodded and turned to walk out into the pitch. She kept her stoic expression as cheers greeted her, but Izuku could see just a slight wobble in her knees. And her opponent hopes to take her down with his Song of Ice and Fire. Todoroki Shuto of Class 1A is bringing the heat. From the opposite end of the stadium, Todoroki walked out and took to the stage, not looking at all impressed with Yanagi. Alright, let's give them a good fight you two. Midnight said. Go! Yanagi already knew Todoroki was going to try and do the same thing he had done in the first round. And indeed, a glacier was already rushing towards her. With just one chance, she used her quirk to rip up a chunk of concrete from the battlefield that was roughly the same size as her. She spun it around herself as quickly as she could, smashing the ice before it could reach her. Todoroki's eyes widened. He hadn't expected that. Still, he stomped his foot down again, shooting another wave of ice towards the ghostly girl. Yanagi took the offensive, smashing the concrete chunk down against the cement as she charged forward. All of Todoroki's ice was crushed up from her assault as she drew near. As she got closer, she flung the chunk of cement at Todoroki. Using an ice slide, he hastily slid himself out of the way. Got you. She seethed. Todoroki felt himself lift up off the ground slightly. Crap, I got in her range. Turning himself in the air, he slapped his left hand against the ground and sent waves of jagged ice pillars towards the girl. Cursing, Yanagi released her hold on Todoroki, and instead focused her quirk on the ice spikes. She ripped them off the ground before they reached her and flung them back towards Todoroki. The teen responded as he hit the ground on all fours by creating an ice wall separating himself and Yanagi, with ice slowly pooling out, freezing the entire floor of the arena. Curses, he must have deduced I can't use my quirk on him if I can't see him, Yanagi cringed. She reached her hand to the left and retook control of the concrete chunk once more, straining as that mass was the upper limit of what she could lift at once. She threw it as hard as she could at the ice wall, aiming for where Todoroki had been. He hadn't stayed still, but he wasn't expecting a boulder to come crashing through his barrier either. It landed just next to him, knocking him to the ground. Yanagi was relentless, reaching both arms out and taking control of the chunk once more, straining to lift it again. She barely noticed the trickle of blood that leaked from her nose as she was straining herself. She swung the rock to the side, hitting Todoroki in the ribs and sending him rolling back to the middle of the ring. She charged forward. Just need to get close enough to heave him out of bounds, she thought to herself shakily. She closed in, not wanting to leave Todoroki the ability to counterattack, but also needing to be closer to her target to get the full effect of her quirk when she was already approaching her limit. But she froze up as Todoroki raised his right arm in defense, and it was covered in flames. It took both of them by surprise. Todoroki hadn't even meant to activate his flame side, but it was done instinctively. Yanagi froze up too, trying to summon another mass of concrete to defend herself. Todoroki shivered. The overuse of his ice had taken its toll on him, but this might be his only chance to finish the match. He placed his left hand on the ground and created an ice slick behind Yanagi. From there, a small iceberg sprung up around her, leaving just her face exposed. Todoroki gasped and fell back to all fours. Midnight approached. Yanagi, do you yield? Yanagi strained, trying to use her quirk on part of the iceberg. But with her hands frozen, it was all that harder to use her quirk. She tried to focus on the concrete below her, to rip out another chunk, but her head already felt like it was full of cotton, and her nosebleed merely intensified. "Cannot continue," she gasped. "Yanagi Reiko is unable to continue the match," Midnight announced to the cheering crowd. "Todoroki Shuto is the winner." "Wow, that might have been the closest match yet," Present Mike announced over the crowd. "Yanagi really had one of your star students on the ropes there, Eraserhead." "It was a good match," Aizawa replied, plainly. "Good to see them give it their all. An intense but quick bout. Give it up for both competitors, folks." As Cementos climbed up to help Midnight chip Yanagi out, they were surprised that Midoriya had run out to help as well. He'd surprised himself too. His body had moved on its own as soon as the match was over, running out to his friend. He couldn't help it. Yanagi looked like she was about to pass out from both the cold and how much she had exerted herself in the fight. Some of the crowd began to cheer and wolf whistle, but Midoriya barely heard it. "See, can I help?" he asked Cementos. "Of course," the teacher nodded, creating a cement pickaxe for himself. "Don't go too hard, you could cut her. You start from the right, I'll go to the left." It was considerably easier than Ciro's iceberg, considering it was a fraction of the size. In minutes, the two had chipped Yanagi out, and Midoriya caught her as she collapsed forward. "Are you okay, Yanagi?" "Weist," she stuttered, shivering. "Jadis CC cold and tea-tired. Can you get her to Recovery Girl's office, just in case?" Midnight asked, though she was squirming and smiling at the sight of the two of them. "I just want to make sure that nosebleed isn't anything serious." "Of course." Midoriya nodded. Yanagi wobbled to her feet and leaned against him. "Come on, Reiko." "Oh my, that's so romantic." Midnight gushed into the microphone accidentally. Midoriya felt his face burning as the crowd cheered. "See, come on." He didn't see Yanagi blushing either as she leaned into him. "Oh, why Midoriya said as they made their way down the stairs off the fighting platform. "You were really amazing." "And not acted all," she replied, teeth chattering. "Yes, you were," Midoriya insisted, squeezing her shoulder gently. "That was the coolest fight I've ever seen. I thought you were going to crush him with that boulder." Without thinking, she nuzzled into his neck a little bit, putting more of her weight on him. "You flatter me." "I mean it," he assured her. He was on defense the entire time. It was awesome. Despite being chilled to the bone, her face and chest felt incredibly warm. It was hard to care about having lost the match at the moment. As the two made their way back to the hallway towards the waiting rooms and the stands, Tokage was there, grinning. "Casper, that was the best FING fight so far." Blushed a bit more. "And Midoriya had said as much?" "Good," she said, dislodging her hand and ruffling Yanagi's hair. "You gonna be able to get her to Recovery Girl and get back from my fight, Mop Top?" Midoriya nodded. "Of course. Good. I can't let my best friend show me up," she replied cheekily. "All right, for our next match, we welcome back the lizard-like girl who can hit you from all angles. Give it up for the Class 1B Vice President, Tokisetsuna. Wish me luck." Tokage fist pumped, marching out into the field. "Go get him." Midoriya cheered, before turning back to Yanagi. "I didn't want to embarrass you, but I can carry you to the infirmary if you want. It'd probably be quicker." She gulped. Yes, sure, that WW would surely be faster. My legs still are somewhat numb." She tried not to yelp as Midoriya picked her up in his arms, and tried not to marvel at how easy it had been for him. "All right," he stuttered. He jogged down the halls, towards the rear of the stadium where Recovery Girl's office was. "This is far more enjoyable than it has any right to be," Yanagi gulped, ignoring the rising heat in her face, chest, and rather unmentionable areas. Back in the pitch, Tokage was stretching out as Present Mike announced the next match. And her opponent, the 2-for-1 fighter from the Dark Abyss, it's Tokoyami Fumikage from Class 1A, Present Mike announced. The bird-headed boy marched out to the ring stoically. Just to get in his head, Tokage blew him a kiss, and chuckled as he looked to his feet in embarrassment. Good, he's not as stony as he makes himself out to be, she thought mischievously. "All right, kiddos, wow us." Midnight encouraged. "Fight. Dark Shadow come." "Yoink," Tokage said, splitting up into her torso, arms, feet, and head apart and scattering them. "He's lucky I can't really split my legs and upper body up too much. Don't want to show a televised crowd my undies. Last fight I had to flip my pelvis and hide it so that didn't happen." Dark Shadow paused and scanned, before deciding to chase Tokage's torso as the biggest target. Tokage sent her body parts flying in random, zigzag patterns, staying high and out of the reach of Dark Shadow. It was a good strategy. Any time Dark Shadow got close to her torso, her foot or hand would zoom past, distracting the creature. As it did, Tokage snuck her head up behind Tokoyami. "Yo man, sweet Quirk? What in the devil?" Tokoyami jumped, turning to see the floating and grinning face of Tokage. "Gotcha." She snickered, as her left hand zoomed in from his blind spot and clocked him right under his right eye. As he fell to the ground, her right foot flew down from the sky and curb stomped his head to the pavement, knocking him out. Dark Shadow dissipated as he fell unconscious. Tokoyami Fumikage is unable to fight. Midnight announced. "Tokage Setsuna is the winner." The teacher turned to Tokage and said, "Just to guess I shouldn't be surprised you'd make it to the semifinals, hon." "Pisach, you know I'm going all the way to Victory Town," Tokage beamed as she posed for the cheering crowd. In the infirmary, Midoriya and Yanagi cheered quietly as they watched Tokage's decisive win. Yanagi had a cloth up to her nose, and Recovery Girl had just finished using her quirk on her to make sure nothing had been wrong. "That was so cool." Midoriya laughed. "Her quirk is so great. Indeed, she's quite formidable." Yanagi smirked over at Midoriya. "Will you be prepared to fight her, should that come up?" Izuku rubbed the back of his head. "I'm going to worry about Todoroki before that." "Probably wise." Yanagi nodded. He was certainly no stroll in the park. "Well, guess I'm lucky I don't have to fight you," he chuckled. "Throwing boulders like that. I wouldn't stand a chance." "All right, you two, that's enough flirting," Recovery Girl said, interrupting them. "You can go join the rest of your friends. Just try and take it easy now, Yanagi, and you should be fine." Yanagi and Midoriya blushed, but left the infirmary. They were surprised to see Tokage walking towards the room, and her face lit up when she saw the two of them. "There you guys are. I was just coming to join you." "No need," Yanagi shook her head. "I just exerted myself a tad too harshly out there. I'll say." Tokage grinned. "Just ripping boulders out of the ground. Hell of a strategy, Casper, you damn near got him. Come on, let's see if Brainwasher can trick Blondie into another easy elimination." The three returned to the stands as Present Mike began to announce the next match. For our last quarter-final bout, we have the return of the explosive Bakugo Katsuki of Class 1A. The crowd mixed with cheers and boos as Tokage, Yanagi, and Midoriya took their seats. As they did, Pony leaned over in her seat and asked Shishida, "Do you think Midoriya and Yanagi are to making the F-dash?" Shishida blinked and reeled away from her. "Miss Tsunatori, please, refrain from such accusations." Aways nodded to Pony. "They are to making the F for sure." Kendo nudged him in the ribs. "Knock it off." And his opponent is the mysterious boy from the General Studies course, the compelling Shinsu Hitoshi. Modest cheers rose from the crowd as the two boys took opposing stances. Bakugo was twitching, and Midnight could tell he was raring to go. "All right, you two. Let's have a nice, friendly competition," the teacher said, a bit more pointedly at Bakugo. "Fight. And who are you supposed to be?" Shinso sneered. To his, and everyone else's, surprise, Bakugo said nothing, just grinned wickedly. Repeating his last strategy, he zoomed towards the purple-hairy team. Shinso barely had time to widen his eyes before Katsuki's palm slapped onto his face and released a point-blank blast, knocking the General Studies student clear out of the ring. Shinsu Hitoshi is out of the ring. Midnight called, "Bakugo Katsuki is the winner." Bakugo walked over to the edge of the ring and looked down at the coughing boy. "Did you really think your stupid quirk was going to work more than once?" Shinso coughed, struggling to his feet. "Any moron could have figured it out after your first match," Bakugo sneered. "Leave heroics to legit quirks, like mine." Bakugo hopped off the ring and walked past him. "Loser." Shinso punched the ground in frustration. "Well, what an explosive way to end the quarterfinals," Present Mike announced. "After a short break, we'll be back with our semi-finals. Midoriya Izuku vs Todoroki Shudo, and Tokage Setsuna vs Bakugo Katsuki." Midoriya and Tokage exchanged looks. "I better see you in the finals, Broccoli." Tokage beamed at him. He grinned back. "You too." He took his Sharpie out of his pocket and began scribbling on his left arm. "Because I have a great idea to deal with Todoroki." Midoriya hopped back and forth from foot to foot. He wasn't a huge fan of going first each round, if only because he spent each intermission getting in his own head. But he was ready this time. He looked at his left arm one more time. "Provided this works, this is a great idea. All right, hero fans, who's ready for some more slobberknocker fights?" The crowd erupted into cheers. "That's what I like to hear." This first match will show two powerhouses going at it. Our first competitor has wowed us all with his quick-on-the-draw thinking and creative skills, Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya was flattered at the thunderous ovation he appeared as the sunlight hit his face. He grinned as he walked up to the platform. And his opponent is no walk in the park either, leaving his last two opponents in a deep freeze, Todoroki Shudo. Todoroki emerged from the other end of the arena, a cold look on his face. It wasn't all that surprising. He just told Midoriya he'd destroy him not an hour ago. Before Midnight could say anything to them, Izuku shouted across the pitch. Hey, so last chance. You going to use your fire quirk? Todoroki seethed. I told you. I'm not using his power. Midoriya shrugged. But, well, do you mind if I use it? He grabbed his left arm and animated the flames he had drawn up and down his forearm. They burst into a roaring fire, a literal firearm quirk replica, and he was relieved he couldn't feel them burning. The crowd gasped and cheered at the turn of events. Izuku couldn't help but gulp at the absolute look of pure rage that had scrawled itself on Todoroki's face. Who? He seethed, teeth clenched. Who? Me. Midoriya repeated, proudly. He'd considered just drawing another notepad, but this was far too satisfying to pass up. Oh, this is going to be good. Midnight chuckled. Fight. Todoroki screamed as he stomped his left foot down to unleash a glacier that dwarfed the one he attacked Zero with. Midoriya thrust his arm forward and unfurled a huge blast of fire that cut right through the glacier, leaving the arena covered in steam as the crowd cheered. It's not going to work, Todoroki, Midoriya replied calmly. The taller teen shouted in frustration and slid forward on an ice slick and slammed his left hand on the ground. Ice spikes began erupting from the green-haired hero. But Izuku let loose another burst of flame that negated all the spikes. It's not going to work. Midoriya grinned again, charging a 15% color fill. You might want to stop holding back. He dashed forward, taking Todoroki by surprise. The taller boy made an ice barrier out of instinct, but before he could even catch his breath, Midoriya melted it and emerged from the steam with a forearm into his temple. Shudo sprawled onto his back from the blow, but rolled to his front and produced ice spikes from the arena floor, shooting them towards Midoriya again. Even with the firearm animation, Midoriya had to jump back to get some space before shooting a blast of fire to melt the ice spikes. But that gave Todoroki enough time to make an ice slick close the distance between himself and Midoriya. Izuku's eyes widened as Todoroki swung for Midoriya, with a left arm covered in a block of ice. He just barely had time to jump backwards, challenging me at my own game. But as he did, he got a good look at Todoroki. He was shivering, and his lips were starting to turn blue. Midoriya threw a fireball at Todoroki, aiming to melt the ice block on his left arm. Todoroki stomped the ground and created an ice wall to block the fireball. As it did, more ice crept behind Midoriya and sprang up behind him to trap him, just like Todoroki had done to Yanagi in his last match. Midoriya spun around and melted the ice behind him, and was clubbed in the back of the head by Todoroki's ice block arm. He fell forward, but rolled into somersault, trying to shake the cobwebs from his head as he righted himself. He shot another stream of flame at Todoroki as he hit his knees, making the taller teen back away. In the stands, all of Class 1A and Class 1B were on the edges of their seats. Yanagi's face was stoic as always, but if anyone looked, she'd see her fists were clenched, knuckles white. Come on, Izuku. A similar situation was occurring in Waiting Room 2, where Tokage was leaning over to see the television in the room. Come on, Freckles? Midoriya and Todoroki stared each other down as Midoriya got back to his feet. You gonna fight me for real? Midoriya growled. Todoroki redoubled the ice on his arm. I don't need anything else. You're turning blue, Izuku spat. Stop half-assing it before you get hypothermia. The prompt was ignored as another glacier came rocketing towards Midoriya. But as the greenette melted it, Todoroki was charging from right behind. Midoriya was ready for it this time, grabbing Todoroki's ice-encased arm and judo flipping him over his shoulder. As Todoroki's back hit the pavement, Midoriya drove his left fist into Todoroki's stomach with 15% color fill. Todoroki coughed and spit up blood. Yanagi gave everything to try and beat you. Izuku growled. Still holding onto the ice-encased left arm, he grabbed it with both hands, spun the taller teen around, and hammered through him a few meters away. Todoroki groaned as he bounced along the cement. And you're going to sit here and mock her, and everyone else by limiting yourself? Midoriya continued, shaking with anger as he caught his breath. Todoroki propped himself up on one knee. I don't care how hard you or your girlfriend fight me, Midoriya. I need to be better than Endeavor. Without my father's pow dash. Shut up. Midoriya yelled, running forward. Todoroki didn't have a chance to respond before Midoriya buried his right foot in Shudo's chest. Todoroki was knocked back a couple of feet, the wind knocked out of him. You're not Endeavor. Todoroki rolled back through the kick onto all fours, and sent another wall of ice towards Midoriya. His eyes widened in shock and fear as Midoriya smashed the ice into oblivion with a strike his right forearm. Midoriya hadn't even bothered with his fire. There are roughly 50,000 fire starting and control-related quirks registered in Eastern Hemisphere today, Midoriya said, with a steely monotone expression as he walked forward. Only one of those is Endeavor's. The rest belong to various other pros, civilians, and villains. It's not Endeavor's quirk. It's yours. So if you aren't going to take your power seriously, he raised his left fist for a knockout strike, then you don't deserve to be here. Something snapped in Todoroki at the words. All right then. You want my power, Midoriya? A wave of extreme heat washed over Midoriya as his vision blurred. He jumped backwards with his full power just in time to avoid a wave of flame that had burst from Todoroki's right arm. Then you're going to get it. Todoroki shouted as he hopped to his feet. The crowd roared. Looks like this fight is just getting started. Present Mike shouted. As Midoriya steadied himself, his eyes widened at the massive pyre of flame that was rising off Todoroki's right side. Compared to the flames creeping around his left arm, he felt like a lantern staring down a forest fire. Maybe this was a mistake. An intense burst of fire came screaming towards Izuku, and he dashed out of the way. Thank you, Midoriya, Todoroki said, grinning like a madman as he threw fireballs all across the arena. Truly this is how I will come to surpass All Might. First your dad, now an All Might complex? Midoriya yelled back, using his own fire to absorb one of the fireballs the taller boy had thrown. You're really getting ahead of yourself. He still had a sharp in his right pocket, but there was no way he'd get a chance to draw anything under this amount of pressure. I can nullify the fire with my flame arm, right? He pondered. He was beginning to suck in air as the right dragged on. I have to get in close if I'm going to outfight him. Midoriya charged forward and vaulted over a fireball. As Todoroki aimed his arm for another burst of fire, Midoriya used an airbrush blast, flinching at the pain shooting through his fingers. The air burst hit Todoroki in the chest and stumbled but he stayed on his feet. He aimed his right arm again, but Midoriya landed and hooked his left arm around Todoroki's right arm, pinning it to his side. Todoroki's right arm was still ignited, causing Midoriya to cry out in pain as the fire licked his sides, but he used his free arm to strike an open palm against Shudo's throat. The taller boy coughed and spluttered at the attack on his airpipe, the fire dying out in his arm. Midoriya didn't let up, pulling his right arm back and thrust it forward into an uppercut in Todoroki's nose. Shudo collapsed onto all fours, and Midoriya used a well-placed soccer kick to the ribs of Todoroki to send the 1A student flying and rolling towards the edge of the ring. The snap under Izuku's foot told him that Shudo might have broken a rib. Come on, that's got to be it. But as Todoroki rolled dangerously close to the edge of the ring, he slapped his left hand against the pavement and made an ice slope. He slid up it, preventing himself from falling off the ledge. The crowd roared wildly. These students are really going plus ultra for US, and leaving it all on the battlefield. Present Mike cried excitedly. Midoriya's eyes widened and unleashed a burst of fire, hoping to finish off Todoroki, but the taller boy stood up shakily and raised a swirling vortex of fire around himself. Crap, now I can't see him. Midoriya raised both hands and used an airbrush blast with both of them. The gust blasted through the fire vortex, but apparently Todoroki was ready for it. He had created an ice slick and was zooming straight for Midoriya, who was still reeling from using both of his hands to make the air blasts. Before the shorter teen could react, Todoroki had grabbed a fistful of Midoriya's shirt with his right hand and set it ablaze. You're mine, Midoriya. Midoriya howled in pain, and this time something in him snapped. His adrenaline pushed his limit from color fill from 15 up to 20%. On instinct he threw his right forearm into Todoroki's cheek, breaking the taller teen's grip. He followed up with a left hook, his knuckle driving itself into Todoroki's right eye. He kept his momentum and spun through for a right heel kick, the back of his right foot connecting with Todoroki's cheek, sending Izuku's opponent to the floor. As Todoroki tried to get up to his knees to continue, Midoriya was already there, not making the same mistake of giving Todoroki time to recover again. He dove and smashed his right forearm between Todoroki's eyes, sending the taller of the two crashing down to the floor again. Midoriya crawled to his knees. Todoroki lied still, and did not move after several seconds. Todoroki Shudo is unable to continue fighting, Midnight announced to the roaring crowd. Midoriya Izuku will advance to the finals. In the stands, Yanagi jumped to her feet, breaking her stoic front. Yes. Yes. You did it, Izuku. A few of her classmates snickered but cheered as Class 1A groaned in disappointment. In the waiting room, Tokage collapsed back onto the bench with a sigh of relief. God damn, Freckles, you had me worried for a minute. She peeked an eye open and grinned to herself. Too bad that shirt didn't get burned off. Midoriya gasped for breath as he pulled himself to his feet, shakily. Go see Recovery Girl while you wait for your next fight, Midnight instructed him as the crowd began chanting, Izuku. She gave him a sympathetic smile. Don't want to start the next fight with burns already? Izuku nodded, too tired to put words to the emotions. He looked down at his shirt, which was just barely hanging on to its threads from the burns. Too bad I can't change, Bakugo's going to burn this first thing. As he stumbled down the stairs and into the hallway, he came face to face with Bakugo himself. The two made uncomfortable eye contact as the ashen blonde sneered at him. Not again, Midoriya gulped as his heart rate started to accelerate. Stop panicking. Stop panicking. As they passed each other, Bakugo stated, better get yourself patched up. I want you at full strength so you know, once and for all, I'm better than you. Midoriya clenched his fists as his former friend and tormentor walked away. And for the next match of the semifinals, welcome back the boy whose bark is just as vicious as his bite, the bombastic Bakugo Katsuki. Izuku swallowed his rage and walked down to Recovery Girl's office. Give him everything you've got, Tokage, he whispered to himself as he opened the door. And his opponent, the girl who won't hesitate to give you a piece of her mind. Or fists. The reptilian heroine, Tokisetsuna. Tokage marched out to the pitch, but unlike her previous matches, there was no flair or flirtations. In fact, as Yanagi watched from the stands, still on the edge of her seat from the last match, the ghostly girl couldn't remember the last time she had seen Tokage look so furious. I've been looking forward to this all day. Bakugo grinned, cracking his knuckles. Yeah, Tokage replied, punching a fist into an open palm. Me too. Midnight looked at her niece in alarm. It was rare for her to be so serious about, well, anything. Okay, you two, keep it clean. Fight. Tokage braced herself as Bakugo propelled himself forward with his explosions. Same opening move, every fight. But instead of an attack with his right arm, like she expected, he stopped a few feet away from her and used an explosion aimed at the arena floor. Debris and chunks of cement came flying at her, and she split herself up, hovering upwards out of the way. Game over, bug breath. Bakugo laughed as he flew up towards her dislodged head. Always go for the head. Tokage scowled as he got closer, and took him by surprise as she split her own head into 6 tiny pieces and zoomed behind him and his explosion. In the air, she reformed herself completely and landed on his back, driving her forearm against the back of his neck and slamming him face first into the cement as the crowd cheered. I've always hated that nickname, she shouted as she reared her left forearm back and smacked it against the back of his head. Get off! Bakugo screamed, spitting blood from his busted lip. He slapped his hands against the cement and let loose 2 explosions that threw him and Tokage upward. Once in midair, Tokage split her arms off and thrust both of them at Bakugo, grabbing a hold of his elbows. Just like she had done in the dodgeball match, by controlling his arms, he couldn't get to her. Stop being such pain in the ass, jagged teeth. He let loose explosions, bigger ones than Tokage had seen him use so far at all today, that managed to singe her elbows. Recoiling, she let him go, and he came rocketing towards her again. I'm gonna blow that stupid smile off your face, he screamed. He was stopped as her arms had followed him and grabbed his ankles and pulled, jerking him from the air, and slamming him down onto his back. You want to know something, Bakugo? Tokage said. She dropped from the air and went to stomp onto his face. He was able to use an explosion from his left hand to push himself out of the way. Tokage stopped just above the ground and instead shot her left leg after Bakugo and kicked him in the rib. She recalled it in her arms as he tried to use an explosion on them. I have always hated you, she said, walking forward. Just so, F-I-N-G much. You're an a-hole. Bakugo jumped to his feet. Yeah? Well, like I give a sheet. I always hated you too. You and that stupid Banshee and Theshity Deku. Tokage's head quirked to the side, a grin of audacity spreading across her cheeks. And what did we ever do to His Highness? That's just it, the blonde scoffed. The three of you always thought you were better than me. He held his hands palm upwards at his side and left off a warning blast. So I'm glad I can put you in your effing place. Come and try. Tokage seethed. She split her arms, legs, and torso from her head and scattered them all. Bakugo screamed in rage, and to Tokage's surprise, didn't go for her head right away this time. Instead, he began chasing after her torso to cheat. I can't regenerate that, Tokage scowled. Probably figured out I can't split that much with my clothes on. Levitating her torso upwards out of his reach, she moved it in a zigzag pattern, and she sent her fists to close in on him to attack from behind. But in mid-air, Bakugo twisted around and hit them both with explosions, causing Tokage to yelp in pain at sheet. He's more mobile than I remember. Bakugo continued to chase after her torso, rising into the stadium, gravity forgotten as he continued to use his explosions to simulate flight. Got a coordinate he only has 2 hands? She swarmed her arms and legs around him as he climbed vertically, and began zipping them past him at high speeds, drawing his attention. She could see his eyes dart around as he tried to keep watch of her haphazard limbs. He tried to catch her limbs in blasts as they zoomed past him. As he spun around, Tokage struck, her left fist in his gut, right foot smacking him across the cheek. Rapid strikes against all parts of his body. Bakugo dropped from the air and used an explosion to slow his fall. Tokage didn't let up, still swarming him with her limbs. Tokage went to strike again, but as she did, Bakugo broke out into his own grin of audacity. Just needed to build up some more sweat. He jumped straight up into the air and unleashed a flaring blast that nearly blinded Tokage, Midnight, Cementos as himself. Fire and smoke seemed to fill the entire arena floor, followed by Tokage's screams. When the smoke cleared, her arms and legs lay in a charred heap on the floor. Tokage's vision blurred as the pain registered in her own mind. If she wanted to reattach those, they were out of the fight. Otherwise, she was regenerating them, and she'd never had to regenerate 4 limbs before. As she regained her vision, Bakugo was already approaching her at high speeds. If nothing but not defiant, Tokage launched her head at him and headbutt him right under his eye, drawing gasps from the crowd. His head jerked back in pain, but he was able to grab the sides of her head with both hands and slam it down against the pavement. Placing one hand on her palm, he aimed his other hand above his head, where Tokage's torso screeched to a halt. "You're done, nerd," Bakugo seethed. Tokage scowled against his palm, the two of them glaring at each other through his outspread fingers. "Fine. I yield." Tokage Setsuna has yielded. Bakugo Katsuki has advanced. Midnight declared to the stadium as they began to cheer. She ran over to help her niece and scowled as Bakugo hadn't moved. "The match is over, young man." Bakugo scoffed and got up, walking away, pushing down against her head as he got up for extra insult. Tokage hastily reattached her torso and cringed as she attempted to move her singed limbs. "Are you all right, Set?" Midnight asked as she kneeled down next to her niece. "I've had worse," Tokage lied, reattaching her limbs. While damaged, they all fell back into place, except her left leg. It was too burnt. "Shit. Maybe I haven't." Midnight frowned. "A whole leg? Well, better go get you acquainted with Recovery Girl." Carefully, Midnight helped her niece up as the crowd cheered for Tokage's effort. What a match between 2 talented students. Present Mike announced. Tokage gave Bakugo the biggest struggle so far in the tournament. "We're going to take a short break, with a few other events from some of our other students. If you want to show off your quirk, come sign up. We'll be back in an hour with the final match." In the infirmary, Recovery Girl shoved Midoriya back onto the examination table. "Sit. Still." Midoriya frowned but sat back down. He had jumped to his feet when Tokage's limbs got blown off. In his defense, his body had done it on its own, pushing back tears as it did. "I'm almost done," Recovery Girl said, smooching his arm one more time. "This is the best I can do without making you pass out for the rest of the day. Now try and take it easy for your next fight, and hopefully I don't have to see you afterwards." Midoriya nodded, looking past the senior citizen. He walked out into the hallway and immediately broke into a run, meeting Midnight and Tokage in the hallway. "Setsuna." He was surprised to see Tokage give him a pained smile. "Calm down, Freckles. You look like you're chopping onions." Embarrassed, he wiped his eyes. "Sorry. I was just worried." I'm made of tougher stuff than that. My ancestors were T-Rexes," she declared with a weak laugh. "She can't prove that," Midnight added dryly. "Can you give us a hand, Midoriya?" Midoriya took to the other side of his friend and helped the teacher get Tokage to the infirmary. Recovery Girl groaned as the door swung open again. Another one of Bakugo's? I wish they would cancel this stupid tournament. I'm too old for this. Thank you, Midoriya, Midnight sighed. I've got it from here. Midoriya nodded and went to leave, but Tokage yelped, hey wait, and he paused. He turned and looked, not used to seeing such a harsh look of regret on her usually playful face. The lizard-like girl bit her lip and looked to her feet. I dunno. I'm sorry, Freckles. His eyes widened and he quirked his eyebrows in surprise. Sore, why are you apologizing? Well, she sighed. That guy's been treating us, and you, especially, like dirt since we were little. I kinda wanted to get him back for us. Midoriya looked to his feet, embarrassed. You were really cool out there, Tokage, you don't need to apologize. Besides, he wasn't that bad after you guys left. The waver of his voice wasn't very convincing, and Tokage instantly recognized it as a lie. But she didn't want to grill him. Not in front of her aunt, and not while she was in pain. Still, you're my friend and I care about you. Which is why I wanted to kick your butt in the finals. The two laughed. Maybe next year? Midoriya suggested, wistfully. She nodded. It's a promise. All right, Recovery Girl interrupted, standing between the two. In case you two hadn't noticed, this one has an entire leg to regrow, so I've got a night's work ahead of me. Give her some privacy, Romeo. Midoriya's face turned scarlet and he nodded. Why yes ma'am. He looked up. I'll come back after my match to see you. You better, Tokage grinned as he walked out of the door. As he did, her eyes traveled over to Midnight who was practically swooning from the conversation. Not a goddamn word, Aunt Nemuri. But it's so romantic. As soon as the door shut, Midoriya's eyes dropped, losing their glint. He took the Sharpie out of his pocket and marched over to the bathroom. Rolling up his sleeves, he uncapped the marker. This ends today, Bakugo. He seethed into the mirror. Your strategy was admirable, Yanagi said as she sat at Tokage's bedside. Truly I thought you had the most hateful foe vanquished. Tokage smiled weakly at her. Silver-haired friend. Go back to snarking at me, Casper. Nice you is weird. Yanagi laughed. Once your leg has grown back all the way. Tokage yawned. Overuse of her regeneration and help from Recovery Girl had mostly repaired her attached limbs, but they still had some burn marks. Meanwhile, her left leg had only grown to the size of a 3-year-old's. How are you not even making fun of my gross baby leg? Low-hanging fruit, Yanagi smirked. Tokage yawned again. You know, you don't have to watch Freckles' match in here with me. I'm sure it'd be nicer in the stands. The ghostly girl shook her head. I will hear no such thing. I'm going to check on him in the waiting room and we'll watch the match together. Tokage smiled up at her friend, chest fluttering at the words. I don't deserve you, Reiko. Yanagi blushed at the genuine affection. She wasn't much used to it. Nonsense. Setsuna. That's the drowsiness talking. Nah, Tokage said, shifting in her bed to get comfy. You're my rock. Reiko rolled her eyes. Alright, I'm going to go wish Shizuka luck. Midoriya exited the bathroom, pocketing the Sharpie. Alright, this is it. Izuku. The boy jumped and turned, seeing Yanagi in the hallway approaching from where the waiting rooms were. I was just looking for you, Yanagi said. Setsuna and I wanted to wish you good fortune in your upcoming match. He let out a sigh of relief. At least he hadn't been ambushed by Todoroki or his dad again. Oh, thanks, Reiko. How is she? I've been in here, strategizing. In the bathroom? She tilted her head. Yeah, he replied sheepishly. Well, to each their own, the ghostly girl chuckled. Setsuna fares well. Her leg is about halfway grown back. It looks absolutely disturbing, and I took a photo for you to see later. Izuku laughed. Thanks, I can't wait to see it. I'll come in after my match. Will you have time after you win? He rubbed the back of his neck. If I dash. Yanagi stepped forward and cupped Izuku's cheeks, making him jump and turn scarlet. What are you doing? As you imparted on me earlier, Reiko said, glaring into his eyes. Not angrily, but with a steely determination. You can have no room for doubt. No matter who it is. Just as you believed in me, we believe in you. There is no if in this matter. You need to believe wholeheartedly in your victory. Her expression softened. Just as I do. Midoriya gulped and nodded, and Yanagi stepped back. Fine. I win. I'll come back. Then I look forward to it, Reiko replied, smiling faintly. All right, hero fans, are you ready for the first-year finals match? The cheering of the stadium snapped Midoriya out of the stupor Yanagi put him in. All right, I'm off. He took off jogging down the hall, and Reiko smiled after him. Annihilate him, Midoriya. For our final bout, we have a clash of 1A and 1B. Present Mike announced. Our first competitor from Class 1A has blown away the competition quite literally. Bakugo Katsuki has come to fight. Bakugo roared with laughter as he made his way back out to the arena. This is gonna be great. And his opponent has shown true creativity and flexibility in his strengths. Midoriya Izuku draws us in for the finish. Midoriya Izuku didn't flinch from the cheers of the crowd, or shield his eyes from the sunlight. Not this time. He marched, straight forward, up the stairs and onto the cement platform. Blood was rushing in his ears and his heart was hammering in his chest. But, hey Deku! Bakugo sneered from the other end of the platform. Your little girlfriends aren't here to save you this time. He didn't feel nervous this time. Midoriya grit his teeth. You're going to wish they were, D-bag. The retort seemed to surprise the blonde, and he leaned forward, ready to strike. All right boys, keep it clean. Midnight warned, her voice more stern than the last time. Now go. Bakugo rocketed forward, and so did Midoriya, already at 15% color fill. He rolled his sleeves up and slapped the drawings he had made on his right and left arms, drawing a medieval mace and shield in his right and left hands. Bakugo's eyes widened and he propelled himself to his right, just barely dodging as Izuku's mace came crashing down where his head would have been. The metal ball clanged against the pavement, tearing chunks up as it did. An aggressive opening from Class 1B with this artist. Present Mike announced. Bakugo didn't have time to attack again as Midoriya pivoted and came charging for the blonde once more. As he spun through for another attack, Bakugo again propelled himself away. This time, Midoriya was ready for that too. He hit a button on his mace, and a retractable chain extended from the handle, turning the mace into a flail. The spiked ball went flying outwards and smashed Bakugo in his mid-back. He yelled in pain as he rolled forward on the pavement. Bakugo rolled to all fours, ignoring the feeling of blood trickling down his back, and looked up to see Midoriya swinging the medieval weapon above his head, rearing for another attack. Katsuki grit his teeth. Like hell he was going to let Deku get the better of him with some ancient quirkless weapon. Izuku swung the flail down towards Bakugo, and the blonde shifted his hips to dodge the weapon, grabbed the chain, and used an explosion to destroy it. Not at all surprised by the turn of events, Izuku whipped the handle of the flail at Bakugo, who used an explosion to knock the stick away. But even as he did that, Midoriya was already charging forward, taking advantage of that distraction to rear back his left arm and smash the shield against Bakugo's face. The crowd roared as he clobbered Bakugo with the shield, sending the blonde reeling backwards, though he managed to stay on his feet. Bakugo wiped the trickle of blood from his mouth and screamed as he charged back. Midoriya barely had time to lift the shield before Bakugo slapped both hands on it and unleashed a large blast. Izuku was flung backwards, largely unharmed by the blast, skidding backwards on his feet as he struggled to keep his balance. He could already see Bakugo closing in on him, so he shifted his shield upwards, grabbing a hold of the bottom of it with both hands, and swung it at Bakugo. Bakugo was quicker this time, blocking the shield with his left hand and explosion. The shield was blown out of Midoriya's hand and went skidding across the pavement. His right hand grabbed a handful of Midoriya's shirt at his chest, and he let off another explosion. It had been some time since Midoriya had suffered one of Bakugo's explosions, but the feel of fire burning his chest and smoke going up his nose was, unfortunately, too familiar for him. He landed on his stomach, shielding his face with his arms, dangerously close to the out-of-bounds line. Anger welled up in his chest, and he sprang back to his feet, using an airbrush to push Bakugo, who was already closing in to knock Midoriya out of the ring, backwards. Izuku looked down at his shirt to see that it had a huge hole blown into it. Screw it, he said. Using his strength he ripped his shirt clean off, exposing his chest to the world. And the many, many things he had drawn on his chest while he was in the bathroom. Oh shit, mama likes, Tokage slurred, looking at the shirtless Midoriya on the television. Someone tell the camera guy to zoom in. On second thought, Yanagi said, standing abruptly with flushed cheeks, perhaps I shall venture to the stands to see this better. Tokage reached out and grabbed Yanagi's. Not fair. Stay here and ogle him with me. Yanagi rolled her eyes, but relented and sat back down. Oh, I can see what he meant by strategizing. He looks like some tattooed yakuza. Bakugo propelled himself forward again, but Midoriya was ready. He animated a hunting boomerang he had drawn on his stomach and whipped it at the blonde's face. Bakugo used an explosion at this side to dodge, and repeated this to dodge a second one. But he wasn't expecting Midoriya to pull a third boomerang from his back, fake a throw to get Bakugo to dodge again, and then throw it. The wooden weapon smashed right between Katsuki's eyes, blurring his vision and sending him onto his back. Despite the splitting headache he developed, he placed his hands against the pavement and used a small blast to throw himself onto his feet. Even with blurred vision, his instincts were good enough to catch the next item Deku had thrown at him. He looked down at it. It was it? Babo MB? Shit. It exploded in his hands, throwing him backward and making his ears ring. He just barely could hear the cries of, "How do you like it, Kacchan?" Midoriya has turned his body into a walking arsenal. Present Mike announced. And he's turned the explosions game back against Bakugo. Midoriya charged forward, another Babambi drawn and chucked it at Bakugo, who was on all fours trying to get up. As it blew up, the explosion threw Bakugo towards the out-of-bounds line for the match. Midoriya watched hesitantly, hoping that would be enough. But in mid-air, Bakugo used explosions of his own to fly back right into the ring, making a beeline for Midoriya. Gritting his teeth, Midoriya animated his last Babambi and threw it at Bakugo, but the blonde caught in mid-air, and with a spin, threw it back. But this left Midoriya enough time to animate the baseball bat he had drawn at his side and smack the Babambi back at Bakugo, who ducked back down to the ground. The explosive sailed over his head and exploded in the air. The two boys charged each other, Midoriya pulling the bat over his shoulders to swing for the fences. But Bakugo grinned wickedly as he stopped a few feet in front of Midoriya, put his hands together, and unleashed a massive explosions that had far greater range than Izuku could have anticipated. The bat splintered and burned into ash as Midoriya was thrown back again. The longer this goes on, the more it's to his advantage. He grimaced as his back hit the pavement, scraping up his skin. He'll just sweat more and be able to use his quirk even better. It was an advantage Midoriya had realized about Bakugo when they were younger. Most people were victim to exhaustion from using their quirk and extended fighting and exercise. And while Bakugo could be tired out, it didn't slow down his quirk, it just made it stronger. The more he sweat, the more range and power he could draw on. It was why in middle school he learned to stop running away. And why he drew some ranged items. While on his back, he kept up by pulling his feet over his head and springing up to them, and animated the crossbow he'd drawn on his right side, and fired the special bolt he'd made right at Bakugo's face as he emerged from the smoke. The special bolt, a plunger, sealed itself onto the blonde's face, drawing laughter from the crowd. As Bakugo pulled the plunger from his face in fury, he was able to catch a glimpse of Midoriya's feet right before he got hit with a color-filled dropkick. Bakugo was flipped into the air, but before he landed on the pavement stomach first, he was able to use an explosion to bounce himself back into the air and land on his feet, panting. If he wasn't pissed before, he was certainly seeing red now. "You really think you can beat me with that quirk of yours?" Midoriya reached onto his left side and animated the giant rubber mallet he had placed there. "My quirk is a hero's quirk. Whether you like it or not." Enraged, Bakugo lunged forward again. Midoriya charged as well, swinging the hammer in order to attack from a range. But to his surprise, Bakugo jumped forward past the mallet and allowed the weapon's handle to smack his left side, and pinned the rod down under his left arm. "You always thought you were so much better than me, didn't you?" Izuku's eyes widened, both from the accusation, or the fact that Bakugo had placed his right hand on Izuku's chest and hit him with the biggest explosion yet. Time seemed to slow down as Midoriya soared up and backwards through the air. "Better? Than you?" He looked to the ground and saw he was going to land in the grass. He raised his arms and used airbrush to push himself back towards the ring, righted himself in the air, and landed back on the cement as the crowd roared. "You thought that I thought I was better than you? Always insisting you were going to get into UA?" Bakugo barked as he stomped forward. "You look down on me." Bakugo hesitated slightly as Izuku began to laugh. Electricity seemed to crackle off of him. "Look down on you?" Izuku cackled. "Oh wow. When I spent our entire childhood trying, and failing, to stop you from beating the crap out of me?" From the side of the ring, Midnight's eyes widened. She knew these two had history, but it sounded complicated. Cementos, who was next to her, looked up concerned as well. "Should we intervene?" he asked. "Not yet, but we should be ready," she muttered. "This could get ugly." Bakugo grinned. "You needed to know your place. You should have never come here." He rocketed himself forward. Midoriya grinned as well, not realizing he was already pushing color fill up to 25%. As Bakugo aimed an explosion right at him, he rolled out of the way, his enhanced muscles putting him a good 10 feet away. "You spent years trying to crush me, I should have tried harder. Bakugo growled, lunging again. This time, Midoriya ducked and slid under his arm, just narrowly dodging. As he skid to a halt, the green-haired boy grabbed his shield from the beginning of the mash. Midoriya laughed again, and looked down at his chest and stomach. The drawings he had made were burned by the last explosion, rendering them useless now. I spent every day, terrified of you. Wondering why you stopped being my friend after my quirk developed? Because you thought it made you better than me. Bakugo snarled, lunging again. Midoriya raised his shield, and Bakugo unleashed another massive burst. But to his shock, it barely pushed Midoriya away, who had dug in with his enhanced muscles. As soon as the explosion wore off, the greenette lowered the shield and responded with an air bush, the burst much stronger than the last, knocking Bakugo back. The blonde still managed to land on his feet, but his chest and stomach were screaming from the recoil. You idiot! Midoriya laughed. I looked up to you. Bakugo spat. Bullshit. You wouldn't believe me, Izuku scoffed. Because you don't know anything about art. I don't care about Yujui art. Bakugo jumped into the air looking to use the same strategy he used on Tokage. No wonder you're so uninspired. Midoriya sneered. When I draw, my vision always goes to the people who bring me ideas. When I think of home, I think of my mother. When I think of beauty or sophistication, it's Yanagi. Of laughter, it's Tokage. Of determination, it's All Might. Good for you, now die. Bakugo said, aiming his palms down and using a massive burst just as he had done before. Midoriya knelt under the shield, straining as fire pushed around and licked at this arms and side. His knees nearly buckled under him as the force of the blast pushed him downwards. Still, he held on, and as the explosion cleared, he sprung upwards, lowering the shield. Bakugo's eyes widened in surprise that Midoriya had lived, and nearly burst from his skull as the greenette jumped up, buried his right fist into Bakugo's stomach. But when I envisioned strength, of power, of victory, I always saw you, Bakugo. My goddamn unstoppable tormentor. As Midoriya landed, he laughed again. That's why I have to defeat you now. Then I can be my own vision of strength. Bakugo landed on his knees, incensed by the accusation. Shut the F up, you nerd. I am victory. Bakugo jumped into the air, and launched into his ultimate move. Spinning rapidly horizontally, he began flying towards Midoriya in a vortex of fire. He was going for howitzer impact. Midoriya's eyes widened. The shield wouldn't protect him from that. But the move inspired him. Moving on instinct, he bit his thumb hard enough to draw blood, and scribbled something on the pavement, unsure of whether this would even work. Howitzer dash. Nope. Midoriya cried, animating what was on the ground, a fire hydrant with a fire hose attached. Taking firm hold of the hose, he unleashed the stream of high-pressurized water. Bakugo was knocked from his fiery vortex, the attack completely interrupted. The water hit him so hard it felt like his skin was peeling off, making his face and hands feel raw. He was pushed several feet back, landing just in front of the edge of the ring. Still, he sprung up in his humiliation and went to propel himself forward. But nothing happened. His eyes widened. He was wet, his quirk wouldn't work. And in that moment, Midoriya had already closed the gap between them in record speed, moving faster than ever before as color fill ticked up to 30% higher than ever before. Bakugo had no time to react to Midoriya's right haymaker, Izuku's fist connecting right on his nose. Izuku could feel the bones snap under his fist as he broke Bakugo's nose on impact. Bakugo flipped over completely from the blow, landing face first in the grass outside of the ring, unconscious. For a moment, the crowd was completely stunned. Holy shit! Midnight uttered. Cementos nudged her side, and she snapped back into it. Bakugo Katsuki has been knocked from the ring. The winner of the sports festival is Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya collapsed to his knees as the deafening roars of the crowd hit his ears. He became vaguely aware of the stinging pain in his right hand. Nothing seemed broken, but he'd definitely put too much into that punch. He'd done it. He stood once more, and for the first time since he'd entered that bathroom to strategize, he smiled. Midnight raised his left hand for the crowd, who cheered louder. The next few minutes seemed to happen in a surreal blur, as he was led to Recovery Girl's office once more in a haze to treat his burns. The stupid grin etched on his face only grew wider as Yanagi ambushed him with a hug, a rarity for her, and Tokage hooped from her bed as she saw him. Hastily, Recovery Girl had thrown a hospital gown for him to cover up, which he slid on. She reluctantly congratulated him as he sat down on the examination table, using her quirk to heal his burns and the sprains he had put in his arm from all the punching he'd done. Semifinals had carried in Bakugo to be treated for a broken nose, but considering how nasty their fight had been, Recovery Girl ordered him into the spare room next door. Izuku finally snapped out his stupor when Recovery Girl gave Tokage a bit of bad news. Well dear, I don't think your leg will be back to normal size until tomorrow morning at the earliest. You'll have to accept a bronze medal with a crutch. Tokage looked down. Man. I gotta show the world my weird-ass toddler leg. Yanagi and Midoriya snickered. Well, the uniform for your pants should be baggy enough to hide it, Recovery Girl frowned. I'm sorry, dearie. Oh, it's fine. Well then you're all free to go. I've done what I can do, and I expect someone will be fetching the two of you for the award ceremony. The elderly woman sighed. Which means I need to go fix up the blonde one. Midoriya hopped off the bed, and Tokage grabbed the crutch the smaller woman handed her. You know, she sighed, I could just split apart and levitate. Don't you dare, Recovery Girl sniped. You don't regenerate until you're in one piece, so you just keep that head on your shoulders. Hello, recovering students. Came the all-too-familiar voice of All Might as he opened the door with a dramatic slam. I am Dash. Leaving. Recovery Girl hissed. That's what you are. She comically shoved All Might out of the infirmary, Izuku, Reiko, and Setsuna following after her. In the hallway, Midnight was waiting for them as well. Here. All Might finished as Recovery Girl grumbled and stomped her way over to the room Bakugo was in. Anyway. I was here because Midnight will be showing young Tokage here to the waiting area for the ceremony, but I would like a quick word with young Midoriya about his performance. Don't we all? He kicked all the ass. Tokage laughed. Alright. Catch you later, Freckles. Tokage hobbled off with Midnight, the two of them gushing over the events of the day. Yanagi turned to the other two and smiled faintly. Well then. I shall retreat to the general audience to observe. See you later, Izuku. As the other girl left, All Might quirked an eyebrow at Midoriya. Izuku. We grew up together, Midoriya blushed. What did you want to talk about? All Might laughed. Well, we haven't had much of a chance to talk since the school year started, especially since I had to save 1A at the USJ. I was worried that maybe things were difficult since our training had ended. But, you really impressed me out there today, young Midoriya. Midoriya blushed and rubbed the back of his neck. Thanks, All Might. I think I was able to hit through a power ceiling earlier with color fill too. I noticed, All Might smiled. I think the world did. You never moved that fast or hit that hard before. Just, maybe try and save the broken noses for the villains. Right? Sorry. The symbol of peace shook his head. Alright, let's get you with the others. That's all I wanted to say, really, and that, well, I'm proud of you. A lump rose in Izuku's throat and his eyes watered. Thank you, he squeaked out. Come on, contain those leaky eyes. All Might cried out, you don't want them all red for the ceremony. Alright, the boy replied, rubbing his eyes furiously. It just, reminded me of someone. When Midoriya had regained his composure, he joined Tokage and Todoroki in a room under the stadium. He had seen this before. Platforms rose from the ground, with his being the tallest for first place. Hey guys, he said, a bit nervous to be around Todoroki. I guess they forewent having a match to determine third place. Todoroki and Tokage looked at each other, her with her crutch and him with a neck brace from where Midoriya had punched him in the neck. Yeah, I think they just figured they'd call it a tie, Tokage snickered. Todoroki stepped forward, and Midoriya could almost feel the tension in the air thicken, right up until the taller boy extended a hand. Midoriya, I just wanted to apologize for calling you out earlier today. Midoriya didn't hesitate to return the handshake, a wave of relief washing over him. Oh, it's nothing. I should apologize too. It was kind of underhanded to use fire on you. Not at all, Todoroki shook his head. If anything, it showed me I've been sort of pig-headed about it. I shouldn't hold back, especially in the real world. Well, I'm glad. Izuku smiled. Your quirks are both really cool. Friends? The question seemed to take Todoroki by surprise. Oh, sure, these friends? He smiled just slightly. Well, glad you two are getting along, Tokage said, leaning against Midoriya abruptly. Think they'll have to muzzle Bakugo? Todoroki shrugged. I don't interact much with my class, but I overhear them complain about his attitude a lot. I wouldn't be shocked. The three chatted when, after a few more minutes, Midnight returned with Bakugo in tow. Contrary to Tokage's speculation, he was completely sullen. He made no eye contact with anyone, and merely marched over to the spot for the silver medal. Alright, places you for? Midnight beamed. It's showtime. Yanagi Reiko had to admit, at least to herself, the awards ceremony for the sports festival was far more impressive to watch in person than on television. She usually just tuned out after the final match, but she was utterly captivated at the spectacle of it when it was right in front of her. Seeing her two best friends get awards certainly helped as well, standing on their podiums. She mostly sat in silence as she watched, overhearing Kendo talk to Shishida about how excited she was for Tokage and Midoriya, or Kamikiri telling anyone who would listen that he was going to fight Midoriya in the next bout of hero training. She smiled to herself as she watched their differing personalities. Tokage was striking every pose she could manage with a crutch, while Midoriya seemed frozen stiff with stage fright. When the cheering and confetti finally subsided, she decided to wait for her friends outside of the hallways to the pitch. She smiled to herself as she saw Tokage and Midoriya making their way over to her slowly. Midoriya looked up and saw her, smiling. She couldn't remember the last time she'd seen him smiling so much. It filled her chest with a warmth and sent her stomach flipping. "Hey Reiko." He beamed. Setsuna nudged him immediately. Tell me what?" Reiko asked, a hint of curiosity in her usually monotone voice. "I just got a call from my mom after the ceremony," the green-haired boy admitted, sheepishly. "Wanted to know if you guys wanted to watch the second year's sports festival at our apartment tomorrow. She said she'd order lots of food. Make a party out of it. I know that's kind of lame, since it'd just be us and my mom." "Not at all," Reiko shook her head. "That sounds enthralling. I believe Tokage and I were just going to watch it at my abode, but I would love to take you up on your offer." "That's what I said." Tokage beamed. "I was like, Freckles. That's awesome. It's the most unlame thing ever. I knew you'd see it my way, Casper." Midoriya blushed. "All right, I'll let her know to expect you guys tomorrow." As the three walked out of the arena to head for the trains, they saw Bakugo not too much further ahead of them. All of them were surprised when he threw his second-place medal into a garbage can without slowing down. "Geez," Tokage shook her head. "Talk about a sore loser." "So," the man surrounded by purple mist said to his young ward. "You want the green-haired one, Master Shigaraki?" Shigaraki, a blue-haired teen covered in disembodied hands that were almost as disgusting as the hair he never washed, nodded. "Yes, Kurogiri, did you see all that anger and hatred he had in that last fight? The maniacal laughter? He's one bad day from a villainous playthrough in this game called life. It's just a shame he wasn't at the USJ when we attacked." Kurogiri nodded. "Well then, I'll look into recruiting the right talent to acquiesce him, after our meeting with Stain." "Can't I skip that cutscene?" "No." "Hey Mom, what are these?" Midoriya asked, confused as he placed some of the food she had ordered on their coffee table. "Buffalo wings. I hear they're all the rage for sports parties in America." Inko laughed. "Okay, but could you have stuck with one country to try new food from?" Her son asked with a sigh as he tried to find room to place the chocolate croissants. "I'm seeing like 5. The poutine looks good. And how do you even pronounce? Croissant?" "No, it's more like Quo," Inko corrected him in her best attempt at a French accent. "Well, no, Quo," his mother repeated. "So the N and the T are silent?" Izuku asked. "Quoisiswo?" The rather spirited conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door. Izuku set down the rest of the snacks and opened the door. Tokage pushed right in, a case of soda under each arm. "Honey, I'm home." She ignored Izuku's blushing and stuttering as she chuckled, and walked towards the kitchen, looking at the array of foreign foods as she strolled by. "Oh sweet, you guys got was?" "Quos," Inko corrected, biting into a croissant of her own. "Not to be rude to our host," Yanagi replied as she walked in, levitating a few snacks of her own after her, "but I believe the pronunciation is croissant." "That sounds right," Izuku laughed. He picked one up and bit into them. "Either way, they're pretty good. Have we missed any of the festivities?" Yanagi asked as she sat down at one end of the couch, Izuku sitting next to her. "The rain delayed our train, unfortunately." "No, they had a rain delay at UA too," Izuku replied. "It's supposed to start at about midday?" Tokage re-entered the living room, handing each of them a soda. "Glad that didn't happen to us yesterday. Tokoyami's quirk would have been way stronger if I faced him later in the day." Izuku's attention, now that he was finally sitting, was drawn to what the girls had been wearing. He'd gotten so used to seeing them in their school uniforms and hero uniforms, which were both attractive and made it hard to focus at times already, he'd forgotten that casual clothes could be an entirely different monster. Tokage's shirt wasn't so bad. It was a black shirt with the Jurassic Park logo on it, but the rather tiny shorts she was wearing paired with the Triceratops knee socks brought a lot of attention to her legs. Izuku scolded himself and forced himself to look away from her thighs. He cracked open the soda, which was good since his throat had run so dry. His eyes shifted over to Yanagi. She had dressed more modestly, but the cut of her gray t-shirt displayed just enough cleavage when she leaned forward to draw his eye. Her black leggings clung to her lower body as well. "Oh God, don't stare," he chastised himself. He almost felt rather slovenly in his plain t-shirt that read, "T-shirt," on it, and his red gym shorts. Of course, the girls didn't feel that way too. He hadn't noticed, but they had both already taken note of how his arm muscles peeked out from his sleeves, and how toned his leg muscles were. The uniform really hides it, but he's a feng beefcake, Tokage thought, glancing over as she took a bite of a chicken wing. Midoriya certainly took time to hone his body as well as his drawing skills, Yanagi thought as she levitated a sushi roll over to herself. "I can't say it isn't pleasant to look at. I can't believe I regrew a whole leg and you didn't. Even say, Lieutenant Dan, you got new legs," Tokage said, turning to Izuku out of nowhere and lightly hitting his shoulder. He snickered. I noticed they seem to be the same size. And very attractive." "Deef," Setsuna scoffed. "I work my body overtime for you, and you don't notice?" She held a leg up and enjoyed how much he squirmed. "They look great now." He blushed. "I'm sorry?" "Don't be," Yanagi added dryly. "She pulled the same nonsense on me." Thankfully for the 3 raging bundles of hormones, Inko walked in to provide a distraction as she sat down in her recliner next to the couch. "Can you levitate me some of those wings, Yanagi dear? I don't want to reach over anyone." "Of course, Ms. Midoriya." Breaking news alert, the television cut to a news anchor. It's been confirmed that last night, the infamous hero Ender Stain struck again. A hush fell over the room. Of course the students had been following this at school. After the League of Villains that had attacked, the hero Ender was the biggest villain currently at large and active. Inko had been following the news too. She was worried for not only her son, but his friends as well for whatever challenges they could face upon graduation. Pro-hero Ingenium was found last night outside of Hosu, and was rushed to the nearest medical facility in critical condition. While he is expected to pull through, medical staff has so far refused to comment on if he's expected to be able to return to the field. "Oh dang," Setsuna said, a mouthful of chips and salsa. "He's ranked pretty high, right? Mid-20s? The Ingeniums have always been the real deal." Midoriya nodded. That family has been along in the hero scene for over a century, passing the mantle down. It's hard to pick a time period where at least one wasn't active. The news report continued. The family and agency of Ingenium have appreciated the support they've received so far, but have asked for privacy in these times. The coverage cut back to the UA facilities, which appeared to be preparing for the opening relay race for the second years. "How grisly," Yanagi said, clicking her tongue. "I thought for sure the hero Ender would get subdued when faced with a higher-leveled pro." "Well, no one knows what his quirk is," Midoriya replied. "He must be pretty sneaky too. Either that, or his quirk packs a real punch," Tokage grumbled through a mouthful of food. "It's gotta be serious to get billed as the hero Ender. I tell you what though, this is going to get the attention of the top 10, and they'll get him for sure." Present Mick's voice interrupted the conversation through the television. "Welcome back, hero fans. After yesterday's knockout performance by our first-year class, the second years have a lot to live up to. Before the relay race, we'll get a word from last year's winner." "Ah yeah." Tokage fist-pumped. Finally, getting to the action. "Who's your money on, Freckles?" Midoriya rubbed his chin. "I'm not entirely sure. We haven't seen a lot of the upperclassmen since school started and I really only remember the final match from last year." "Well yeah, I'm sure our senpai don't have time to show newbies like us the ropes," Tokage shrugged. "My money's on Tai Chi. He can turn his head into a T-Rex head. It's the coolest." "That won't sufficiently aid him in the race portion," Yanagi added. Tokage scoffed, detaching her hand and grabbing some more chips. "Then who are you rooting for, Casper? I remember there was a young woman last year who could conjure apparitions who did well." The silver-haired girl shrugged. "I would like to see more of that quirk." "That won't sufficiently aid her in the race portion," Tokage sniped back with a mocking tone. Izuku laughed. "Fair enough," Yanagi conceded. "Oh, her," Izuku said suddenly as the students lined up. "The girl with 6 arms. The spider mutation. That quirk is really cool. I wanted to see her in more fights." Tokage and Yanagi both snickered. "Really?" Tokage asked. "Well yeah, of course." Midoriya said, turning to her excitedly. She couldn't help but smile at how his eyes lit up in excitement. More arms really help in a fight, and she has the proportional strength of a spider, which is a lot. And she can stick to surfaces, which can be really neat. Want me to see if I can introduce you? Tokage asked, smirking. You'd be cute together. Midoriya blushed. It's not like that. You did draw a lot of pictures of her last year, Inko added. She had been enjoying listening to the kids' banter, but jumped at the opportunity to embarrass her son. Yanagi and Tokage both giggled as Izuku stammered back. Because it was a challenge. As she has 6 arms. You try drawing 6 arms. With the field narrowed down to 40 participants, we're going to use a cavalry battle to get our final bracket. Oh man, I don't think I would have liked a cavalry battle, Tokage groaned. I'd barely be able to use my quirk at all. If I had more brawn behind my quirk, I'd be able to levitate us all, but that's sadly not the case, Yanagi nodded. I'm sure we would have thought of something, Izuku shrugged. Yeah, you would have, Tokage snorted. She turned to Inko. The tank yesterday was his idea. Well, I guess we couldn't make a tank. Setsuna, you get the best grades in the class, you would have thought of something, Izuku muttered. Tokage blushed slightly, but just shook her head. The mountain of food was whittled down as the cavalry battle waged on, Tokage drowning her sorrows in buffalo wings after Taichi, her favored pick, was eliminated. He would have won the tournament. She howled, lips tinged orange from sauce. I've been robbed of seeing a T-Rex head. The other 3 couldn't help but laugh. During the break, Midoriya ran to his room and came back with a notepad. He drew a small T-Rex and animated it to be about 3 inches tall. It hopped over to Tokage's shoulder and nuzzled her cheek. There, he said, smiling. Rocco can be your pet for the day. You're just sweeping me off my feet here, Freckles, Tokage cooed, sending the boy into a blushing, stuttering mess. You want one too? Midoriya asked, turning to Yanagi. The ghost, please, Yanagi requested quietly. Midoriya ginned and sketched the small, cartoony ghost that Yanagi had liked since they were kids. It floated over to her shoulder with a small, Yanagi smiled, eyes gleaming at Midoriya happily. My favorite miniature companion. Thanks, Midoriya. No problem, he turned to his mom. You want anything? His mom, who was nearly moved to tears at how cute the whole fig was, just shook her head. Once the final 16 were selected, groans went up around the living room as it began to rain at UA, causing another delay. Gah, it's gonna be dark by the time they get to fights, Izuku muttered. Guess we really lucked out by having the good weather. Well, Izuku, why don't you use the break to help me clean up some of these empty containers? Inko suggested. He stood up and stretched. Sure thing, Mum. As he did, his shirt rose over the hemline of his shorts, revealing just a bit of abs. Both Yanagi and Tokage noticed and blushed, but Inko pretended not to notice. Guess they've all grown up a bit? She thought to herself. Midoriya grabbed some of the empty boxes and containers and made his way over to the kitchen with his mother to bag them. Well, looks like this is going on later than expected, Inko chuckled. Maybe I should think about dinner plans? I can order pizza, Izuku suggested. I commissioned a few pieces last week. Are you sure? Inko asked. He nodded. You've done a lot for us today, Mom. It's the least I can do. No, please don't cry. Yanagi and Tokage, who had been listening to the conversation, looked at each other and giggled. Isn't he sweet? Setsuna giggled. Reiko just nodded. As Izuku came back, they both turned and gave him rather smug grins. Not a word, you guys, he grumbled, taking his seat between them. He took out his phone. What am I getting? He immediately felt his throat dry as both girls leaned onto his shoulder to look at his phone as he opened the pizza store app. You know me, Freckles, I'm a carnivore, Setsuna said, making him squirm as he felt her breath on his ear. We should get a meat lovers. I'd prefer mushrooms, Reiko said. Izuku shuddered as he felt her hair brush against his cheek. I'll just order 2 pizzas, he muttered, accommodating both their suggestions. Oh God, please don't notice my erect. Can we get cheese bread too? Setsuna whispered into his ear breathily. Why was that seductive? He thought, throat dry. Sure. The green-haired girl was rather pleased with herself at seeing how red he had turned, and how much she was making him squirm. Yanagi had noticed too, although she wasn't sure which one of them she was more jealous of at the moment. And Ikari Sora eliminates Yagami Arete in an impressive display of control over her phantoms. Izuku sighed. Yanagi's pick had just eliminated his pick, the Spider Girl, by overwhelming her with apparitions. Fine, Reiko. You win. The last slice of pizza is mine, Reiko said, pleased, as she levitated the last slice of mushroom pizza to her face. Victory was assured from the beginning. But I will say, Arete fought admirably. Tough break, Mop Top, Setsuna yawned. But we can wallow in being wrong together. She held up a soda can. Cheers. Cheers, he responded, dejectedly, clinking a fresh can against hers. The next match in the semifinals is against last year's champion. Uzumaki Satoshi will take on a real rising star, Hinata Mikoto. Oh, that's going to be good, Izuku said, leaning forward excitedly. Uzumaki-senpai's cloning quirk might be just the thing to overcome Hinata's luck quirk. Luck is such a weird quirk, Tokage laughed. Last year she got knocked out right away because she tripped over her own shoelaces right out of the gate and bonked her head. I can see why she's in the support course. I can't believe how far she's gotten. Right? It would be frightful to be a hero, and then on a random swing of bad luck, plummeting to your death because your quirk decided to be uncooperative. Yanagi shuddered. That, and you can't learn to control it, Izuku added. I wonder how it affects her support items. As the two competitors took to the field, Inko watched, amused, how all three teenagers leaned forward and seemed to scooch forward to watch the match. Even Reiko, who was more subdued than the other two, groaned and gasped, winced in sympathy, and held her breath in sync with Izuku and Setsuna as they watched the match. It was by and far the longest match of the evening, and longer than any of the matches that had gone on the day before. By the time Satoshi finally eliminated and exhausted Mikoto, the three teens slumped back into the couch with a sigh. Ikari-senpai will really have a tribulation ahead of her to take on Satoshi-senpai, Yanagi said. I have faith that she'll pull through. Nah, Tokage shook her head. He's just too tough. All those clones? He won't even go near her. Her quirk is emitter type. Mikoto only lasted so long because the clones kept attacking each other. But that means the clones are susceptible to quirks too, Izuku replied. So if she can haunt the clones faster than he can make them and get him in range, Ikari-senpai can get the win. Freckles, don't go making me think on our day off, Setsuna sniped back. If you didn't have such good grades, I'd think you never thought at all, Reiko added dryly. Mama Midori, Tokage cried out in a sing-song voice, Reiko is bullying me. Izuku snickered as Inko shook her head. Settle down you three, Inko chuckled. I swear I've heard you all have this conversation before. Present Mike announced the final competitors, and the three students leaned in and watched eagerly as the two students engaged in combat. Midoriya was right. The clones all seemed to be cowering in fear as they approached the girl with the phantom quirk, who gave chase to the reigning champion. Before long, the three were actively cheering at the television, and Inko couldn't help but laugh at how excited they were. I think I'll go make some tea. As she retreated to the kitchen and filled her kettle, she could hear Present Mick's voice shout, and that's IT. Ikari manages to get Uzumaki to fling himself out of the ring. And impressive display by our new champion. The mother sighed. Guess I missed the fun part, she said as she placed the kettle on the stove. She flipped through the news on her phone for some time, looking for more information on Stain when she did a double take at the time. Those girls missed their train. She bit her lip. Maybe she could get them a taxi? I should say something to them. But as she walked out to the living room, she stopped in her tracks and smiled. The three of them had passed out waiting for the award ceremony. In the middle, Izuku's head was leaned back against the couch cushion, snoring lightly. On his left, Tokage had leaned onto his shoulder and was snoring quite a bit louder. On his right, Yanagi had grabbed his arm and was practically curled up around it as she slept. She immediately grabbed her phone and snapped some pictures to embarrass them with later. Once she had gotten a few, she looked through her contacts. I'll just call their parents and let them know. I hope their numbers haven't changed. Quietly, Inko grabbed a blanket from the linen closet and threw it over the three of them, before turning off the lights. As she stepped out of the door to her own room, Yanagi's eyes fluttered open, tiredly. She was laying on something comfortable and warm, and in the dark, she became acutely aware of the situation. Her eyes adjusted, and she looked up at Izuku as he lightly snored. She blushed, but snuggled in closer. It was too good of an opportunity to pass up. She looked over at Tokage, who was snoring much more noticeably. The three of us together, she thought, sleepily. I hope it's always like this. She knew it was a selfish thought, really. But Yanagi had been fighting a losing battle since the first week of school. The foe, of course, was a little enemy she liked to call, fantasizing about her best friends. Not that she was ashamed of feelings of lust and enamoration. Of course not. She was a young woman with needs and feelings, even if she kept a stoic front. It just made her feel greedy. If she was honest with herself, she wanted to be romantically and physically involved with both of her friends. As she found herself curled around Midoriya's arm, she gently ran her fingers up and down it until her hand reached his own fingers. She quivered as she traced the edges of his fingers. They felt so much different from hers. Her throat went dry. She was a fan of memes and chastised herself for something so lewd as hand-holding with an internal chuckle. But as she held onto his hands, she just imagined them all over her, running through her hair, caressing her. Buddy, fingers running between her legs to her. ZZZ raptor battle, Tokage muttered in her sleep, interrupting Yanagi's fantasies. Reiko rolled her eyes and nuzzled herself in. She could be a little selfish. Maybe just for today. Internships, Vlad King began, are a matter to take seriously. I know that probably goes without saying, but your behavior out in the world with pro heroes is a direct reflection on your education and of UA in general. Class 1B listened with bated breath as the pro continued. You will shadow a pro hero for 1 week, if you were chosen of course, to learn the ropes of your everyday hero work. Usually this just entails patrols, but sometimes there is real danger. Students have gotten hurt. This is why your parents sign waivers at the beginning of the year about this sort of thing. Bet mom loved that, Midoriya grimaced. This is also where we'll usually see some students panic and transfer out to general studies, business, or something else. And I want to stress that it's fine. Vlad King held up his hands. Sometimes you don't know heroics isn't for you until you're out there and realize it isn't all, going on talk shows and shouting, I am here. No disrespect to All Might of course, but those are usually perks for being number one. The class giggled slightly at Vlad's terrible All Might impression. That being said, there is usually a gap in offers, based on the sports festival. On the electronic whiteboard, their names were displayed, and then a number with a bar graph appeared. Midoriya's eyes bulged, his offers were over 9,000. Behind him, Tokage had received over 2,000. Kendo and Yanagi each received close to 1,000 offers, with Kendo receiving just a few more. The rest of the class trailed, but everyone had at least one. Specifically, Fukudashi only had 2. His speech bubble read, F- in very small letters. You've got some time before your next lesson, so maybe go through so you'll know who to pick for next week, Vlad King explained. I don't need a decision today, as I know some of you have a lot to go through, but I need it Friday at the latest. One by one, each student grabbed their offers and returned to their seat. Midoriya himself needed 3 trips to grab each of the folders, the class snickering at him each time he made another trip. Where do I even start with all these? Midoriya whispered to Tokage, distraught. I'm kind of feeling the same, Tokage shrugged. I'll probably ask Aunt Namuri to help me after school. Izuku nodded, realizing he had a mentor he could consult too. Good call. I'll maybe get some help too. Good heavens, young Midoriya, this is a lot of offers. The symbol of peace bellowed in the teacher's lounge before coughing and going back to his skeletal form. Izuku had backed up in time to avoid getting any blood on him. Yeah, I know, the boy sighed. It's too many to go through. I'm not sure how to even begin. He rubbed the back of his neck. Can I just intern with Gran Torino? All Might chuckled. I called him after your performance. His words were, and I quote, I'm tired of beating up the little green bean, send him elsewhere. That tracks. Well, so much for that. Well, let's look at this logically. Usually that's Aizawa's department, but he flipped through the stacks. Vlad was kind enough to put these in order of hero rank. Wow, you got an offer from Endeavor? I did. Midoriya said, eyes widening. Why would he offer? Maybe because you got his son to use his fire? All Might shrugged. Point being, anyone below rank 100 is trying to use you for publicity. He pushed the second 2 folders aside. A drawback of the sports festival is sometimes struggling pros want to use the higher-up students for their own gain. I'd avoid that, honestly. Well, that narrows it down, Izuku sighed in relief. So now? Well, there are usually 3 types of agencies: combat, investigative, and rescue and disaster prevention. Some of course will specialize in 2 or 3. Endeavor usually bills himself as combat and investigative. Granted, most of his investigation involves punching people until someone talks. The 2 chuckled. To be honest, Midoriya, you're pretty good in combat. So you might excel there, but would you learn more? All Might asked. Midoriya rubbed his chin. So you think I should go for investigation or rescue? It might be a good way to challenge yourself, All Might shrugged. About half of these are investigative or rescue agencies, so go through them and we can talk more if any sound interesting. The next day. And time is up, Vlad King said to the team of Midoriya and Tokage in their investigation mission exercise the next day. Unless you can tell me the identity of the Ender, we need to move on. Midoriya and Tokage looked at each other and shrugged. Was it Tsunatori? Tokage asked as Pony, who had been posing as a murder victim on the floor, giggled. Vlad sighed. Oh. It was Stanley, the watermelon. He gestured at the watermelon that had been sitting on his desk for unspecified purposes for the whole exercise. Better luck next time, you two? Izuku and Setsuna groaned and left the locked room they had been charged to investigate. Of course, Setsuna sighed. It was so obvious. In hindsight, yeah. Investigation stuff is hard, Midoriya sighed as he sat next to her on the bench. Maybe I should focus on that for my internship? You think so? Tokage asked. I was going to look over some of my prospects today. You want to come over and join? Misery loves company. He snickered. Sure. After their heroics lesson, and finding out none of their classmates guessed Stanley the watermelon was the murderer, the class broke for lunch. Sitting with his entire class, he listened as everyone else discussed their prospects. I'm really lucky to get in with fourth kind, Tetsu sighed. I think one of the 1A guys will be in there with me. I think I'm doing mine with someone from 1A too, Kenda said. Might be nice, you know. Not being the only student there and all. I'm stuck with Tortoise Guy, Fukudashi's speech bubble read in squiggly, depressed text. Who wants to hang out with the world's oldest hero? What about you, Midoriya? Juzo asked. You probably still need to dig yourself out of all those offers? The table snickered as the Grionet scratched his cheek. Whittled it down a bit. Tokage and I were going to go over them after class. Leave room for Jesus, Shiozaki said abruptly. The table exploded into a fit of laughter. It's not like that, Izuku said, turning crimson. Tokage just winked at him from across the table, and he stared down at his food nervously. She laughed. You want to pick out your internship with us, Yanagi? The silver-haired teen shook her head. No, not tonight. My dad will be home from work and we're going out for the evening. Oh nice. Tokage beamed. Maybe my folks will be home tonight too. After a quick call to his mom, Midoriya was on the train with Yanagi and Tokage on the way back. Is it okay that I'm coming over? Midoriya asked. I haven't seen your parents since I was like 7. Oh for sure. We're just doing some school stuff, and when I told them you were in my class they were excited to see you again. As they all got off the train, Yanagi went the other way from Tokage and Midoriya. As she did, it dawned on him that he wasn't really alone with either of them often. Felt different. Not in a bad way or anything, but he definitely felt nerves wash over him. So did you go through your list at all? Midoriya asked as he followed her down another block. I know you said you'd ask your aunt. Nope. She laughed. I dropped it off at home, went to Yanagi's apartment, and lost track of time when she put on some foreign horror movie. Was it that scary? Nah, I fell asleep. He laughed. Well, that will do it. Look, you know I love naps, Tokage snickered. It's the lizard in me. Yeah, that tracks. He stopped abruptly as Tokage turned towards a house. He had noticed this was a bit of a swankier neighborhood, but he hadn't expected Tokage to live in an absolutely massive-looking 3-story house. She always talked about going to Yanagi's apartment, but looking at the impressive abode, he wondered why they wouldn't come here instead. Tokage clicked her tongue as she looked at the driveway. What's the matter? Izuku asked. She sighed. Mom and Dad aren't back, which means it will just be us and Sakura. Oh, I keep forgetting you have a sister, he replied, sheepishly. Trust me, wish I could too. She snarked. Setsuna led him inside and Midoriya marveled at the size of the living room. It was practically the size of his entire apartment. He was fairly certain the couch was softer than his bed, and the television looked bigger than one of the walls of his bedroom. Is that you, Pops? Called a voice from up a set of stairs. No, Setsuna called back, wincing. That's you? The voice called back, full of disdain. Thanks, sis, Setsuna said, dryly. Come on, let's grab a snack and go to my room. Hopefully she decides to leave me alone. Midoriya just nodded and followed after Setsuna, thinking in a house as big as this it would be easy not to have to run into someone if you didn't want to. They walked into the kitchen and Setsuna grabbed a box of dinosaur crackers. She shook it once and scowled. Jerk, she hissed under her breath. It's effing empty and she put it back here. Out of nowhere, a disembodied pair of arms flew into the kitchen, put Setsuna in a headlock and gave her a noogie. Well yeah, it's the best bait to catch a shrimp like you, snickered Tokage Sakura, who walked into the room laughing. Midoriya could see why the older sibling referred to Tokage as a shrimp, Sakura stood a good head taller than himself, and he was a bit taller than Setsuna. Sakura immediately eyed Midoriya and snickered to her sister. Wow, you found a guy to hang out with even when you aren't doing the gyro sheet? Shut up. Tokage hissed, shoving Sakura's arms off of her head finally. Wait, Sakura laughed, leaning in, making Izuku back up. You're the little geek who used to draw all the time. You're the one Shrimp and her little friend keep talking about. Izuku replied nervously. Hi. Sakura cackled. Well, you certainly filled out. You sure you want to hang around with this disappointing twat? Setsuna grabbed a different box of dinosaur crackers from the cupboard and brushed past her sister, grabbing Izuku's hand. Come on, Freckles, let's go figure out where we're interning. Don't effing go getting pregnant and letting down mom and dad even more. Sakura shouted to them. Setsuna began pulling Izuku a bit faster up the stairs, to her room on the 3rd floor. As she led him to her room, she slammed the door behind her, frustrated. As they stood there, hands still locked as Setsuna breathed heavily, Izuku looked around at his friend's room. He'd be more nervous about being alone in a girl's room if he hadn't already been uncomfortable from the interaction he'd witnessed between the two sisters. The first thing he noticed is that her bedroom was bigger than his mom's bedroom in her apartment. A queen-sized bed was back in a corner, covered under a mounting of various dinosaur plushies. Posters of various dinosaur-themed pro-heroes were all over her wall, and a desk by her bed was covered in plastic dinosaur figures. On the other side of the bed were 2 large beanbag chairs, and a bookshelf that reached from floor to ceiling. And on the opposite wall, a large television was mounted to the wall, with a few video game consoles under it on an entertainment stand. It was the coolest room Izuku had ever seen. Once that wore off, he realized that he was still holding Setsuna's hand, and she was still staring off into space with an angry look on her face. Through her arm, he was surprised to feel that she was shaking. Maybe trembling was even a better word for it. He gave it a reassuring squeeze. Setsuna, are you okay? He asked gently. She gave him a strained smile that fooled neither of them. Not really. I kind of can't even stand it when Sakura's here. I wish she still lived on campus. Where does she go? Izuku asked. The Support Holistic Institute of Technology, Setsuna practically spat. Ah yes, the SHIT, Izuku nodded. That's one of the best support universities in the country? Yup, Setsuna sighed, popping the P at the end of the word. Just like mom and dad, as she likes to remind me of. He hesitated, unsure if he should bring it up. He swallowed the fear down. They were friends and Hero Corps students. Of course he should try to help. What was that all about? Setsuna let out another, longer sigh. She likes to bring up that my parents wanted me to study support so that Sakura and I could take over at their branch of the firm they work at. Izuku looked at his feet and gave her hand a reassuring squeeze. I didn't know that. Yeah, well, it started after the move. Before they were at work all the time, they used to try and get both Sakura and I into building stuff. Sakura really loved it. I didn't. When I went into middle school, I told them I wanted to pursue heroics, and it turned into a big fight. I kind of got into gyro stuff to try and rebel. Did a lot off-sheet that I shouldn't. For the first year of middle school, my grades got really bad, and it was about that time my parents started working late, never coming home. To be honest, I think Sakura maybe still blames, me for it. She gave a rueful scoff. Honestly, I kind of did too. Izuku frowned and turned towards her. I'm sorry, Setsuna. Not your fault, Freckles, she replied, not meeting his gaze. Before my 2nd year, Aunt Nemuri came around and kind of talked some sense into me. Told me I couldn't get anywhere near a hero course with bad grades. So I put more effort into school, but kept doing the gyro stuff and generally just being an a-hole to my parents and Sakura because they kept trying to discourage me from being a pro. My friend group changed a lot. I hung out with some jerks. The only person who really stuck with me was Casper. She'll tell you how bad it was for a while if you asked. The two were quiet for a while. I won't ask if you don't want me to, Izuku said. Please don't, Setsuna whispered. Thank you. So, anyway, we were fighting a lot. But then the exam comes and goes, and I get in, and my parents, well, they said they were really proud of me. They stopped pushing and all, but yeah, they're still hardly ever home. Sakura likes to make me feel like they're still really disappointed. Do you think they are? Izuku asked, shuffling his feet. No, I don't think so, Setsuna replied. They've been really supportive since finding out. I'm not sure if Aunt Nemuri changed their mind or if I dunno. Me actually getting in made them see I was serious. But for a while I thought they really were, So Sakura being an ass about it still gets on my nerves. And the fact that they're never around makes it easy to doubt everything? I can understand that, Midoriya said, giving her hand another squeeze. He was a little embarrassed about the whole hand-holding thing, but he wanted her to know he was there. I'll always be here. It'd hurt me too. I know I didn't see you for a long time, but I'm really proud of you too. Yeah? She asked, voice smaller than Izuku had heard in maybe the whole time she'd known her. Of course, he replied earnestly. You're one of the smartest and strongest people I know. You're going to make a great hero. Without warning, she turned and wrapped her arms around his neck. This was a far softer hug than the kind she had greeted him with on the first day of school. Crimson-faced, Midoriya wrapped his arms around her waist and reveled in how warm she made him feel. Thanks, Izuku, she said, softly into his neck. You're welcome. As she pulled away from him, she stared him in the eyes for a few moments, making him squirm. He was bad at holding eye contact, especially with someone so close. Why yeah? She didn't answer right away, mostly because she wasn't even sure what she was thinking. She knew that she found him attractive, but she felt differently right now. Like she didn't want to let go of him. Like it would all be okay as long as they stuck together. She fought back an urge to kiss him that popped in her head from nowhere. She smiled and shook her head. Nothing. Come on. Let's figure out who we're interning with. Midoriya scanned the two prospects in his hands. The first was a rescue-based agency headed by the number 15 pro hero, Stasis. Stasis had the ability to freeze things in place for up to 10 minutes, which was good for getting people out of rough situations. The second was an investigation-based agency headed by the 47th ranked hero, Fox Noir. Truthfully, part of why Izuku was intrigued by this offer was because they had similar quirks. Fox's art could be animated, but it stayed on whatever surface it was drawn on. This meant she had even less combat potential than Midoriya, but in only a few years was already ranked in double digits. What do you think, Setsuna? Midoriya asked, laying on her large bed. She was seated at the desk, going through her much larger pile. Well, I would go for the higher rank, to be honest. But that's just more for publicity. And we're only in our first year, so I know, correct? Answer would be to go with who you think you'd learn more from. They're both pretty cool offers. I know, he sighed. How about you? I'm thinking of the Wild Wild Pussycats. Midoriya bolted upright. Wild? Setsuna, you never said you had an offer from them. She chuckled. A lady likes to keep a little mystery, Mop Top. But yeah, they're my highest ranked offer, and I mean, they kind of do a little bit of everything, you know? A team like that? Yeah, he said, pulling his legs into a crisscross position. I mean, they're one of those, all-in-one, agencies. Hard to go wrong with them. I didn't even get an offer from them. Yeah, I wonder what they saw in me? Tokage chuckled. What do you think? You think I'm up for it? I would jump all over that. Izuku said, beaming. What do you mean, up for it? You'll knock them dead, I'm sure of it. To his surprise, Setsuna turned away, blushing. Thanks, Freckles. A knock at the door made them both jump, and Setsuna's dad, Tokage Akihiko, opened the door. Set, you in here? The green-haired girl beamed and practically bolted from the desk. Dad, you're back. Her father chuckled and hugged her. Yeah, figured I might as well visit the place I pay the mortgage on. He looked up and gave Midoriya a concerned look. And you are? Dad, come on, you remember Midoriya Izuku, right? Tokage asked, stepping back. Remember, he came over when we were kids? Oh, you're the kid who drew the dinosaur that ate the coffee table? The older man asked. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, my mom put a ban on dinosaurs after that. Akihiko laughed. Well, that's a relief. You've certainly grown. His face turned a bit sterner. I hope everything up here has been appropriate. Izuku's face turned red before Setsuna pushed her dad's shoulder lightly. Dad, come on, don't embarrass me. We're picking our internships. Well, that makes sense, your school sent an email about those, the man said, stifling a yawn. I think your mom was picking something up for dinner. Should I let her know we'll have company? No, I think I should be heading back, Midoriya said, shaking his head. I told my mom I'd still be back for dinner. Setsuna pouted. Maybe next time? Sure. Fian. Well, let me walk you to the station at least. As Midoriya packed things up, he bowed to the older man. It was nice seeing you again, sir. Tokage Akihiko laughed. You too, Midoriya. Tell your mother I said hello. As the two walked to the station, Tokage asked, so did you pick between those two? I think I'll intern with Fox Noir. I'm just too intrigued with her quirk and how she uses it to investigate. Midoriya replied, smiling. I bet we'll both have some good stories after the week is done. Are you kidding? We'll be the talk of the class. I wonder who Ghosty will be picking. The next Monday morning, Midoriya got off a different train, having to get up far earlier than usual to get to Shibuya. He double-checked the address on his phone. There was no mistaking this was the place. It looked more like a giant shack than an agency though. But this was where he was interning with Fox Noir. He knocked on the door. A few seconds later, a woman with fluffy, purple hair opened the door and peered down at him. Her face was covered in splotches of paint, and a painter's smock covered most of her body. Hi. He began, I'm Midoriya. Yes. She cried enthusiastically, grabbing his arm and pulling him into the shack, bag and all. Yes? He yelped, stumbling into the shack to find the inside looked like a normal door well. Yes what? You're exactly what I had imagined. Fox Noir cried out. She continued to pull him into a room where she had a pallet set up already. She shoved Izuku onto a stand that was in the middle of the room. What are you? He began, but was cut off by the hero. Take your shirt off. Excuse me. I want to paint you, Vinci. Fox Noir cried out. Now, take off your shirt and put yourself in the Passion of the Christ pose so I can capture this moment forever. Midoriya said, quite frankly slightly terrified. Still, he took his shirt off and stood on the small podium. I'm a Midoriya Izuku. But of course I read your name, silly, the woman said as she sat behind the pallet. My name is Kitagawa Haru. Fox Noir. And I was enamored with your quirk when I saw it in action at the sports festival. She began mixing two colors. So few artistic quirks in the world, young Midoriya. Did you know art-based quirks make up only 8% of all global quirks? No, he said. He gulped and looked around as he posed, face flushed. Didn't? I thought not. We're a truly rare breed. And I'm so very pleased that you chose to intern with me. She began to paint her canvas. And if I'm understanding your application, you chose me to brush up on your investigative abilities? She snorted. Pun intended. Why yes ma'am. Please don't be so formal. You're shirtless in my foyer. Call me Haru. Are you sure? I insist. Haru insisted. Literally. Well, yes Haru. It's where I struggle the most in hero training. Izuku admitted. His arms wobbled slightly. I had an inkling that could be the case, Haru said, dabbing a paintbrush on her palette. You seem to be adept at combat with it, and I'm assuming you can manage your rescuing tests? Yes. Well then, she smiled as she peered out from behind her canvas. We have much to do. Hold still just a bit longer for me. Midoriya and Haru stood outside a gymnasium on a busy Shibuya street, and, to his surprise, they were in their civilian clothes. So what are we doing? He asked his mentor. Well, I'm sure you've heard of the hero Ender, Stain, Haru replied. Of course. Well, unfortunately, someone as popular as that rogue has spawned copycats, Haru sighed as she shook a can of spray paint. And some of them have begun trying to use him to bolster numbers for a cult I've been looking into. What are you doing? He asked, alarmed, as she began spray painting the side of the gymnasium. Well, I have intel that one of the cult members will be meeting tonight, Haru said. And part of my investigation means leaving myself means of evidence gathering. And I must go unnoticed for that. As she finished spray painting a small tiger under a large piece of graffiti that had been there longer, she said to it, Come get me if you see anything. The tiger nodded and yawned, moving along the brick wall as if it were a cartoon, making Izuku jump. I've never seen your quirk in action, that's so cool. Indeed. Haru nodded. I've placed plenty of tigers and other animals along these alleyways to act as my eyes and ears. They know not to move when people can see them. Hopefully, one of them can keep us posted. The locals think it's a gang sign or some such. Come, let's adjourn back to my abode and prepare to patrol this evening. Midoriya nodded and followed the hero. In the few hours he had known her, she proved to be a rather strange lady. She claimed to be related to some esteemed and famous thief and artist, and then had him try about 5 different specialty brew coffees she had been working on. They spent an hour discussing their inspirations for their art, and she showed him her portfolio of famous works she had released around the world under false names, which nearly drove him to tears at how beautiful some of them were. So what do you mean that these copycats have become cult-like? He asked once they were out of a crowd and by her agency. Haru shuddered. Well, this may be a tad gruesome, but a cult I had been looking into for some time has become violent. Lately their endings have ended with young men and women being suspended from their bathtubs. They'll have been cut multiple times, so that their blood fills these tubs. Writings around the bathroom will usually refer to offerings to our inspiration, stain, or some such nonsense. They seem to utterly worship him now. And you think it's a whole group of people doing this? Midoriya asked. Not necessarily, the cult may have one executioner. Some victims seem willing. Some don't. Izuku blanched as Haru said that. She nodded. I wish it weren't so, but many victims had memorabilia or writings showing a fascination or worship of the hero ender. Worse yet, those scenes are usually more tame. The unwilling victims put up a struggle. Midoriya let out a low whistle. So what do we do about a cult? Cults are a lot less flashy than your standard villain, Haru pointed out. They prey on the weak and vulnerable in our society, those looking for a place to belong, and make them feel accepted. Unfortunately, that means a big number of their recruits are either the quirkless, or those with mutation quirks. The boy nodded. That makes sense. Quirkless discrimination just seems to get worse as the percentage of people without quirks just gets smaller, right? And it wasn't even 20 years ago that you could refuse to employ someone based on if they had a mutation that was deemed unpleasant, Haru said, grimacing. It's truly heartbreaking. So we'll be monitoring tonight for those trying to recruit. They always try and lure victims to a second location. If we can find more about where the cult is located centrally, we can give the information to the proper government agency, and they'll assign a strike force. Would you be on the strike force? Possibly. I would at least be intel during an operation, but I would be on the strike force if they thought I would be best suited for whatever combat they expected, Haru explained. Either way, the lead is what would get me the investigative commission once the paperwork was filed. Izuku nodded. That's fascinating. I knew pros for combat and rescue filled out paperwork for their stuff after the fact. I wasn't sure how it worked for investigative. Information is the name of the game, Izuku. Haru sighed as she unlocked her modest home. Though I have a sidekick who strictly does my paperwork once a week. I can't operate a computer for the life of me. I thought booting up my laptop meant kicking it. Izuku chuckled, awkwardly. It was hard to tell with Haru if she was kidding or if she meant it, but he had a feeling it was the second one. Once at her agency, they geared up, and Midoriya felt his face heat up. Haru, or Fox Noir as she was of course called when she was on duty, had a costume akin to a cat burglar of sorts, thought it was deep purple and fox-themed more than anything. Still, the form-fitting leather left little to the imagination, and Izuku shook himself a few times to keep himself focused. She had a katana at her side, not that Midoriya was surprised. Her quirk had no combat application, so she used swordsmanship to defend herself. From what he'd heard, she was one of the most feared in the country. I do enjoy your costume, Fox Noir said as they walked back into the open air, and she began to climb up a fire escape of a nearby building, but for investigative and stealth work, you would need to alter the colors. Dark blues, blacks, and purples to stand out less against the dark sky. Don't get too close to any ledges, we don't want you being spotted. Just something to consider if you decide to pursue investigative hero work. Got it? He smiled. Thank you. With night falling, the electric hum of the city hit Midoriya's ears, and his eyes adjusted to the neon glow of the signs around him. He was used to urban environments, but this was something completely different. There was a feeling like someone could get lost in the city lights, never seeing the same sights exactly twice. Why yo man, this maid cafe sucks. Came a shout from the streets below, snapping Midoriya out of it. He leaned over the ledge for just a minute and chuckled as an inebriated delinquent was kicked out by a few maids. Haru laughed. Never seen Shibuya at night? He laughed. No. My mom never really had a reason for us to come all the way out here. Never a dull moment, Haru smiled. Though that man tends to get kicked out every few days. I believe he's quite lonely. Excuse me. Haru and Izuku turned to see that on a neighboring, taller building, one of the pros' graffiti tigers had leapt on top of a window to speak to them. They talk? Izuku asked. Of course, Haru laughed. How else would they be my eyes and ears for the city? She turned to the tiger. Yes, Harold? Believe there is a recruitment occurring behind the arcade, the tiger, Harold, said while licking its paw and rubbing its ear. Some quirkless teens were driven out of an arcade and are being talked to by someone about society or some such. Thank you, Harold, Haru said pleasantly, before her face turned fierce and she turned to Izuku. Come Vinci. Without warning, she sprinted towards the ledge of the roof to her side and jumped to a neighboring roof. Izuku marveled briefly at how someone without strength enhancement could move with such grace. He shook himself, charged color fill, and gave chase. A few buildings over, Fox Noir swung down a fire escape and crouched down, listening in on a conversation in an alley below. Vinci kept himself away from the ledge with his brighter costume. Still, as he made his way to the roof, he had caught a glimpse of the back of a blonde girl talking to two brown-haired boys, one with glasses, one without. For some reason, the girl seemed familiar, like he had seen her before. Ah, come on, this whole hero society is kind of messed up, right? I mean, I wouldn't say you're wrong, the brown-haired boy with glasses. People get strong quirks, act like jackasses, and get praised for it. Rinse, repeat. Get away with whatever you effing want if your quirk is cool enough, the other boy grumbled. Yet if we stand up for ourselves, they kick us out of the FING arcade. I wish, the blonde said with scoff. Quirk has to be cute or flashy enough. You don't have a quirk that's fun to look at, and you get lumped into the same bullshit group. Just like mine. Why? The glasses boy grumbled. What's your quirk? The blonde giggled, leaned forward just a bit, and put her hands behind her back in a coy pose. That's a secret. If you want to find out, you should come hang out with me and my friends. Why, what are you going to do? Probably just talk about Stain and hang out. The blonde replied. He's really sticking it to some of those fake heroes out there who just want to show off and make a quick buck? Yeah, we've heard about him, the non-glasses boy said. I heard he took out Glory Hog. Thank God. That guy was such an a-hole. The blonde put on an exaggerated giggle. Midoriya was sure that if he heard it from a girl he'd have fallen for it, but from an outside perspective it seemed so dishonest. I think you and my friends would get along just fine then. Come on. As the three began to walk off, Haru nodded towards her tiger, Harold, and said, tail them. The large cat purred and hopped down off the window to the alley below. Come on, Vinci, let's give chase. Haru directed, her tone devoid of its usual airiness. All right, he stammered, rushing after her as she jumped to another rooftop. He followed her from roof to roof, trying to keep his eyes on the blonde down below. He swore he had seen her before. Stop, Haru commanded, and he stumbled to a halt on a rooftop. What's up? They went down to the subway and underground mall, the pro scowled. Which means we'll risk drawing attention to ourselves if we go down there. She turned towards Harold, who was down below them on the windowsill wall. Make sure you guys keep them in your sights. Of course, miss, Harold nodded as he jumped down the side of the building. Haru turned towards her in turn and gestured towards the fire escape. One of these sewer tunnels can get us to the underground mall. Izuku jumped down after her as she agilely swung down the fire escape. He squatted down and hoisted up manhole cover with his color fill. Such a gentleman, Foxnor teased as she jumped down the tunnel. He gave a nervous chuckle and jumped down after her. Once his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he saw they were in an inactive subway tunnel, and Haru was already talking to a lion she had spray painted down there. They're further down this way, the lion said lazily. Thanks, Ren, Haru smiled, before dashing further into a darkened tunnel. Should I draw us a light? Izuku asked, as he ran after them and the two ducked behind some old barrels. She shook her head. We don't want to give our positions away. Makes sense. Sticking close to the walls, Haru and Izuku slowed down as voices came into the clearing. You won't be doing anything illegal. We just want to do things in the same vein as Stain. Like what? That was the voice of the glasses boy, much more nervous than when he was above ground. Society just isn't fair to people like us. Came the voice of the blonde girl. I can drink blood to become whatever cutie I want, but because it seems icky, people treat me like squat. Why you drink blood? The other boy gulped. Some laughter echoed through the tunnels. While it was hard to tell, there were definitely more than just the four voices that were heard so far. Come on, boys, don't judge Toga too harshly just because her quirk is a little weird. Isn't that what you want to get away from? This was the first voice. The one who said they were doing things in the same vein as Stain. From the sounds of it, it was older than the blondes, but still female. It was a smooth voice, older sounding, and would be soothing in just about any other circumstance. Why, I guess, the boy said. What would we be doing? We just want to show the world we're sick of this broken society that worships quirks and heroes who look down on the people they're supposed to protect, the older woman replied. After all, we all bleed the same blood, do we not? That's what our little brotherhood is trying to prove. Toga giggled. It all tastes the same if I'm being honest. I guess you're right, one of the boys said. But we just put on some demonstrations against heroes. That's all. The older woman reassured. We need to do something, Haru said to Midoriya, abruptly. This only ends with these two joining the cult, or strung up dead somewhere. What do we do? Midoriya asked. Draw some police sirens, she instructed. They'll go running and we'll see if we can snag the two boys, Midoriya nodded and pulled down his sketchboard on his left arm. He squinted and drew the best siren and lights he could in the dark, and animated them on the ground with a poof. Immediately the sound of footsteps and some shouts could be heard from down the tunnel. Haru pulled his arm and they left the way they came. The two heroes hovered over the manhole cover on the street, hearing some of the cultists dashing below them. This way, Vinci. I have an inkling where we'll find those young men. Shinjiro and Yosuke gasped for breath as they exited the underground mall, glad to be away from the blood-sucking blonde who had conned the two boys down there. Jesus effing Christ, man, what did you almost get us into? Yosuke hissed as he adjusted his glasses. Sorry man, that toga chick was hot though, Shinjiro gasped, straightening himself out. Didn't think we'd go FING sewer crawling though. What the hell was that? That, gentlemen, Foxnor said as she swooped down from the top of the subway exit onto the ground in front of them, was a member of the cult of the One Blood. The two boys gasped and jumped backwards. Oh crap, it's the XY art lady. Yosuke grumbled. Oh shit, are we in trouble? Shinjiro gasped as he jumped backwards. W didn't know. Relax, Haru assured them. You two seem like upstanding young men. You won't be in any trouble, provided you cooperate in my investigation. Midoriya had never thought about the practical applications of his art, but he did his best to draw a composite sketch of the cult leader and her blonde associate based on the descriptions Yosuke and Shinjiro provided. Though his were mainly for practice as Haru was doing the same, she apparently had started her career in criminal justice doing that before she decided to get her license to become a pro hero. All right you two, Haru finished, setting her pencil down. Let us escort you to your train, lest these two cultists come seeking you out. As they walked the two quirkless teens to the train, Midoriya tried to hold back his annoyance as they tried to relentlessly hit on his mentor. But once they were on the train, she groaned in frustration herself. Those were some of the most undignified brutes I'd ever met. Midoriya laughed. Why yeah, they were a bit much. The two of them returned to her agency and compared the sketches they had made. Haru's were much better. Midoriya didn't have a ton of experience drawing something based on descriptive words alone. But he stopped as he looked at her sketch of the blonde, the one called Toga. Wait, I've seen that girl before. Haru stopped and looked at him. You have? Where? Midoriya grabbed his sketchbook from his backpack and flipped as far back as he could. He was almost done with this one. He heaved a sigh of relief as he found the sketch he made on the subway. She was on the subway when I was going home. It was, he furrowed his brow, straining his memory before snapping his fingers. It was the day the USJ got attacked by the League of Villains. She was talking to some guy named Dabi about passing up on joining them. Haru compared Midoriya's old drawing to hers. They were nearly identical. So, a blonde named Toga, who clearly has prior legal troubles. She looked up at the clock. It's getting late. I've prepared my spare bedroom. I'm going to send this to a friend of mine in law enforcement tonight to see if they have any information on our blonde friend here. She looked down at the drawing of the older woman. She had longer, black hair, and both boys had described her as having red eyes, with a freckle under her left one. And hopefully some information on her associate? Midoriya stretched out, his muscles and bones weary from all the roof hopping. Thanks, Fox Noir. Good night. Rest well, Izuku. We'll have an early start tomorrow. As the Grionet retreated to his room, the pro frowned down at her sketch of the leader. It couldn't be. She pulled out her cell phone. Think this calls for a team-up? The next morning, Midoriya rose as his alarm rang all too early for his preferences. Still, his curiosity had been piqued by what had happened last night. He'd never heard of the cult of the One Blood before, and he was somewhat surprised they weren't more covered by the news. I guess if most of their victims are quirkless, society just isn't going to care about them going missing or ending up dead, he sighed to himself as he pulled his shirt over his head. Heading down the stairs, he found Haru already up and dressed, drinking some coffee and looking over her laptop. Good morning, Izuku. Would you care for some coffee? It's my own special brew. Help yourself? Sure, he shrugged, walking over to the machine. He had to admit, while not usually a coffee drinker, it smelled pretty amazing. As he poured himself a mug, he asked, so between being a famous artist and a pro, you have time to make your own coffee? Oh, everyone needs a hobby, Izuku, the woman chuckled. Making art into a career has made it tedious at times. And gardening and gourmet coffee is something of a family tradition. Well, it paid off, he said, taking a sip. This is delicious. I'll be happy to send you home with some, she said, smiling over her computer. But not before we catch us some cultists. Did you friend in law enforcement have some information? he asked. She nodded. On both. Your blonde acquaintance is quite the hardened criminal. She's wanted for at least 3 murders and is a suspect in at least 17 more. But oddly enough, none of her crimes match the cult's. They don't. Nope, Haru shook her head, fluffy purple hair swinging to and fro. Her crimes are most certainly horrific. Stabbings. Dismemberment. Certainly bloody crimes, but none of them cult-related. The national profilers believe her to be obsessed with Stain. So, does that mean she joined the cult recently? He asked, tapping his chin. Excellent. Haru beamed. Considering how much this cult discusses Stain's ideals, she might have sought them out to get his attention. Oh, which brings us to the other one. Haru placed the drawing of the older, raven-haired woman on the table, turning it so it was right side up for Midoriya. Their leader. Her name is Yukari Sakamoto, although within the confines of the cult, she calls herself Faith. Fitting, Izuku quipped. Isn't it? She fits the profile of someone who would start a cult. Bankruptcy. Embezzlement. Fraud, Haru sighed. Though usually a cult manipulates and preys upon people to take their money, not usually performing horrific acts of murder. Which is a shame. I used to know her back in high school. Midoriya did a double take. You know her? Haru nodded. Indeed. She was an aspiring actor, last I remember. Why would she resort to this? I haven't the foggiest. Do you think it's Toga's influence on this Faith person? Midoriya asked. It would make sense, Haru nodded. These murders have been recent and have spiked since the hero Ender's action have increased. But why would she let a newcomer influence what they do? Midoriya asked. We can speculate all day, but ultimately we need to apprehend them to make sure. Toga is a wanted criminal, and at the very least Faith is wanted for all those crimes I've already listed, and aiding and abetting Toga as it is. Haru said. So long as we catch them, it cuts things down considerably. Is that enough of a lead to turn over to the police for a strike team? Midoriya asked, curiously. No, not quite. We need a location for their headquarters. Otherwise there's nowhere for a strike team to, well, strike. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. He conceded, rubbing the back of his neck. So, today we'll be lying low in some street clothes to see what we can find out, Haru said, confidently. And I'm calling in a friend of mine for a team-up. The greenette tilted his head curiously. Who did you call in? Well, a friend of mine runs a combat agency, so if we run into some trouble, she'll be good backup. Are you familiar with Rubber Fist? Haru asked. You're friends with Rubber Fist? Midoriya cried, hopping up and down excitedly. She's so cool. I've always wanted to meet her. Haru chuckled. Yes, well, Mitsuru and I went to university together, and with her agency being right around the corner, we watch each other's backs every now and again. The doorbell rang, prompting the purple-haired girl to smile and stand up. Perfect. That must be Mitsuru and her intern now. Curiosity overcoming him, Midoriya followed his mentor to her front door, and had to stop himself from squealing excitedly as he recognized Rubber Fist enter the abode in her civilian clothes. As the two women hugged briefly, Haru turned and gestured towards Midoriya. Mitsuru, this was my young associate I was talking to you about. Midoriya, this is Mitsuru Kurusu, otherwise known as Dash. Rubber Fist, the 35th ranked pro hero with the Quirk rubber hose limbs. Midoriya finished. Excitedly. Your quirk lets you grow and shrink your arms and legs at will, and stretch them into all sorts of limbs as if you had no bones. You're so cool. I've made so much fan art of you. Mitsuru raised an eyebrow before turning to Haru. Have you been testing new coffee brews on him? I mean yes, but he's just passionate about drawing and quirks, Haru beamed. He's been a delight so far. Well, that's good to hear I suppose, Mitsuru chuckled. Nice to meet you, Midoriya. My intern and I look forward to assisting with this investigation. Mitsuru walked in, and was followed by her own intern. Yanagi? Midoriya asked, bewildered. The silver-haired girl saw Izuku, and her visible eye widened slightly. Oh, salutations Izuku. Ah yes, I forgot you two were in the same class. Haru chuckled as Mitsuru and Yanagi joined her at the dining room table. If I had remembered, I would have mentioned it to you earlier. Mitsuru chuckled. Figures. You honed right in on the art student and probably forgot anything else that happened. Correct. Haru beamed. Midoriya looked back and forth from the two, realizing they couldn't be more different. While Haru was something of an eccentric goofball, with her fluffy purple hair strewn about randomly, Mitsuru seemed to be all business. Her short, brown hair was pulled back in a bun, and she had one of the most intimidating auras he'd ever seen. He turned to Yanagi. Hey, how come you never mentioned you were interning with Rubber Fist, Reiko? Yanagi blushed slightly, and the two didn't notice that the older women raising their eyebrows at how informally they greeted each other. I didn't want to disclose this information, but after my pitiful performance with Todoroki, I decided to continue training my hand-to-hand skills as we had discussed. Yes, we spent most of yesterday training, but the chance to put in some street work is more than welcome. Rubber Fist admitted as she poured herself and Yanagi some of Haru's brew. So what did you need us to do, Haru? She took a sip and the smallest hint of a smile graced her face. Oh, this is a good one. Thanks, Haru replied. Anyways, I heard from some of my quirks this morning. We have a few locations to scope out as cult hideouts. You'll provide backup in case there's trouble. Some of these places may be active. Logical, Mitsuru nodded. The four of us have a wide array of quirks that should be capable of handling a group, should we encounter them. Where to first? That day ended up being a bust. The first location was rumored to be a building behind a school in Yongenjaya. But once they got there, it was clear that it hadn't been used by anyone in weeks. However, oh my god, Chainsaw Hands is on the loose. As the four heroes approached the subway, they whipped around to see one of the most menacing villains, Chainsaw Hands, cut through an entire wall of a convenience store with a cash register stuck to his back. Towering over the common man at 7 feet tall, with long flaming red hair and chainsaws for hands, he was a man to be feared. Chainsaw Hands is back, Beach? He cackled. The crowd of civilians on the street screamed and began to scatter. Well then, Rubber Fist cracked her fists. Shall I? Haru nodded. Be my guest. She turned to the students. Watch and observe children. We'll provide backup if needed. I won't need it, Rubber Fist growled. Yanagi sighed. Glad I won't be the target of her attacks this time. Midoriya turned, curiously. Rubber Fist had already charges at the villain. Oh, Beach, get out of my way. Chainsaw Hands roared. He swung his left for Rubber Fist, who compressed her legs and used them as springs to vault over him. Why what the F dash, that was tight as hell. In mid-air, Mitsuru wrapped her rubber legs around Chainsaw Hands' elbows and restrained them at the villain's back. Twisting herself back down in front of him, she used her rubberized arms to unleashing raining punches into the villain's face so fast they looked like a blur. Once she finished with a big right hook, the behemoth of a man collapsed onto his back. Oh my god, I might be in love, Midoriya gulped as the fight finished and Rubber Fist freed herself. Impressive as always, Rubber First. Fox Noir applauded happily as she walked forward. I'll be painting this battle again. She turned towards Midoriya and Yanagi. That, Vinci and Emily, is a stunning combination of quirk usage and martial arts work. To the student's surprise, Rubber Fist blushed. Thanks, Haru. Oh my. I didn't know anything could fluster Mitsuru, Reiko whispered to her friend. They must be close, Izuku shrugged. Haru called the authorities to detain the unconscious monster of a man and led the group away. We're almost out of daylight, so we'll have to call it a day. Should we encounter any other lowlifes throughout the week, we'll have you two interns test your might on the battlefield with us as your backup. Understood? Yes, ma'am. Midoriya and Yanagi nodded. The gun clicked as the villain cocked it with a sadistic grin on his face. All right, you two. Put your wallets on the ground and back away. And no one has to wind up with some sort of tragic origin story. The two young men shivered nervously, slowly reaching their hands into their pockets. They hadn't even seen the young hooded and masked man ducking behind a dumpster until it was too late. As they set their wallets down, the masked man snickered. Good boys. But as he stepped forward, his gun was suddenly jerked from his hand into the air, surrounded by an ethereal glow. He was so shocked, he didn't hear the poof of a cage being animated behind him, or have time to react to Midoriya German suplexing him into the cage. Yanagi used her quirk to slam the door shut and lock it, removing the key from the villain's reach. Midoriya sprang to his feet and looked to the young men. And no need to worry. Crap, I stuttered. 8 has arrived, Yanagi finished, her tone stiff and rigid as she emerged from the shadows. Oh wow, heroes! One the young men exclaimed. Honey, that's so cool, we got saved by real heroes. The other young man bowed. Thank you. That was so cool. All in a day's work? Midoriya replied. For no I mean Vinci and Emily. The two young men turned and looked at each other. Never heard of you, the first one shrugged, picking up their wallets. But thanks. As soon as the young couple had exited the alley, Midoriya deflated. I can't believe I almost messed up our names. Reiko placed a hand on his back. It was a stellar first attempt, Vinci. This was our first real field rescue. Rubber Fist and Fox Noir jumped down from the nearby fire escape, where they had been watching. Excellent work, young ones. Haru beamed, clasping her hands together. Solid strategy, Mitsuru nodded. Disarming the foe, quick and efficient capture. Reassuring the civilians could use work. She turned and examined the unconscious thug. The amount of force was adequate. Thank you, Midoriya and Yanagi replied, bowing. Next time though, Midoriya, I would recommend a tiger or full Nelson suplex. Controls the arms more, less of a chance for retaliation from the perpetrator. Why yes ma'am. I'll call for a police pickup and then, on to the hideout, Haru cheered. I have a feeling we'll find something today. Geraldine told me she had seen some activity here. Another one of your creations? Mitsuru asked. Oh no, she just runs. The cafe down the street. Oh. As the two students followed behind their mentors towards today's target, a failed fast food restaurant from a few decades ago called the Big Bang Burger, Yanagi let out a sigh. Truthfully, Vinci, I must admit that facing down an armed assailant terrified me. Yeah, it's always scarier when guns are involved, Midoriya admitted. That's why I don't draw them. I don't know how much it would reassure anyone. He gave her a bright smile. You were great though. I even saw you manipulated his hands so he couldn't reflexively pull the trigger. He was so attentive to his firearm that he had no inkling that I had done so, thankfully, she replied, faintly smiling. Thank you. It was something Rubber Fist talked to me about on Monday. What else did she teach you about? Quiet children. Haru called back, sounding more like an excited schoolteacher than a pro hero. We're closing in. Mum's the word. This area of the city was rather rundown. It had already been home to some closed and empty business, and 5 years prior a battle between Endeavor and a group of hardening villains left much of the buildings in shambles. With no commerce in the area, no one had bothered to rebuild it. It was beautiful in a way, resembling a few blocks of post-apocalyptic wasteland in the midst of a prosperous city. The old burger joint was the only place that was still, mostly, standing. Haru directed the other three to stay back as she ducked under the windows and slowly opened the door. She bolted upright and gasped, causing Mitsuru and the two students to immediately rush over to see what was the matter. They all instantly regretted it as the smell of copper overwhelmed their senses. 5 bodies were hung from the ceiling upside down, cut navel to neck. On the floor under them, large pools of blood had already dried, leaving most of the floors stained a dark red. The 5 people all seemed to be teenagers, no older than Midoriya and Yanagi, and all of them had different school uniforms that had been cut and torn open in the assault. Midoriya didn't recognize any of them. Some of the blood had been used to write a message on the far wall. We all bleed the same blood. You'll bleed too, Fox Noir. Midoriya and Yanagi backed away. It was certainly a more gruesome crime scene than they were used to seeing in their studies. They both glanced at each other and recognized they were both paler than usual. Izuku placed a hand over his stomach to try and settle it. Every time he looked at the bodies he could feel bile rising up in the back of his neck. It was hard to look away though. Each of the victims' faces was twisted in a look of horror that sent a chill down his spine. Whoever these students were had died terrified. Haru, to her credit, seemed unfazed. Well then it appears they're onto us. These poor children. What's our next move? Mitsuru asked. Call this in to my law enforcement contacts, Haru sighed. Gruesome as it may be, if these 5 victims are linked in some way, it might give us some more clues. She turned towards the students. Are you two all right? I wasn't expecting to have you walk into something like this without warning, my apologies. I'm okay, Midoriya lied. Admittedly, I was unprepared, but I suppose this is the reality of situations we will face, Yanagi answered, looking to her feet. Truthfully, I think this scene will haunt me somewhat. Midoriya was impressed she still had the wherewithal to put how uncomfortable they were so eloquently. Why yeah, what she said. Haru's face turned sympathetic. Unfortunately, there's always some sort of incident that usually acts as, well, an awakening to the truth about what pro heroes face. It's not all smiles and interviews like All Might and the top 10. And even if it is, you can't save everyone. Crime scenes like this are one of the sad realities of being a hero. In a sense, it's best that you two come to understand this now, Rubber Fist added. Although if you wanted to cut the week short, I wouldn't blame you. And no, of course not. Midoriya answered right away, surprising himself. I can't just back down the first time things get uncomfortable. Indeed, Yanagi agreed. Good. Let me contact the authorities and we'll have to redevelop our strategy, Haru said. We're close though. Otherwise they wouldn't try to throw me off this way. After a brief phone call, the four waited in uncomfortable silence as Haru's detective friend, Minato, the pro-heroes took plenty of photos to analyze later. Minato arrived at the scene with a fleet of emergency responders not long after, and Midoriya was rather impressed with the response time. Guess having those established contacts is a good thing. As soon as the detective saw the state of the old restaurant, he gave Haru an incredulous look. Jesus, Fox Noir, you really downplayed how bad this is? Well, it's hard to put this sort of thing into words, Haru replied. Bloodbath could have described it, the detective said. Still, plenty of evidence left behind. How can you tell? Midoriya asked. My quirk is fingerprinting, the detective replied. I take it you're Haru's intern? He nodded. Welcome to the real world, kid, the detective sighed. My quirk lets me see all the fingerprints that were left in a room within the last week. They sort glow. Stand out to me. Perfect for my line of work. He turned to Rubber Fist and Fox Noir. I can take it from here. Thank you, Detective Minato, Haru bowed. Please let me know what you find out about these kids as soon as possible. Of course, he sighed. Sooner we get these nut jobs put away the better. Once back at Haru's agency, she immediately went to her computer and stared at it. Mitsuru? Yes? Do you know how I get my pictures onto this devil box? Mitsuru sighed and turned to Midoriya and Yanagi. Why don't you take a break and explore downtown while it's still daylight? This could take some time, and it's been a rather long day. Thank you, ma'am. The two bowed, and Midoriya left to his room to change, while Yanagi went to the restroom to change into a set of clothes she had brought with her at Mitsuru's direction. When he returned back to the first floor in his t-shirt that said, not pants, and a pair of shorts, he could hear Mitsuru asking Haru, Fox Noir, how old is this computer? No clue, I found it behind my building one day. You what? Midoriya laughed. If she was more computer literate, I'm sure she'd be ranked even higher. The joy was short-lived. Every time he blinked, he saw the faces of the victims he had seen earlier in the day. He felt a convulsion up his spine at the thought. Are you all right, Izuku? He turned to see Reiko in a simple gray t-shirt and a pair of black shorts herself. Her expression, while stoic like usual, still felt a little more meager than it normally would be. I guess so, he admitted. I think you and I both know that what we saw is going to take a bit to process. Quite so, she agreed, nodding. For all the gory horror films I partake in, it's nothing that compares to real life. I suppose this lines up with the warning Mr. Kan gave us before internships began. Izuku opened the door out of Haru's agency and held it as Reiko followed him out into the air of the late afternoon. Yeah, probably. I don't think any of us could have imagined a scene like that though. Well, ritualistic sacrifice just isn't all that common in this day and age, Reiko replied. Even with some amount of cults that exist, the violence is usually aimed inward and kept under wraps. The fact that they're attacking in such a way is truly gruesome. Izuku turned and gave Reiko a good look, and his heart broke. To most people, she would look the same as she usually did. But he knew better, or perhaps it was merely his eye as an artist. Her shoulders were sagging more than usual, her eye was drooping downwards, and even her hands were being held at a lower angle than normal. Usually this would just indicate fatigue, but he could see slight crease in her brow and the tugging at the corners of her full lips. He was one of the few people who could visibly tell when she was sad, and it made him squirm. She was his friend. I want to cheer her up. I want her to feel better. Hold her close and let her know I'm always, whoa what the heck, I'm taking this a bit far. He shook himself and forced a grin on himself for her sake. Well, let's try and have a good time. Moping around isn't going to help us solve anything, or help us get back into the fight tomorrow. She tilted her head at him, almost inquisitively. Well, that's agreeable. Did you have a particular activity in mind to partake in? Midoriya internally kicked himself. He had no inkling of anything that was in Shibuya except, Fox Noir and I scoped out an arcade the other night, he suggested. We could try that? Oh God, I hope that's a good suggestion. He was relieved when the corners of her mouth lightened and pulled out of the slightly frown ever so slightly. I adore arcades, just so long as you won't be too displeased with me once I outclass you in every way. He chuckled, a bit surprised by her sudden spurt of competitiveness. Well, I can't say no to a challenge like that. Perhaps loser of the most games shall purchase sustenance for the evening? Yanagi suggested, a glint appearing in her eye. That sounds like a Tokage suggestion. He laughed. Not that it's a bad one. I suppose one of us has to be the troublemaker in her absence. Yeah, but I'm usually used to that being me. She giggled. Indulge me. Midoriya was able to locate the arcade strictly on memory alone, and he chalked that up to his artistic photographic memory. Are you sure it's wise to go to a location that was just used for cult recruitment? Yanagi asked. To be honest, I hadn't thought about that, he admitted. But Rubber Fist just said to come back before dark, so we should be okay. And besides, I don't know anything about this area. She chuckled slightly. Then I suppose we should be okay. Let's be sure to stick together, right? The two were starstruck momentarily as they went inside. Neither of them had ever seen such a big arcade before in their lives. Rows and rows of arcade cabinets, two-player gun games, racing games, and claw machines stretched as far back as they could see. And since it was a school day, it wasn't too terribly busy. All right, you threw down the challenge, Midoriya said, turning to his friend. What are we playing first? She scanned the room, and smirked ever so slightly. Well, the classics should be first. Skee-ball? Good pick. The skee-ball machines were in the very back of the arcade, and as they lined up at their respective lanes, Izuku wasted no time rolling his first ball and cursing slightly as it just missed the 100 hole in the back before rolling to the bottom. He then did a double take as he watched Yanagi levitate 3 ball into the 100 holes in a row. Hey, no fair. We never agreed not to use quirks, she smirked. If you wanted such terms, you should have said so before the challenge began. Your quirk is way more suited to these types of games though. He protested, though he couldn't help but smile. But aren't you the master at thinking creatively with your quirk? She argued as she floated her last ball into the 100 slot for a perfect score. She turned and Izuku could see she was smirking as well. Midoriya pulled out a small notepad from pocket, and his expression turned deadly serious. It's on. After a few hours, the two were nearly out of pocket change. Yanagi had managed to use her quirk to dominate at the basketball games, but Midoriya had drawn superior controls for all the racing games. Perplexingly, they tied at every single shooter game in the place, and there were at least 7. Yanagi would levitate the gun controller all over the place, whereas Midoriya's hand-eye coordination made him an even match for her. With money left for one more game, barring enough to get dinner, they decided it was winner takes all on House of Zombieville 18, the bloodening. The two of them took their positions at the cabinet, plastic guns at their sides. I wish you luck, Izuku. May the better competitor be victorious. Reiko said as the game loaded its first level. The gun levitated in front of her, ready to be spun and twisted around at a moment's notice. You too, he said, not taking his eyes off the screen. The level loaded and immediately his arm was zigzagging in front of him, blasting away hordes of cartoonish, undead abominations before they could even get close. The screen would shake and whip around, hoping to set up ambushes for the two players. But they knew better. Yanagi had the controller zipping all over her area as if were possessed by a ghost having a seizure. They both had only been hit once by the time they got to the 3rd level, and Midoriya could feel his arm beginning to get tired. It made sense, they'd been at it for a while now. He stole a glance at Yanagi and saw she wasn't slowing down at all. In that moment he suffered another hit from a zombie. Crap, he hissed. Tokage's voice echoed in his head. Sometimes you have to play dirty. Besides, there's usually no rules in a real fight. Yes, he thought to himself, you're right, imaginary Tokage. She started this whole playing dirty thing anyway. So, without taking his eyes away from the screen, he reached his left hand over and held her hand. Reiko immediately gasped and her controller fell, leading to her being hit by a zombie. What are you doing? She questioned, taking control of her controller again. Winning, he said with a smirk, not looking away from the screen. The smallest frown hit her face as she repositioned herself. She held his hand tighter. We shall see about that, Izuku. They both went back to the game, trying not to be distracted by the fact that they were holding hands in the middle of an arcade that was a bit more crowded than it was when they started. Hey, aren't those two from the sports festival? Yeah, they were the first years, right? Oh yeah, Greenie is the one who won, and that looks like the girl who nearly got Endeavor's kid. Oh man, I knew they were dating after he rushed out to help her. Look, they're even holding hands. As the chatter rose up around them, both Yanagi and Midoriya kept thinking the same thing. Just ignore it. Just ignore it. And that strategy worked for a while. Right up until some other teenager yelled, hey, get a room. Wah. Midoriya jumped, getting ended by a zombie as his shot missed. Yanagi gasped as well, dropping her own control and just barely catching it with her free hand as her own character was finished off. Game over, the cabinet said, finishing off with a cheesy, ghoulish laugh. Ah, Midoriya sighed, blushing. Did we just tie again? Yanagi glanced at their scores to see that, indeed, they managed to somehow tie once more. It appears so. He chuckled and rubbed the back of his head. Oh, was the one who pulled a dirty trick, so I'll get us something to eat? Reiko smirked at him. Are you sure? I guess I was the one who started a pattern of underhanded debauchery. No, I got it. He insisted. The two walked out of the arcade, not realizing they were still holding hands as they did. As they began trekking back to Fox Noir's agency, they stopped at a street vendor to grab a flavored bread. It was still daylight outside, but the hue of the sky told them it would be sunset before they knew it. Did anything about that facility seem strange to you, Izuku? Reiko asked. HM? No, why? He responded. I noticed nothing strange either, she said. So I wonder why two patrons would be thrown out just for being quirkless? He frowned. Well, being quirkless is really rare as generations go on, and people who are quirkless face a lot of discrimination. I've heard of that, but I've never really seen it in action. Then again, I don't get out much, Reiko admitted. Up until only 40 years ago, it was legal for parents to give up their children for adoption once they were diagnosed, even if they were 7 or 8, Midoriya explained, his tone going dark. That isn't even going into how there are still quirkless orphanages that are underfunded. Just because it's illegal doesn't stop some parents from just abandoning these kids altogether. Reiko frowned. Deplorable. How one could call themselves a parent and behave in such a way. I know. I guess some people used to be like that way back in the day about like, zoology and race and everything. The more things change, the more things stay the same. He frowned as well. Being quirkless has got to be really hard. Truly. I know after you were diagnosed as a child, that month before your quirk came in seemed like hell for you. Reiko said, squeezing his hand that they somehow both didn't realize they were still holding. He froze and looked at her. What? Reiko looked at him, puzzled. Don't you remember? As a child you were diagnosed. You came into the school the next day and for a few weeks, Bakugo treated you absolutely heinously for the next few weeks. Before your quirk developed, is something wrong? She asked because as she had explained, Midoriya locked up, his mouth hung open slightly, and his brow furrowed. Was it a month? Reiko looked up, thinking. Well, it was so long ago. Maybe it was just a few weeks. Why, that's not how I remember it. He answered. I remember getting my quirk the night I was diagnosed. His head began to sting, and he clutched it with his free hand. I remember it so clearly. Reiko tilted her head. Are you certain? I remember very well that's how Tokage and I began talking to you. Hey Greenie, what ya crying about? 4-year-old Tokage asked Midoriya, who was curled up in the corner of the room. The little boy wiped his eyes and sniffled. You don't want to talk to me. You're going to be mean like Kacchan. I'm only mean to people who say stinking lies about dinosaurs being extinct. Tokage shouted. They are extinct, Tokage, Yanagi, who was standing right next to her muttered. My but they are, Tokage grumbled. Midoriya giggled. Maybe they're hidden somewhere, Kacchan was being mean to me because the doctor says I don't have a quirk. Is that all? Tokage asked. Could be worse. You could have resting itch face. What's that? My sister says it's when someone has a permanently angry face. My mom yells at her for saying that though, Tokage shrugged. Kacchan definitely has one. I don't think that's the right term, Yanagi added. She turned to Midoriya. Do you want to come play all might and robbers with us? Midoriya rubbed his eyes again. Sure. Midoriya stared at her wide-eyed as she recounted the tale. Why don't I remember that? Reiko shrugged. It was a trying time in your life. Perhaps you blocked it out? They say our brains and memories can do things like that in defensive measures. Maybe, Midoriya replied, but he wasn't convinced. He then realized they were next in line at the food cart. Oh, two please. After being handed their food, they resigned to get back to the agency quickly. However, neither of them expected as they turned they would come face to face with Himiko Toga, who was next in line. It all happened so quickly as Midoriya accidentally bumped into her, and she made eye contact with him. I'm sorry, he stuttered out, trying to play it cool that he had just bumped into a known murder. Geez, not cool, the blonde girl said, before getting a good look at the two. Hey, haven't I seen you before? Midoriya felt his blood run cold. He was face to face with a serial ender and cultist. You must have seen us on the sports festival broadcast, Yanagi replied, thinking quickly. Oh yeah, that must have been it, Toga Himiko giggled. I love watching all those cuties bloody themselves up. Reiko and Izuku's grip on each other's hands tightened. Even her giggles seemed wrong for whatever reason. Yeah, I remember seeing you too, Toga continued. The winner and the girl who smashed through an ice wall with a boulder. What are two hero students doing out here so far away from school, talking about quirkless kids? Research assignment on quirkless orphanages, Midoriya replied. Group project for school. The conditions can be really bad. Well, glad we can agree on something, Toga grinned. The way society treats people who doesn't have flashy quirks like All Might or Miruko or something. Some broad gets a XY bunny girl quirk and is revered, but if you look like a lizard boy, no one wants to talk to you. Isn't it lame? I guess you guys wouldn't know, you all have quirks that got you into UA. Izuku and Reiko glanced at each other, both of them wondering if she was trying to get them interested in her cause. Well, we want to help all citizens, Reiko replied evenly, regardless of whether they have quirks, or no matter their quirk. Yeah, Midoriya said. I would never look down on someone because of their quirk. Well, you're the exception to the rule, Greenie, Toga snickered. But if you feel that way, I think I've got some like-minded people you might want to talk to. Izuku could feel his throat dry. What do you mean? Just someone who thinks society needs to be reminded that we're more than quirks, Toga grinned. Seriously, this society needs a real overhaul. Haven't you heard of Stain and his whole society is broken thing? He's getting real popular. I'm no fan of someone who would want my head on a platter, Reiko replied, sternly. And I haven't read much about his actual motivations. You just got to know where to look, the blonde giggled. I'm serious, come talk to my friend, she'll really open your eyes. We can't today, Izuku answered immediately. My mom's expecting me. We'll be back tomorrow though. Toga eyed him up and down as if judging his words. Well, okay then. You two cuties can meet me where the cat's eyes cross. Where the what? Reiko asked, confused, but it was too late. Toga had turned and was skipping away. Once she was gone, Midoriya exhaled. That was terrifying. Reiko nodded and leaned against his shoulder for support. Indeed. I feared she would ruin our whole operation or worse. Yeah. He took a deep breath and shook himself. We need to get back to the agency and tell Fox Noir and Rubber Fist. As the sun began to set over Shibuya, Mitsuru stepped outside to call Yanagi, concerned that the two interns hadn't returned yet. But as she stepped out onto the street, her eyes widened slightly in surprise as the two teenagers were running towards the agency, hand in hand. Oh, there you two are, Rubber Fist said, looking at their interlocked hands. Did you have an, eventful evening? Indeed, Reiko replied, we ran into Toga Himiko by chance. Oh well that sounds, what? The pro-hero's demeanor changed in a snap. Get in here. She ushered them inside quickly, and in a flash the two were seated in front of Haru and Mitsuru, recounting the events of the day. Where the cat's eyes cross? Mitsuru repeated as they finished the story. What on earth could that mean? Haru rubbed her chin. I'll have to check my maps tonight to see. Mitsuru nodded. I'll call around and see if that rings a bell for anyone I may know. She turned to students and her face turned stern. And what were you two thinking? Going and hanging out at a known targeting location for the cult. You're lucky this whole thing wasn't compromised. Midoriya and Yanagi both looked to their feet. We didn't know anywhere else in the area, Izuku muttered. Mitsuru's face faltered. Oh, well then. Eureka! Haru screamed, making the other three jump. Mitsuru began before catching herself and taking a deep breath. What? The artist turned to them, grinning wildly. We have two hideout locations left. One of them is located across from two strip clubs in the political district, the Cat's Cradle and the Cat's Meow. Furthermore, all 5 of those children came from adjacent districts to this area. Midoriya and Yanagi both turned red at the very idea of venturing anywhere near a strip club, and Mitsuru slapped a hand to her forehead. Let me guess, they have cat signs whose eyes or gazes cross somewhere. See, I knew you could get the hang of this investigative stuff, Mitzi, Haru giggled, making Rubber Fist blush. I'm going to do some research on that devil machine and we'll plan to scope it out tomorrow. Well then, we'll bid you good night, Mitsuru sighed. And rest for tomorrow. Wait, before you go, there's something important I need to know, Haru said, standing abruptly. Yes? Haru turned to Midoriya and Yanagi, propping her cheek on a hand. Why were you two little rascals holding hands? Midoriya coughed and began stuttering nonsensically, so Rubber Fist decided to take Yanagi, who was blushing and struck silent as well, back to her agency and call it a night. You're out of touch, I'm out of time, but I'm out of my head when you're not Arrow. Midoriya was surprised that when he came down the stairs Thursday morning, Mitsuru and Reiko were already gathered at Haru's breakfast table. Did I oversleep? He asked, rubbing his eyes, embarrassed that he was caught singing so early in the morning. Not at all, Haru assured him, handing him a steaming mug of her own concoction. I was up early so I called Rubber Fist Dash, and woke us up at 5 in the morning, Mitsuru grumbled. Yes, Haru admitted sheepishly, and urged them to come early. The sooner we scope this area, the sooner we can present the lead to the authorities and get a strike team prepared. Additionally, the sort of establishments we'll be around won't be as active earlier in the day. But wouldn't a more robust crowd help us remain undetected? Yanagi asked. It would, yes, however, that also goes for anyone they may have posted to keep watch on the area, Haru explained. We only have one shot at this. We'll need to make sure we can scope for anyone who could possibly blow the whistle on us. She stood up and clapped her hands together. Suit up, my darlings, we're going to pin down the location. Even camped out on a rooftop, there was something incredibly uncomfortable for Midoriya to be by a bunch of strip clubs with 3 attractive women. He did his best to swallow down those feelings, especially since Haru and Mitsuru were being nothing but professional, and Yanagi was as stone-faced as ever. Alright, so that's the building the 2 cats' eyes cross at, Mitsuru said, pointing at a rather inconspicuous office building. Not only does it match the intel my cats have picked up, but according to my sources, this is rented out by some dummy corporation that was set up a year or so ago, Haru continued, the One World Corporation or some such. Usually one would think of cults living in a rural commune or some such. I never would have suspected they'd take residence right under the noses of the government and financial district. Yanagi said. Well, most politicians don't want to get caught dead here, Midoriya muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. And by hiding under a corporation, it's actually a smart way to stay under the radar. Quite, Haru nodded. Now then, all we'll need to do is go in, confirm that it's the cult's location and leave. Then the authorities can put together a strike team. Haru turned for the fire escape, but Mitsuru stopped her. Hold on. Are you sure you should go? You saw that warning yesterday. Perhaps you should stand guard and act as our lookout? The artist frowned and looked from the other pro-hero to the building. Well, what are you suggesting then? Mitsuru looked between the 4 of them. After yesterday, they may be expecting one or both of these kids. I shall pose as Yanagi's mother. We'll go inside. If we haven't returned in half an hour, come get us. Perhaps have backup on standby just in case. Haru smiled. Truly a voice of reason, friend. Good thinking. Midoriya gulped. The plan was logical, but he felt like a rock had been dropped into the pit of his stomach. Be careful, you guys. Mitsuru gave him a rare smile. No need to worry, Midoriya. We're 2 strong, capable heroes, right Yanagi? The ghostly girl nodded. Of course. We shall return shortly. The 2 of them pulled hoodies over their hero costumes so as to be inconspicuous, and Midoriya watched as Mitsuru and Yanagi climbed down the fire escape and made their way over to the office building. His insides began to twist in knots. I hope she'll be okay. Haru sat down, cross-legged on the roof, and took out a sketchpad to lay on the ledge overlooking their target. Relax, Midoriya. You look truly stressed. Draw with me. Uneasily, Midoriya sat down and pulled some paper out of the roll on his left arm. He'd made sure it was full this morning before they left. That's a clever application for your costume. Did you think of it yourself? Haru asked. No, he admitted sheepishly. Someone from the support department thought of it, and I really enjoy it. It's good for when I'm on the move. That's good. Shiketsu's support department was rather lacking. I doubt there would be that sort of ingenuity. Then again, I am satisfied with my costume. She glanced over at Midoriya, who was already absent-mindedly drawing Yanagi and Rubber Fist. You're concerned for them, aren't you? Of course, Midoriya said. I can't help but feel like this is a trap. To be honest, I didn't have a lot of friends growing up. Yanagi was one of 2. There was a silence for a few moments, the only sound being the sounds of their pencils scratching their paper. You truly care for the girl, don't you? Haru asked, not looking up. He blushed but didn't look up either. Of course. Yanagi is always so calm and collected, and I'm not. Having her around really helps me ground myself. I know she can take care of herself, but I still worry. Worrying and caring go hand in hand, young one, Haru chuckled. I worry every time Mitsuru goes into combat. It's part of why I like to partner up with her. I can at least keep an eye on her that way. Have you ever told her about that? Midoriya asked, curiously. Have you told Yanagi your feelings for her are romantic? Midoriya looked up and spluttered out. They aren't, well I mean, he stopped as Haru laughed. He shook his head. What about your feelings for Mitsuru? Oh, they are most definitely romantic, Haru laughed, taking Midoriya by surprise. He wasn't expecting such a nonchalant answer. But I don't believe she is one for romance. How will you know if you never say anything? Izuku questioned. Same could be said for you and the lovely Yanagi, Haru laughed. Perhaps we should both be more brave about matters of the dash. She stopped mid-sentence and drew her katana, swinging it outwards and blocking a syringe that was flying right for the back of Midoriya's head. Heart. The two sprang up and turned to see Toga Himiko giggling as her syringe had been knocked away from Midoriya by a wide margin. Ah, so it's you, Haru said, katana pointed at the villainess. The cult's new lapdog? Toga covered her mouth, giggling. That cult is stupid. I knew if I told you little you cuties my clue, you'd come running to shut that lame party down. Midoriya gulped. So it was a trap then? Toga shrugged, knife drawn at the two of them. I guess. I don't really care which of you gets trapped. Haru scoffed. What have you been doing helping recruit for this cult if you weren't one of them? I've been looking to try and get Stain's attention. That's what Yukari told me I'd get if we kept aligning with our goals. Ending a corrupt hero society, uniting people in one blood. Even let me start ending people in the name of the cult. But nothing ever seemed to get Stain's attention. I heard some rumors Stain was in talks with that lame League of Villains, so I figured I'd ditch these losers. Might as well make them pay for wasting my time. Toga snickered. Was hoping I could get a little blood for a getaway, but you're sharper than you look, Fox Noir. Yes, people have a habit of underestimating me, Haru said, her tone sharp and steely. And what makes you think you're walking away from this encounter? Toga giggled again, covering her mouth with her free hand. Because you need to save your buddies. You just sent them into the lion's den. Yukari was expecting you and she had lots of armed guards and believers with nothing to lose ready to end you. You might want to hurry. Haru stared at the villainess, and Midoriya looked between the two of them. Finally, Haru muttered, "Ifdashta." Toga cackled. That's what I thought. Have fun you too. I hope whatever happens it's a real bloodbath. With that, she jumped off the side of the building. Midoriya ran over to the ledge and looked for her, but it was too late. She was nowhere to be seen. Well, whatever her quirk is, must be good for getaways, Haru sneered. Vinci, some binoculars please. Poof. 2 pairs of binoculars were animated in short order, and from them, they should see what looked like a wall of people at the door in red robes. Damn, Haru cursed again. Alright, I'm going to call in Detective Minato to get backup, but no time to wait for a strike team. Alright then Midoriya, pop quiz. They're expecting us, correct? So what would be the best way to regain the element of surprise if we can't go through the only available door? He rubbed his chin. Make a new one? Bingo, she replied, a mischievous glint in her eye. Hasn't quite been half an hour yet, has it, Emily? Rubber Fist muttered as the two stood back to back. Off to their side was a pile of about 20 unconscious cultists, their guns being destroyed by Emily. But they were surrounded by too many other cultists to count, and far too many guns for them to hope to disarm without becoming Swiss cheese. No, ma'am, Emily replied quietly. A particular cultist in a robe and white mask applauded and stepped forward. Well, it looks like Haru sent her friend here to get captured and gutted in her place. How very heroic, the leader said, sarcastically. Chuckles went up around the members of the cult surrounding them. I wouldn't expect a manipulative twat like you to understand things like loyalty, Yukari Sakamoto, so I'll save you the explanations, Mitsuru huffed. Oh, big words from someone so outnumbered, the leader said, removing her mask. My name is Faith now, Rubber Fist. I guess it won't matter for you soon, though. Yanagi looked around for anything she could manipulate that would be able to protect them, help them, anything. There were some old computer desks over at the side of the wall, but they, and herself, would get chewed up by bullets before she could even get them over. She just needed a diversion and she could wreak havoc. Well, at least explain to me what the point of all these deaths was, Rubber Fist sighed. This cult was non-violent up until not too long ago. This is an organization, Mitsuru, Yukari scoffed. And I can admit that our dealings were a little extreme recently. My former friend convinced me that the only way I was going to convince the public that we were really out to reform society was to be like Stain, and eliminate those who were unjust without a little demonstration of what we could do. But she spread her arms out to gesture to the countless amount of followers who were in the building. She wasn't wrong. So many believers. So many followers to the cause flocked to me once my methods turned more forceful. The crowd began to cheer. It sent a shiver up Yanagi's spine that all of these people could hear that speech, hear the endorsement of the murder she had seen yesterday, and cheer about it. And the followers who run out of money, are they the ones who end up gutted over a bathtub? Mitsuru asked. They were ones who began to object to our methods. Faith shrugged, pacing back and forth in front of the crowd. They wanted to leave, to warn the authorities, to keep society broken, as it is now. And we won't stand for that, will we? Murmurs went up around the crowd as they jeered, with half-shouts of, no way, or, they had it coming, could be heard from the crowd. The quirkless and mutated have had it rough for far too long. We are one blood, one people, she grinned. No man or woman alive can stop this collective. And under normal circumstances, she might have been right, but at that precise moment what burst from the wall was moments earlier. Interesting, so what is that? Haru asked, looking at Midoriya's drawing. This is SWAT Agent Rex, Midoriya explained as he finished his drawing of a T-Rex in tactical and a giant police baton in each hand, and one attached to its tail. A character I made with my friend Tokage when I was a kid. The vest is kind of redundant since his scales are bulletproof, but it looks cool. Oh, it's awesome, Haru nodded in agreement. I will be painting Rex later, with your permission. Oh, definitely, I'd love to see it. Well then, animate it and let's go retrieve our friends, shall we? Screams went up across the office building as everyone in their right mind began shooting at the T-Rex in SWAT gear. It merely roared and swung its massive tail, knocking down waves of cultists. Rubber Fist looked at the T-Rex, bewildered, and then to Reiko. Are we dead? Am I seeing things? No, that would be Vinci's doing, Reiko replied with a faint smile. That's a character he's been drawing for some time. Rubber Fist grinned back and cracked her knuckles. Well then, can't let the big lizard have all the fun. The pro took off, using her extendable and stretchy arms to knock out multiple distracted cultists. As she did, Emily took possession of the multiple computer desks in the building corner and created an office supply tornado, bowling over almost as many cultists as Rex. Run! One of the cultists screamed, making a mad dash for the front door. But as he did, he was greeted by the sight of Vinci himself holding a BFG that looked straight like it came out of Doom. No, wait. Boom. Midoriya shot the gun, though only a giant net came out which ensnared and wrapped around a handful of cultists, restraining them all at once. Doom is upon you. They're lucky I didn't draw this with bullets. Using color fill, Midoriya began zipping around the building before any of the cultists could get a good shot on him, and began using his net BFG to capture handfuls of cultists at a time. Between him, Yanagi's desk Tornage, Rubber Fist, and SWAT Agent Rex, it was mere minutes before the cultists were all either knocked out or apprehended. With the coast clear, Yanagi placed the desks back on the ground, heaving a sigh of relief. Creating a debris tornado was not an easy feat to keep up. Emily! Yanagi whipped around, ready to attack, but gulped nervously as Midoriya dove at her and wrapped his arms around her. Thank goodness you're okay. Her face turned scarlet under his strong embrace. I will no longer be all right if you continue to crush my spine, Vinci. Oh, sorry, he replied, sheepishly jumping back and rubbing his neck. How did you know to come in here early? Rubber Fist asked. And where's Fox Noir? Midoriya furrowed his brow and looked around. She said she had followed me right in here. The sound of clanging metal could be heard outside of the building, and the three heroes turned and ran, heading to the front. There, Haru was locked in a sword battle with Yukari. Well, Haru was using her sword. Yukari, it turned out, had a quirk after all. Her hair and nails could be extended into long claw-like blades, and she was viciously attacking the art heroine in an attempt to flee. Very important rule, young Vinci, Haru grunted as she parried an attack aimed for her neck. Always make sure you keep eyes on the ringleader. You think the ideal ends with me? Yukari cackled as she attacked haphazardly in an attempt to overwhelm the artist, sharpened hair and claws flying everywhere in a furious tornado. I'm just one branch of a tree you heroes have planted. And this tree's roots spread far deeper than you could dash. Thump. As the cult leader rambled, Yanagi had grabbed another desk and dropped it on top of her, ending the fight as it collapsed and broke over the top Yukari Sakamoto. Good work, Emily, Rubber Fist said with a smirk. A quick and simple solution. As if on cue, red and blue flashing lights approached the building to signal a platoon of law enforcement, and Detective Minato jumped out of the closest police car. He looked up and made eye contact with SWAT Agent Rex, who was standing in the building hole he had broken in. The dinosaur gave him finger guns. He with you? Minato asked Haru. Oh, let me get him out of here, Midoriya replied, nervously running over to deanimate the dinosaur. Cheers, all around. Haru cried as she raised her glass of wine back at her agency. Mitsuru, of course, refused to allow the minors to have alcohol, but they still raised their glasses of soda and cried back, cheers, with their mentors. You informed the detectives that Vinci's nets only lasted for 24 hours, correct? Rubber Fist asked, passing around the meals they had ordered for everyone. Of course, Minato assured me he would take care of it, Haru beamed. We go back quite a ways, so I trust him to apprehend everyone properly. Midoriya sat back in his chair, relieved and happy at what he could consider his first real villain triumph. Haru had explained to him on the ride home that she had fulfilled both the investigation and strike portion for the location. She'd essentially double her commission fee, and therefore decided to celebrate by getting everyone dinner. Rubber Fist as well would be getting the fee for being part of the strike team, despite her protests that she was really just helping a friend out. He looked around the table and all three of the women just looked so happy. Even Reiko had a smile on her face as she levitated a sushi roll to her mouth. Maybe for as bad as things could get during hero work, like seeing gruesome crime scenes or investigating horrific sights, this was the benefit. That feeling of satisfaction knowing that the person responsible was put away. He'd always imagined the feeling would come from saving people directly. He still wanted to do that more than anything else, but he had to admit that solving the cult investigation really filled him with the warm fuzzies inside. Well then, Haru, we have these teens for one more day before they go back. With the investigation complete, what should we do tomorrow? Mitsuru asked, wiping her mouth with a napkin. Sparring? Haru rolled her eyes. Has anyone told you you're a workaholic, Mitzi? Mitsuru turned red, prompting Midoriya and Yanagi to laugh. Why have, many times? Exactly. Even the top 10 heroes usually take a day or two to recuperate after a big success, Haru laughed, leaning back and sipping her wine. They can afford to. We're top 50 heroes. We need to work harder to climb those ranks, Mitsuru argued, leaning forward. I can take Gang Orca in a fight, but he thinks he's top dog just because he's ranked so damn high. She looked at the students. Don't tell anyone I said that. Even if you were right, Haru said nonchalantly. I need a new case to look into. And it will probably be what Yukari said, looking into if there are other sects or branches of this cult to look into. But I'm going to take tomorrow to relax, and maybe work with Midoriya on his line work. His art style and mine are so very different, I'd love to just sit and discuss technique with him. Midoriya's ears perked up as he bit into his own sushi roll. That sounds like a lot of fun. I'd love that. Mitsuru leaned back in her chair and huffed. I guess a small break wouldn't hurt. The students did earn it, I suppose. I'd say they did, Haru chuckled. Between a furniture tornado and a T-Rex, they captured more cultists than you did. Yanagi and Midoriya blushed. We merely followed the lead of our wonderful mentors, Reiko replied gracefully. No need for flattery, Mitsuru said, drawing a chuckle from the rest of the table. As they continued to eat, Midoriya looked back and forth from the two pros as they made small talk. His eyes traveled back over to Yanagi, who looked away as soon as they made eye contact. Had she been staring at me? He thought about what he and Haru had talked about. Truthfully, no, he wasn't stupid. He knew he was attracted to Yanagi. But the problem was, he felt that way about Tokage too. And that wasn't really fair to either of them. Little did he know, Yanagi was thinking the same thing. I should tell them both how I feel when this is over, she thought, finishing her last sushi roll. As evening waned, however, the mood turned, Haru's phone went off, and the pro hero instinctively grabbed it. As soon as she did, her face fell and fell. Everyone looked over at her, alarmed. Bad news, I'm afraid, she said, gently setting the phone down. Our art exchange will have to be done online, which I'll be sure to figure out. UA has requested we send all the children back to their homes as soon as possible. Rubber Fist looked at her own phone. Looks like I just got the same email. Midoriya and Yanagi looked to each other, concerned, and back to their mentors. Does it say why? Midoriya asked. Haru and Mitsuru exchanged uneasy looks before the artist gulped. Well, there's no easy way to say this, and the school didn't divulge names. But, it appears one of your classmates was attacked by a villain. She paused, eyes wavering as she looked to Mitsuru, before finishing with. It appears he has been rendered comatose. Casper, Setsuna, are you alright? I wanted to check in after hearing the news. Me, relax, Ghosty. I'm just fine. And I heard. Any idea who we lost? Kendo said she and the vice rep from 1A are good. I guess she got in touch with Tetsu and Shishida too, and they're fine. Casper, you know more than I do, I fear. I was with Midoriya when our pros found out. Me? Oh yeah, you had texted me about that the other day. Fill me in on all that. Let's meet up tomorrow if you guys have the time. Yanagi pocketed her cell and looked to Midoriya, who was reading over her shoulder. Haru and Mitsuru had been able to get them on the last available train to their prefectures, which thankfully was on the same line. Well, glad she's okay, Izuku sighed in relief. That really is horrible though. I wonder how the school is going to break it to us. We're not supposed to be back until Monday. Yanagi merely nodded, staring at the seat in front of her. It didn't quite feel real to her yet that something like this could have happened to one of their classmates. UA was considered one of the safest and best schools in the Eastern Hemisphere, even despite the fact that it taught and raised heroes. The fact that a villain could get close enough to a student and leave them in such a state was baffling to her. She was snapped from her stupor as Midoriya held her hand. She looked over and he gave her a sad, but knowing smile. It's scary, huh? He asked gently. She shrugged. It's not that I'm afraid. Death awaits all of us, and we accept such a risk when we choose this path. We could have died earlier today ourselves, in a situation with so many gunmen. And of course, I was fearful at the time. More melancholic. Our grade has already had to overcome so much. Our sister class was forced to endure a villain attack merely a month prior, and here we are, another disaster. He nodded along, impressed as always with her eloquence in voicing her thoughts when he was usually rendered a stuttering mess. I know what you mean. There's a lot of... I think the term is survivor's guilt, you know? First with the other class being attacked, and now with someone getting almost ended. Makes me wonder if things had been different, if we could have changed something. I'd say there is no use dwelling on it, but I know that's an oversimplified answer, Yanagi replied. We were not there, and we can't go back and change the past. The two sat on the train like that for a while, holding hands and listening to the sound of the wheels against the tracks. There wasn't much of a crowd on the train for this late in the evening, so perhaps that's why Yanagi felt brave enough to rest her head on Midoriya's shoulder after a minute. I endeavor not to ever let something bad befall you, Izuku, she said quietly. Midoriya felt like his face could have caught fire in that moment, but he gulped and rested his head on top of hers. Same here, Reiko. Not if I can help it. As they sat there, both of them wanted nothing more than to kiss each other, but the train had reached Yanagi's station. She sighed and stood up sadly. We'll convene with Setsuna tomorrow. Good night, Izuku. Contact me when you've returned to your dwelling. I will, he nodded. Good night, Reiko. The news broke before UA could reach the students. By morning, every station had announced that it was Ingenium's brother, Ida Tenya of Class 1A. Midoriya walked into his living room to see his mother watching the story. Oh my goodness, that poor family, she said, tears in her eyes. First Ingenium and then his brother, she turned to Izuku. Did you know him, sweetie? Midoriya looked to see Ida's face on the screen. It was placed in the corner over some grainy footage of Tenya himself being carried away on a stretcher. He frowned. He was in the other class, Mum. We've seen each other a few times but we've never really talked or anything. He hopped over the back of the couch and sat with his mom for a while. Have you talked to any of your classmates about this? Inko asked. He shook his head. Yanagi and I were going to meet up with Tokage today to talk about our internships, but none of us knew it was Ida. Why don't you have them come over here? Inko asked. I'd feel better knowing you three were where I could keep an eye on you. I'll see. I don't think we planned anything. Izuku shrugged as he pulled out his phone. That afternoon, the three of them had gathered in Izuku's room while his mother was still engrossed in the news. You know, I talked to him a few times during all the school council meetings, Tokage sighed, reading a news story off her phone. He seemed like a good guy. A stickler for the rules, maybe? How odd, since some speculation online states he had snuck away from his mentor during their patrol rounds, Yanagi said, scrolling through her own phone. Some of these comments are truly reprehensible. You gotta stay away from news website comment sections, Midoriya shuddered. It's almost as bad as the YouTube comment section. But do you think that's true? I mean, it was Ida's brother that got attacked by Stain. Maybe he was out for revenge? Tokage and Yanagi looked up at him. To be honest, the thought had crossed my mind, Setsuna admitted, rubbing the back of her head. I mean, if someone took out someone important to me, I don't know how well I'd be able to keep it together. Indeed, Yanagi nodded. The school has already called an assembly for first thing Monday morning. I'm sure they will address such rumors. I wonder if they will reprimand him on record for such a thing. That'd be a pretty thin line to tread, Setsuna scoffed. Like, yeah, our hearts go out to him, but going off on your own for revenge is a D move, kiddies. I don't know how to spin that. I'm sure they'd remind us there's a reason we don't go doing things unlicensed, and the whole point of these internships was to teach us how to not end up like that, Midoriya muttered. But you're right, it's going to seem insensitive no matter what. Regardless of that, how did your internship go, Setsuna? Yanagi asked. Oh yeah, that's why we were gonna meet up in the first place. Pull up a chair, groupies, and I'll spin you a yarn. Spin us a yarn? Midoriya asked. What are you, 70? Tokage posed for Izuku briefly. Do you like older, broccoli? Yanagi chuckled. He did seem rather enamored with Rubber Fist and Fox Noir. He blushed. Anyway. Before they knew it, Monday morning had arrived, and every student was shunted to Gym Gamma for an assembly. To the surprise of many, cameras were present so the event could be televised. All the teachers were dressed in suits, even midnight. Every homeroom teacher was very stern and thorough about warning their students not to make a word while the teachers were speaking. The air in the room didn't really welcome any challenge to it. Good morning, students, Principal Nizu said as he took the podium, and I wish I was welcoming you back under better circumstances. As I'm sure many of you have heard, one of our best and brightest students fell victim to an attack from the hero Ender Stain. Ida Tenya has been left comatose from the encounter, and as of this morning, the doctors are unsure if he will ever come out of it. The only sound in the gym was the clicking of cameras and the sniffling of Ida's friends from 1A. As you may have also heard, this encounter happened because Mr. Ida sought out the hero Ender in an act of vengeance for the attack on his brother, Ingenium. We at UA do not endorse acts of revenge and vengeance. Our classes and curriculum do not consider these actions heroic. Of course, his tone softened. These feelings and desires may not be heroic, but they are human. Ida Tenya is a young man who was put in a horrible situation. He broke the terms of his internship and tried to pursue Stain in an act of vigilantism. While we do not endorse these actions, this is a time for compassion and understanding. Well, he certainly put that way better than I could have imagined, Tokage whispered to Izuku and Reiko. With the news that Stain was associated with the League of Villains in this matter, the world needs heroes more than ever, Nizu continued. Done the right way. Therefore, going forward, internships and work studies will only be offered to students who have secured a provisional license. Thank you. Some murmurs and objections went up around the class, but the teachers were quick to quell this down as reports scrambled to ask the principal questions. The students themselves were shepherded back to class. The broadcast was highly viewed, especially consider how big Stain had become lately. Unauthorized merchandise was flying off the stands for the hero Ender. Two people, wearing Stain gang shirts, were watching the broadcast in a rather seedy cafe. Looks like maybe we should have talked to the league after all, Dobby said, munching on a croissant. Have fun doing cult bullshit? No, Toga snorted, resting her head in her arms on the table. You were right, unfortunately. They didn't actually even know Stain. I can't believe we gotta go crawling to the League of Villains if we actually want to meet Stain. Might be worth it though. Dobby smirked. I mean, they've really been kicking UA's ass. Kinda nice to see those bastards knock down a peg or two. I guess so. Toga propped her chin up on her tented fingers. So how bloody do you think Stainy left that Ida kid? I bet it was gorgeous. You're thinking weird. Alright, Vlad King announced as the class took their usual seats. Not the best way to start the week. The good news I can share with you is that if you all keep improving the way you have been, you may be able to apply for provisional licenses this year. But that's in the future. We have exams coming up in a month. A small groan came from the students with poorer grades, but he ignored this. The course exams consist of a practical portion and a written portion. The written portion will cover the subjects you've learned about this term. The practical portion is a surprise, but it will test the things you've learned about in heroics training. Speaking of, time to suit up. We're doing another hero and villain exercise today. The lopsided training they were doing, 5 villains versus 15 heroes, was designed to get the hero students to restrain the villains before they could do much damage. Of course, the 5 villainous students, Midoriya, Kamikiri, Kendo, Tsunatori and Yanagi, were encouraged to make as big of a mess as possible. They were in the industrial training grounds, with lots of metal pipes and things to destroy. They had until the end of class to stay out of the hero's grasp. Alright, we all have some versatile quirks, Kendo said, grinning. So we should be able to make a huge mess. Kamikiri, can you cut some of the pipes out of the building, and then Yanagi can use them to smash into other pipes and stuff? Obviously, Kamikiri huffed. Please keep the pipes slightly smaller than a human, Yanagi added. Cool, Kendo nodded, turning to Pony. If you and I keep the others busy, it will let the other 3 wreck a whole lot of the area. You ready to barrage the others? Knowing it you are. Pony beamed. Awesome. Kendo smiled back, turning to Midoriya. Okay, Izuku, what do you got that can make a big mess? Giant robot. He replied, turning around the picture he was already almost done with. It'll be a big target, but it can cause a lot of damage really quickly, and will take a lot of effort from the others to get rid of. A good idea, but Juzo can immobilize it real quick. Better be careful if he's around, Kendo said. You're right, I need a big jetpack and detachable legs, Midoriya nodded, scribbling on his paper some more. The other four snickered. Good thinking, Kendo laughed. A siren sounded, signaling the start of the exercise. Let's go maggots, Kendo barked, in her villainous persona. They all turned on their communication headsets and left the building. Midoriya charged outside and used one for all to animate his giant robot. He immediately felt woozy, making something that big out of a piece of paper made him lightheaded for a few seconds, but he shook himself out of it. Using color fill, he climbed up to the head of the robot. Loading into Evangelion Green. Ready to pilot the unit with my puberty and teenage angst. The other four villains laughed into their headsets. You've never seen Evangelion, have you, Izuku? Reiko asked. Nope. Kamakiri easily began slicing through pipes with his quirk, and Yanagi began to spin them around her, making a cyclone of destruction wherever the two of them went. The first of the hero group they ran into was Ibara, Kodai, and Tokage. Back off, hero scum. Kamakiri snarled, lunching for the two of them. Ibara used her fines to snag the boy's feet, but he was able to immediately slice through the vines. But the momentary distraction gave Tokage the chance to punch him in the throat. As he gasped for air, Ibara used her vines to swat away some pipes that Yangi had flung at the two of them, and restraining Kamakiri's entire body. Unable to use his arms, he was the first out of the fight. Goddamn Ghosty, did I forget your birthday or something? Tokage snickered. A few more pipes were flung at Tokage, who split into multiple pieces to dodge them. Meanwhile, Midoriya was knocking down as many buildings as he could with his robot before his classmates could reach him. Behold world! My building crushin' at. Back when I was a boy in Gimmelstump, buildings would drive me and my adoptive ocelot family out of our habitat, forcing me to take odd jobs as a lawn gnome just to make ends meet. Now I shall take revenge on buildings. On the ground, Juzo, Shishida, Awaze, Kuwaro, Shota and Kaibara rolled their eyes at each other. Komori laughed. The seven of them decided to split up and take out the giant robot between them. Well, at least his backstories are consistent, Shishida sighed, adjusting his glasses. I wonder how much thought he puts into them, Kinoko giggled, making Kuwaro blush. Alright guys, ready? Juzo asked. They all nodded. Shishida changed into his beast form and scaled a nearby building with Kinoko and Shota on his back, while Awaze and Kaibara went up a different building. Kuwaro sunk into a shadow, and Juzo waited for his cue. Once on top of the building, Shishida left Kinoko on the side of the building, and he and Shota jumped onto the head of Midoriya's robot as it rounded another corner and destroyed a smaller building. Flies. Flies on my windshield. Midoriya laughed, recovering from his shock. His robot stumbled back, grabbing onto a building to steady himself. Unfortunately for him, it was his classmates' plan. Awaze and Kaibara were on that building. Awaze used his quirk to weld the robot's arm to the building, and Kaibara used his to tears right through the arm, breaking it off. Crap! Midoriya yelled. Can someone give me a hand? Afraid not. Kendo barked back. She was currently wrestling with Tetsu as Pony desperately tried to fend off the rest of the class with her own horns with little success. Bando had already managed to get two of her horns stuck to the side of a building with his glue. I am struggling myself, Yanagi admitted. Yui was shrinking every piece of debris she had thrown, and when there was a big enough opening, Ibra had created an archway out of vines. Tokage charged through it and tackled Yanagi to the ground before the telepath could switch poltergeist to use on her. Gotcha! The green net yelled as she cuffed Yanagi and pinned her. Liking the view, evildoer? Yanagi turned red and used her quirk to throw Tokage off of her, but the latter broke into multiple pieces and began swarming her. Juzo turned the concrete to mush, throwing Midoriya's robot even more off balance as he struggled to get Shishida off of him. The robot was violently thrown around as Shota's twin impact shook the chassis. Better unhook myself, Midoriya thought, detaching his legs and hitting the jetpack thrusters. But nothing happened. As he turned to look out a window he had placed in the robot, a clicking of handcuffs caused him to whip around. Kuwaro had slipped in from the shadows and cuffed him to the control panel. Greetings from the abyss, Midoriya, the dark teen chuckled. You'll find the lovely Komori disabled your jetpack by filling it with mushrooms? Too bad I don't have a second quirk to fall back on, Midoriya replied with a small smirk, before turning color fill to 25% and snapping the handcuffs off his wrists. Oh wait. From outside of the robot, every gasped as both Kurwaro and Midoriya came bursting out of its visor, Midoriya holding the other boy by the collar. As they approached the building Awaze and Kaibara were on, Midoriya spoon in the air and threw Kurwaro at the two of them, knocking all three of them to the ground. Due to the enhanced strength he had, the three were knocked out. He began taking off on the top of the buildings like a madman, dropping bob-ombs as he drew them off of his sketchpad. Where are you guys? Crap. He muttered. There were still 15 minutes left in the exercise. No way I can stall for that long. Izuku, are you able to offer me some assistance? Came Yanagi's voice over the headset. I've over at the southern wing. Let women do the work. Leave him out of it. Tokage's bark could be heard. On my way, Izuku replied, turning and heading towards the wreckage in the south. Suddenly, as he went to jump from another building, he crashed into a giant mushroom. Give me a minute. He turned to see where Kinoko had managed to ambush him, but he was tackled to the ground by Shishida and thrown off the building, landing in a pit of mud Juzo had made. Dang it, Izuku sighed. You guys got me. It wasn't long before the hero team was able to secure all 5 villains. As Vlad gathered the students, he replayed some of the highlights of the fight on a video screen. So the reason we do exercises like this in the first term is to get you all used to adapting to whatever quirks are available with whoever is around, and by giving the hero team the numbers advantage, it helps you learn to think creatively, the teacher explained. But there is no guarantee in the real world a hero or group of them will have a numbers advantage. As the year goes on, the teams will be even, and then the villain teams will even begin to have the advantage. He paused an aerial shot that showed at least 40% of the area had been wrecked. You all did good work, but I will say this level of damage would be considered a disgrace out in the real world. You were all quick to act though. Reflect on this and think about applying quirk combinations creatively in preparation for the finals. Sensei, will we be in teams like this for the finals? Shota asked. The teacher just smiled. Class is dismissed for lunch. Oh, and another note about finals. You'll want to pass. It'll make it easier for you to enjoy the summer training camp the school is planning. I'll see you in the afternoon. The class was abuzz about the camping trip as they sat down for lunch. It better not be FNG lame, Awaze said, poking at his food. Camping sucks. What are you talking about? Kaibara sneered. Camping is the best. Since when does UA half-ass anything? I'm sure it'd be an enriching experience, Shishida added. After all, he did say it was a training camp. Yui hummed, eating a rice ball. What do you think, Tokage? Kendo asked. I'm pretty excited for it. I'm sure it'll be hard, but I can't imagine it not being a good time. To everyone's surprise, Tokage just took a smug grin. Oh well, I don't know. I don't have much to say. Since when do you not have much to say? Midoriya asked, causing Yanagi to choke on something with laughter. He began to pat her back. Tokage feigned offense, placing her hand on her forehead. Broccoli, you hurt me. I thought you liked the serene, dulcet tones of my voice. Izuku blushed and rolled his eyes as the table snickered at him. That has nothing to do with it. I just feel like you're not telling us something. Tokage just shrugged. I think everyone should try and pass their exams. What kind of representative would I be if I didn't want everyone to do their best? You called the class gremlins before internships, Kendo said without looking up. If you're so concerned with the marks we are to receive, perhaps you can assist me in studying? Yanagi asked. I fear math is still determined to drive me into an early grave. Sure, I got you, Tokage nodded, turning back to Midoriya. I suppose you can study with us if you apologize for that uncalled-for attack on my voice, Broccoli? Please forgive me, Tokage, he said with an eye roll. Little were they aware that Tsuburaba and Awaze were giving the trio dirty looks from the end of the table. You think he's nailing both of them? Tsuburaba whispered to the foul-mouthed member of Class 1B. No FNG fair if he is, Awaze grumbled. Needs to just pick one and let the rest of us have a shot. Over the next few weeks, the three of them would take turns going to Yanagi or Midoriya's apartment to study for their finals. Sometimes Kendo and Tetsu would join them, and one time Yui showed up out of nowhere. Apparently her and Yanagi had bonded one morning in silent appreciation of the rain. She didn't make a peep the entire study session, but seemed grateful when she left Yanagi's apartment. The Sunday before finals started, the three found themselves back at Midoriya's place, trying to get some last minute cramming in before the written portion began. Alright Reiko, so what was the first quirk used in heroics? Midoriya asked, reading off his flashcard. Yanagi's brow furrowed slightly. Levitation? Give the girl a prize, Tokage laughed. Good job, Casper. Professor Muscles did good. Yanagi let out a sigh of relief. I do feel confident in my history lessons. Perhaps Professor Pain in the Ass can teach Izuku and I derivatives now. Excuse you, I am Professor Raptor, the XY librarian, Tokage hissed, causing both Midoriya and Yanagi to blush at the very thought. Why you can be whatever, but we really do need the math help, Midoriya replied sheepishly, not looking up from his notebook. Fian, Tokage snickered, pulling open her notebook. Derivatives are really easy if you know the trick, here? She walked over and leaned over Yanagi's shoulder. Just carry that down there, you just do that every time. Don't focus so much on the numbers, but the process, the steps are the same each time. Thank you, Setsuna. Midoriya looked up from his own notebook and saw that the two made some very intense eye contact with their faces so close to each other before blushing and looking away. Holy crap, are those two into each other? Maybe I never had a chance with either of them in the first place. How about you, Muscles? You conquer the math? I think so, he said, tapping his study guide. Can you check these polynomials? I struggle with these the most. The girl with the jagged teeth laughed. What would you guys do without me? Yanagi and Midoriya exchanged looks. Despite having the top grades in her class, Midoriya had the fourth highest, and Yanagi was still in the top half. Still Yanagi shook her head and replied, yes, oh wise leader, to humor their friend. Tokage hovered over Midoriya's desk and smiled. Oh, you got all of them right except this one? She reached down to grab a pencil just as Midoriya's hand moved to grab the same one, and she ended up placing her hand on top of his. Yanagi watched as the two looked up and blushed at each other. Oops, sorry, Tokage stammered out, losing her cool briefly, but kept her hand on his to guide his equations. It's fine, Midoriya replied, voice cracking. Where did I go wrong? Yanagi frowned internally. For a second, she thought her little eye contact exchange might have been indicative of something. It's clear to me those two are enamored with each other. Perhaps it is best if I back off and let their relationship flourish. Good job, Freckles. You're almost as smart as me, Tokage snickered, sticking her tongue out. Almost. So humble, he replied, shaking his head. Thanks. Hey, flaunt it, you got it, and I've got the brains to back it up, Tokage laughed, looking down at Midoriya's notes. Her eyes drifted over to his muscular arms, to his left one, and noticed something odd peeking out from his left sleeve. Hey, what's that on your arm, Freckles? To both girls' surprise he jumped back defensively. And nothing. Tokage raised an eyebrow at him. I just thought you drew something on yourself again, like you did at the sports festival. She grinned. Speaking of flaunting it, you got a real nice chest there. Too bad we couldn't have seen it closer. Unlike her usual teasing, Midoriya didn't seem flustered or embarrassed. Just scared? Tokage thought. There's nothing there, he said sadly. Your eyes must be playing tricks on you. He squirmed as her eye popped off its head and zipped over to his left arm before he could stop her. It's right, hey. She yelped as he jumped backwards. Izuku, are you all right? Yanagi asked. What is so secretive about your arm that you would mistrust us in such a way? I don't know what your dash. Izuku, Yanagi said, a bit more firmly as she stood up. Every time we make contact that we touch, there is a moment in your eyes where you look as if you believe I am going to hurt you. Izuku's panicked expression changed to one of guilt, and his eyes dropped. That? Gently, and in one piece, Tokage grabbed Izuku's left sleeve. Izuku, can I? He took a shaky breath and nodded. Both girls gasped at the scar that was on his upper left arm, which gave way to a burn mark that took up a chunk of his left shoulder. Without thinking, Setsuna shakily uttered, How did you get this scar? Midoriya's eyes were set directly on his window, unable to look at either of his friends. He made no effort to hide the tears in his eyes as they began to trickle down his cheeks. I don't. Yanagi stood and walked over in front of him. She made no effort to break his gaze on the window, but she asked quietly, Do I have permission to hug you, Izuku? After a pause, he nodded, so she did, gently wrapping her arms around his back. After a moment, Yanagi asked further, Would I be wrong to assume you have more of those? He nodded into her shoulder and took a step back. While still nervous, he seemed to feel a bit more secure as he said, I'm not used to opening up to people like this. But I want you guys to know. I trust you guys. He turned and lifted the back of his shirt up to his shoulders, drawing gasps from both girls as multiple burn marks and scars were evident across his back. They hadn't noticed it before, during the sports festival when his body was either obscured by fresh wounds or drawings. But with nothing in the way, it was clear to see these were old wounds. Tokage growled. Who did this to you? He sighed and pulled his shirt down, covering the scars up. As much as he hated to admit it, it did feel like a weight had been lifted from him, not to have to keep that part of his body secret. Look, just don't make a big deal out of it. Big deal out of it? Tokage snarled. Truly, Yanagi agreed, if someone laid their hands on you, I have no qualm in breaking this person. Midoriya let out a rueful laugh as he rubbed the back of his neck. He couldn't pretend it didn't feel good to have both of them so worried over him. All right. I'll tell you. It wasn't an abnormal sight to see a 12-year-old Midoriya Izuku running home after school. Most people in the neighborhood really didn't pay it any mind, either because they didn't connect the dots that the angry, explosive blonde that came barreling past moments later was chasing him, or they just didn't care. Either way, no one intervened, day in and day out as Midoriya would flee his tormentor. Don't even bother appealing to you, Bakugo shouted as he chased the Grionet. I'm the only one strong enough to be a hero. We can both be heroes, Midoriya would shout back. Some days Midoriya would make it. All the running every day made him fast, and particularly adept at knowing what Katsuki was going to do. He'd make it into his apartment building, where Katsuki dare not follow, and he could enjoy the rest of his day by drawing and playing video games in the comfort of his mom's apartment. But some days were bad. Today was a bad day. It's so close. I can see the front door. Midoriya's thoughts were interrupted as a small blast was leveled at the back of his legs, tearing the grass and dirt he was running on. Cutting through the grassy plaza was the quickest way to the building, of course, but it also gave the least amount of obstruction. He also chose it because landing on the grass hurt way less than concrete. He still grunted as his chest hit the grass, and Bakugo's hands hit his upper back. Bakugo had been quicker today, using a small explosion to propel himself so he could disrupt the ground Midoriya was running on. Consider yourself lucky, nerd. The blonde laughed. When I'm the next All Might, you can tell all the other loser salarymen that you were my punching bag. Midoriya looked up, pleadingly at the people walking by on the nearby sidewalk. They just walked faster and avoided eye contact as his clothes began to sizzle. And that was usually how it happened, Midoriya said, sitting down on his chair at his desk. He looked up and immediately felt a jolt through his spine at the two very diverse looks of rage. Tokage's fists were clenched so hard her knuckles were porcelain, and teeth were grinding. Whereas Yanagi's more subtle, tranquil fury was harder to pick up on, Midoriya could recognize it by how thin her lips were pursed and the twitching in her eye. Did your mother know? Yanagi asked, voice oddly serene. I tried to hide it from her, Midoriya replied, leaning back. Pretty badly. She'd call Bakugo's mom because they're best friends, and she'd lay into him. Bring him over here and make him apologize. But it'd just get worse. My mom enrolled me in martial arts classes, which were great, but I eventually just got better at avoiding Bakugo. I didn't want to bother my mom, or his mom. She was always nice to me, and it just made things worse. Tokage nodded. She turned to Yanagi. We're gonna end him. Midoriya sprang to his feet. Hey guys, come on dash. Slow and painful, Yanagi added evenly. That's really not necessary, Izuku said, waving his hands, but was cut off as Yanagi stepped in front of him. It was rare for her to enter someone's personal bubble, and it was more alarming because she still had the terrifying tranquil fury about her. I would destroy anyone who would hurt you in such a way. To take your smile, your happiness. If I could open the gates of hell to throw your tormentor in, I would do so without a second thought, if only in the hope that I could soothe your troubled past. I have the weirdest erection right now, Midoriya gulped, blushing furiously. I have the weirdest girl boner right now, Tokage thought. She's right though, Freckles. We ought to kick Bakugo's ass right now. Guys, he said, exasperated. You don't have to. Do you? I put this behind me when I broke his nose at the sports festival. I know it doesn't fix anything, but I'm not afraid of him anymore. He gave them a weak smile. He can't push me around anymore. I'm not Deku. I'm Vinci. I can take care of myself now. Yanagi embraced Midoriya once more, taking both Midoriya and Tokage by surprise. Well, as strong as you are, I'll always make sure no one ever treats you like that again. Tokage squirmed a bit. Damn, they're pretty cute together. Maybe I should back off. Do you two, need a minute? Yanagi jumped back. Apologies, I believe I got carried away. It's okay, Midoriya muttered, looking at the floor. I really feel good about getting that off my chest. Seriously, I've been holding that stuff in forever. Let's get back to the exam stuff, okay? No way Bakugo will ever hurt me like that again. Not that he had the chance to break his nose. Well, let's review English and call it a day, Tokage said, stretching out. I think we're as prepared as we're ever going to be. And you be sure to tell us if that blonde a-hole ever explodes near you again. Midoriya snickered. All right. And after 3 grueling days of written tests, Midoriya was pretty thankful for the intense studying he had done with his friends. That didn't make his brain feel any less numb, of course. So he was somewhat thankful, albeit nervous, when Thursday morning rolled around and he had to immediately gear up into his hero suit. Hey Midoriya, Tetsu yawned as Izuku came out of the dressing room. So far, they were the first ones out. You ready for this? Ready as I'm going to be, Midoriya said, stretching out. I'm sure they aren't going to make it too easy for us. As the rest of the students filtered out of the locker rooms, nervous chattering could be heard from each friend group. Tokage and Yanagi were discussing things among the girls. I pray that the Heavenly Father guide us in these challenges, Ibra sighed. For I'm sure they'll be very trying. I'm so effing scared right now, Pony sighed, completely forgetting to translate in her exhausted and nervous state. Kendo laughed and pat her on the back. It'll be fine, girl. You'll be home and checking out anime before you know it. Thanks for the recommendation the other day, by the way. Do you feel prepared, Kodai? Yanagi asked the other stoic girl. Yui hummed. Quite so, Yanagi nodded. I swear, it's like you guys are speaking another language, Tokage snickered. I'm ready for anything. Well, I'm certainly glad to hear that. Everyone turned at that new voice. Principal Nizu had emerged from the UA building and was soon followed by 9 other teacher, Vlad King, Snipe, Power Loader, Cementos, Midnight, Ectoplasm, 13, Present Mike, and of course, All Might. So, in prior years, we have done tests against robots and the like, the principal explained. But for how this year has gone by, we need hero students who are prepared for just about anything. So, instead, you will be facing us. The tension grew thick as Class 1B stared down the students. How will we be doing that? Kendo asked. Glad you asked, Representative. Nexu replied. You'll be paired off into teams of 2, and you'll have 10 minutes to either capture the teacher you're paired off to face, or escape the battlegrounds. The teacher will be playing the role of villain, and will have all the benefits assigned. But you will have to try and limit property damage and be as efficient as possible. Class 1B glanced at each other nervously. Well then, the matchups will be as such. The principal looked at his list. Vlad King shall be taking on Mr. Fukudashi and Mr. Rin. 13 shall be paired off against Mr. Kamikiri and Mr. Shoda. Midnight shall be facing off with Ms. Shiozaki and Ms. Tokage. Tokage's eyes widened slightly, and Midoriya and Yanagi looked over to her. She probably hadn't expected to have to face off against her aunt. I myself shall be paired off against Mr. Aways and a Mr. Tsuburaba. Snipe will be up against Mr. Kurwaro and Ms. Komori. Midoriya noticed that Kurwaro, who was standing next to him, seemed visibly excited at the idea. Power Loader will be paired up against the duo of Mr. Tetsu and Ms. Tsunatori. Ectoplasm will play villain against Ms. Yanagi and Mr. Bondo. Yanagi and Bondo merely looked at each other and nodded. Mr. Shishida and Ms. Kendo shall be tasked with facing Cementos. Present Mike will be facing Mr. Hananuki and Mr. Kaibara. Midoriya had been mentally ticking off the matches in his head, and then he realized there was only 1 teacher left, and 2 members of Class 1B left, including himself. Which leaves, the principal concluded, All Might to be stopped by the combined efforts of Ms. Kodai and Mr. Midoriya. Midoriya looked at his idol and hero nervously. All Might's grin seemed a bit more eager than usual. He turned and looked at Kodai, and saw she was sporting a small frown too. Great. This is gonna suck. Well then, all of you will make your way to your assigned battlefields, the principal said, clapping a paw together. And before you worry too much about facing pros, we will be handicapped with weighted ankle braces so that we can't move to full capacity. Teachers lead the way. And no giving away any strategies now. Come young Midoriya, young Kodai. All Might boomed. I look forward to seeing what the 2 of you can do. As the 2 fell in line behind All Might, Midoriya turned to his quiet classmate. Other than when she had showed up to study with him and his friends, they'd never really talked before. Any strategies on your mind? She shook her head and hummed in a non-committal way. Me either, Midoriya whispered. We should probably try and get away, I think. I'm not sure how we could defeat All Might in a fight. She shrugged and pointed at the pad of paper on Midoriya's arm. She mimicked the writing motion. Well yeah, I'll draw some things. Not sure what could defeat All Might though. He rubbed the back of his neck. Kodai frowned ever so slightly and just pointed at him. You think I could? He asked, blushing. She nodded. Wow, thank you. He rubbed the back of his neck. I don't know about that though. Alright, we are here. All Might chuckled. You two shall wait here in the center of the area, and when the buzzer begins, either try and find me or escape. Remember, you'll have 10 minutes. Without another word, he jumped away, leaving Midoriya and his quiet teammate alone. Izuku surveyed the area a metropolitan city, which meant a lot of potential for property damage. The outskirts of the city, though, were barren, which meant no cover or hiding if they chose to escape. Alright, I have an idea, Midoriya said, inspiration striking. Hear me out, okay? Yui gave him the faintest smile. All Might wasn't sure what to expect when the buzzer started, but he was pleasantly surprised to see the same large, black dragon Midoriya had drawn at the start of the sports festival fly overhead. Meeting me head-on? I like it. All Might leapt into the air immediately to meet the dragon head-on. The beast reared its head back, shot a stream of fire at the symbol of peace. All Might just chuckled and flicked his fingers, unleashing a huge gust of air that parted the stream. He met the beast on, and with a cry of Internship, punched the dragon back into a scrap of paper. He was somewhat surprised that Midoriya and Kodai weren't on the dragon. Running from me, Midoriya? That's a tad disappointing. At the other side of the battleground, Kodai and Midoriya were riding the hoverboards he had drawn for them, much quieter and stealthier for an escape attempt. Just ahead, I can see the exit, he called to Kodai next to him. He heard her grunt back in confirmation. He also heard a faint whistling that was growing gradually louder. What's the dash? Carol. All Might had leapt from one side of the cityscape to another, directly in the path of Midoriya and Kodai. The shockwaves and debris from his landing knocked both Yui and Izuku off their hoverboards and sent them crashing to the ground, the hoverboards poofing back into pictures. Izuku's back had barely hit the ground before he saw All Might's fist zooming for his face. He activated color fill and caught the #1 hero's fist with both hands, struggling to push the behemoth of a man off of him. You thought you could escape from me? All Might laughed in his best, villainous voice. Midoriya struggled, pushing against All Might's fist as he strained the limit of color fill up to a new limit of 30%. Guroff. He freed himself, All Might shocked at the display of strength. Kodai, who had been knocked a few feet further, threw something over All Might and clasped her hands together. Release. A car she had shrunken down dropped down towards All Might, who stopped immediately to catch it overhead. Midoriya sprang back to his arms and propelled himself up, drop-kicking All Might in the face. The symbol of peace was thrown backwards at the display of power while seeing stars, but made sure to drop the car behind him instead of on top of him. Midoriya darted over to where Kodai was, and immediately said, sorry, and animated the grappling hook he had drawn just before the hoverboards. He grabbed Kodai around the waist, drawing a small gasp from her, and shot the grappling hook up to the ceiling to get away from All Might. All Might shook out the cobwebs and looked around, not seeing the students. Better get to the air to spot them, glad they're not making this too boring. He jumped, leaving the air rumbling in his wake. On top of a building, Yui and Izuku looked out from behind the stairwell they had ducked into. Crap, Midoriya sighed. Alright, I figured the dragon would hold him for at least a little bit. Too big. Midoriya jumped. Kodai didn't often speak, and it came to him as a surprise just about every time she did. What do you mean? Too big. Too easy to see coming, she said plainly. Midoriya looked at his feet, thinking. Kodai noticed when he really concentrated, his tongue poked out between his teeth. He did it when doodling too. You're right. Giant villains are never a problem for All Might. We have to hit him hard and fast. Like All Might would. Inspiration flashed in his eyes and he looked at her. Hey, your quirk only works on non-living things, right? She nodded. Okay, but if I were to draw like a person, it'd still be a non-living thing. So, I think I might have an idea, Midoriya said, giving her a grin. You up for another go? She smiled at him. All Might had been jumping back and forth across the cityscape for the last minute, looking for any sign of Kodai and Midoriya. It was a big letdown that they weren't being braver about this. He had petitioned to get these two because 1, he wanted to test Midoriya's progress for the term, and 2, Kodai hadn't shown much innovation in her quirk so far, according to her teacher. His ears pricked at the sound of a motorcycle in the distance. Another break for it? He jumped again, seeing the bike racing for the out-of-bounds line. He was easily able to zoom to where they were, going for another giant landing to throw them off. Down below, Midoriya had anticipated this. "Hang on," he yelled back to Yui, who clutched his sides a bit in response. He swung the motorcycle to the side and kicked it out from under him. The bike struck All Might in the knees as he descended, stumbling the symbol of peace slightly. "Alright now Kodai." Yui nodded and threw some items from a pouch on her belt. "Release." In front of All Might now stood about 4 weird versions of me. "All Might Rangers, assemble." Midoriya yelled. "What?" The real All Might uttered flatly. Before him were 4 versions of himself, one in a cowboy hat and leather vest, one grotesquely tall and thin, one about half his size, and one that looked like he was crossed with Macho Man Randy Savage. He wasn't sure which one was more off-putting. But he was charged by the version of himself with a cowboy hat and leather vest. Yeehaw! No varmints can escape the rootin' tootin' might of Y'all Might. Wild West Smash. All Might blocked a fierce right hook from Y'all Might, but the blow hit just as hard he would have, knocking him back several feet. All Might sprang to his feet, but was immediately shaken by a headbutt to his knees from a pint-sized version of himself. "No one ever sees Small Might coming," squeaked the smaller version of All Might, roughly the size of a 4th grader. Smash! All Might screamed, punching the pipsqueak version of himself into another piece of paper. But as he did, he was grabbed on the slides of the head by a grotesquely tall and thin version of himself. This one was wearing a pitch-black suit with a red tie, and had dead lifeless eyes. "Tall Might. Tail." Tall Might, the Slenderman-esque monstrosity roared before hammer-throwing All Might into a building by his hair. All Might fell onto the ground, groaning. "They're really pushing me to my limits. Good thing Class 1's exam is tomorrow." "Oh yeah brother." Fall Might bringing the elbow drop of doom. All Might rolled over to see the Macho Man Randy Savage version of himself jumping off a building towards him, looking drop the elbow right into his chest. Texas Smash. All Might grunted, punching upwards into the air, creating an air cannon that smashed into Fall Might and turned him into a piece of paper. All Might kipped up to his feet and was charged by Y'all Might. "Howdy partner." Y'all Might threw another left hook, but All Might ducked under the blow and countered with a German suplex, turning the cowboy version of himself into paper. Before the symbol of peace could even get up all the way, Tall Might grabbed him with his freakishly long arms and threw All Might high up into the air. "Big mistake, big guy." All Might grinned as he righted himself in the air and began zooming down towards Tall Might. "Oklahoma Smash." All Might put his hands together and hit Tall Might in the forehead with a double axe handle smash, disintegrating the horror version of himself. "Been a while since I had a fight that good. Now for the dash." Thunk. All Might barely had time to turn around before he was kicked like a field goal by a Gundam. Or some other sort of similar giant robot. He wasn't too familiar with anime. "Very clever, young Midoriya and young Kodai," he muttered, dazed as the giant robot turned and stepped over the escape line. He easily soared over the entire cityscape, and managed to land without hurting himself too much. Outside of the battle area, Midoriya hopped out of the cockpit of the robot, helped Yui out of it, and erased it with a giant grin on his face. Even Kodai was smiling slightly. That was awesome. All 4 of them attacking him at once was just what we needed. "We did it." She nodded. He rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. "Thanks for the ideas. I probably would have freaked out and kept drawing giant things like dinosaurs or robots or tanks or something. Without the distractions, and you shrinking everything beforehand, we should have been toast." She just shook her head. She gave him another faint smile. "You'd have thought of something." By now, All Might had joined them, taking off the ankle weights that had slowed him down somewhat during the exercise. "Good thinking you too. Using young Kodai's quirk to hide multiple creations to attack me at once was a good strategy. We'll get you to the viewing platform, and you can see how some of your other classmates are faring if they aren't done yet." Yanagi sighed in relief as she used her quirk to snap the handcuffs on Ectoplasm's wrists after he got stuck in a hidden glue spot Bondo had made. The buzzer sounded and Ectoplasm chuckled. "Good work, you two. Here I thought you were gunning for the escape. But especially when you began throwing globs of glue around, Yanagi, that made this particularly difficult." Bondo heaved an audible sigh of relief and shot Yanagi a thumbs up. "Thank you, sir," Yanagi replied, bowing slightly. Yoink. Tokage snickered as her hands grabbed her Aunt Midnight and hauled her up into the air. Midnight released the gas from her quirk, but due to its nature it didn't fall back down to the battleground, giving Shiozaki enough time to escape the battle area with Tokage's headless body in tow. "Ah, I guess my guess can't work on just your head since it can't get to your lungs," Midnight sighed. "You always were a clever one." "BZZZ. Thanks, Aunt Namuri." Tokage grinned, cheekily. "I think I'll go join my teammate and the rest of my body." Once all the teachers and students were reassembled, Niza looked pleased as Punch to clasp his paws together and announce, "I can't remember the last time an entire class passed the practical exams." "Well done all of you." Class 1B cheered, drawing a chuckle from a few of the staff. "Well then, exam results will be posted next week." The principal continued, "You're all free for the rest of the week. Have a nice break all of you." The class dispersed to their locker rooms, chatting happily, and many of the other boys were eager to ask how on earth Midoriya and Kodai were able to take down All Might. The boys' locker room. "But yeah, when I was a kid I had thought of all these weird alternate versions of All Might. I had Kodai shrink them down and we used them all at once to escape." He grinned, pulling his shirt that said, "Modesty Sheet," over it. Shishida had asked how Midoriya managed to pass against All Might. Shishida chuckled. "Fighting fire with fire. I suppose not a bad strategy at all. It did work, after all." Awais snickered. "You're not enrolling Kodai into your harem, are you?" Midoriya blushed. I don't know what you're talking about." "Come on man," Tsuburaba grunted. "Yanagi and Tokage are always making eyes at you. Don't go stealing Kodai too." "Yanagi and Tokage are just some of my friends from elementary school," Midoriya refuted, rubbing the back of his neck. "I don't think they feel that way about me." "Sounds like you do," Tetsutetsu laughed. Midoriya just turned red and looked away, as the rest of the locker room laughed. "Look, none of us want to get wrapped up in your damn love triangle," Kaibara teased. "Just, try not to take every damn girl in the grade, will you?" Midoriya rolled his eyes. "I'm not trying to do that." The girls' locker room was abuzz as well. "Good job guys. Real proud of all of you." Kendo beamed as she put her t-shirt back on over her head. "For real, our class is the tits," Tokage added, making everyone laugh. "It really was shroomthing for us all to pass." Kinoko cheered, turning to Kodai. "How did you and Midoriya take down All Might?" "I didn't think Mush could stop him. He drew some other All Mights. I shrunk them for a surprise attack." Kodai explained, plainly, not taking her eyes off her locker. "Then we punted him away with a big robot." Tokage laughed. "Leave that to Moptop. Using All Might to stop All Might. Now we can all look forward to the summer camp." Pony exclaimed, beaming. "I'll need to get some camping supplies," Yanagi said. "I haven't been for many moons. I doubt I have any of the necessary supplies." Tokage added. "Wanna have a day out and get that?" Kendo asked. "I honestly need a bunch too. Maybe we could invite the boys, make it a class outing." "That sounds wonderful," Ibra smiled. Kodai hummed, though her tone was positive. Kendo promised to get a group chat going later that evening, and they'd plan a trip for the weekend. As the girls dispersed however, a quiet voice said, "Tokage." "Yanagi." The two girls turned to Kodai still standing at her locker, arms folded in front of her, and the same stoic face as always. "What's up, Stone?" Tokage asked. "Are either of you dating Midoriya?" she asked. Her tone was still flat, as if she was asking if it was going to rain later that day. Both Tokage and Yanagi turned red, looked to each other, and looked away. "And no, we aren't dating Broccoli per se?" Tokage grumbled. "Why? I want to ask him out," Kodai replied bluntly. "He's pretty cute." "I'm so sorry Izuku." His mom cried as she latched onto him, his heart breaking further as his fears grew even deeper. 4-year-old Midoriya Izuku was quirkless. He'd never be a hero. It was the only thought in his—
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.